Good morning. Welcome to the Real Circularity Summit, number 3. So we've done 2 of these before last year. We're doing them every half year on the solstice. So this is why it's a Saturday, which might be a bit strange for some people, right? Like, why are you doing a summit on a Saturday? Because we're staying to our truth of really doing this in the solstice. Okay, so let's see if anyone's coming in. I know we've gone live onto YouTube and we should be going live onto LinkedIn as well on my page. So yeah, welcome along. I'm going to have a little talk with you earlier on now, and then we'll be joined by Joe Salter next, but we'll go through what's happening throughout the day in my welcome slides. So let's place those on. Right, here it is. Fabulous. So welcome along to Real Circularity Summit. This is a place to get real, right? And a lot of the conversations will be about application, will be about how people are really applying this work in the real world, but also the difficulties of that and the realism of creating a business in a very different space to business as usual. So I'm really looking forward to the conversations today. We've got a really great selection of speakers from all different backgrounds and contexts. So we generally love to keep it interdiscipline, keep it into industry, although because of my domain, there will be a lot of fashion going on in the summit as usual. So first, I'd like to kind of spend a little bit of time, a few minutes of pause, just to reflect on the injustices that are happening in the world at the moment. Creating a summit sometimes can feel a little bit sort of like, okay, why are we doing all this when there's so much injustice, war, politics? There's so much happened in the history of mankind. I kind of just want to spend a few minutes just reflecting on that. And also, while you're sitting in that, I'd like you to reflect on why you are here, what you are here for, what we're all here together for, and also how you got here. Like, how did you, what was your kind of why for wanting to get interested in this space? Maybe you're creating a business already, maybe you're inside a business, but you're wanting to do a lot of this work. So why is it that you chose this path? If you're new to the space, why did you join us today? So let's take a few minutes of pause just to ground ourselves, but also to respect the injustices of the world. So we'll do that for 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Kind of like to put in the chat as well. Yeah, why you moved into this space? I was reflecting in those few minutes. Why we're doing this? I told to Simon earlier on. Why do we start doing this? By the way, what are we doing here, right? But when I started this journey, it was a sort of realization of my own mortality. My mother passed away, and I sat there looking at my children, and I thought, I can't sort of have them grow up and look at them in the future and sort of say, I didn't do anything. I know it's a bit of a cliche, right? But I think a lot of people are in that space. I'd already started previous to that happening, really diving into sustainability, going to events, meeting people, probably like 15 odd years ago now. But I didn't really know what I could do about it. You know, it felt so big. And I was kind of waiting for the CEOs that I was working with to see what I was seeing and things like that. But they weren't really, maybe weren't seeing the same things as I was. And there was kind of a dissonance really in what I was doing as a profession and my values and where I wanted to go for the future. So I decided to really start working in it and building up my knowledge, building up my connections. Connections have been a massive thing, not just connections in the fashion space. I've always gone out of my industry and sought connections in other spaces. So hence why Ken and I work together. He's not from a fashion background, and that's massively helped actually to broaden perspectives. And that's one of the things we're going to be speaking to today quite a lot. Yeah, my background was in the fashion industry for 2 decades as a designer and design manager. And those skills have really helped actually, as I know the supply chains, know how the industry works in different sectors, right from really early startup micro businesses to the SME space, right to the retail space. So it's really helped me in architecting sort of these new ways. How can we place these new things in? So yeah, that's what I do now. We work on, and we'll show you what we do sort of as we go along. But essentially, we consult. We have our education on and our tools and mapping, which is Real Circularity, and then we grow communities around it with our ecosystem incubator work, but also I'm continually growing communities around each of the spaces. So who we got going on? So here we go. Anna is here this morning. She says, good morning. Thank you for organising this. My journey started as head of design, realising the more I climbed the career ladder, the more the design choices were dictated by people focused on aesthetics that didn't understand the impact. So I decided to step down from my fancy job and restart on a lower position in an area of fashion that creates positive change from within, which gives me more fulfillment and impact. I love that. I think so many people are really wanting to be in this space and have this dissonance with what they were doing before, right? And I similarly was sort of project managing SMEs and things like that, and really architecting a lot of like 3 or 4 brands at the same time out of 3 or 4 different countries. And yeah, it got to the point where it was like I'd go to Guangzhou and see the amazing amount of stuff that there is there. There was like mall-sized buildings with fashion fabrics and like little tiny booths in each of these buildings, but you can imagine how many of them were. And then in each of these booths, there was swatches, and I knew behind most of the swatches there was rolls and rolls of stock. And a lot of it was not of good quality, was toxic, so a lot of synthetics, and a lot of it was substandard. So I just felt sick to continue with it any longer, really. So, and it's not bad and wrong, it's just the way the industry has worked for so long. So, yeah, standing on this, moving into this work has been the most challenging. And I think a lot of the speakers will speak to that today, how challenging it is to move into new spaces. I would say on a par with becoming a mother in a way. So it's the same kind of thing. It's like I have to sort of launch myself off into this. And sometimes you really don't know where it's going to go. So, but that's the joy of this. A lot of it is experimenting, it's being agile, and that is highly interesting in itself, like creating innovations, working with businesses to apply this work, and combining many minds together, because it's not going to be just my mind that solves things. That's insane, you know, like bringing Ken together and other professionals that we work with in the space to actually make kind of A-teams for businesses to apply this work. So I'm going to go through my first bit, and then we'll be inviting Joe Salter up to the stage. So here we go. Make sure if you're staying with us through the whole summit that you have your kit in action. One of the key parts of my kit is my Stokie Bird mug with coffee in it, and as much coffee as I can get. Not only do I need a lot of coffee, I also need my Stokie Bird mug to remind me of where I've come from. So when I was up north, like people were always like, well, why are you going to become a fashion designer? What kind of craziness is that? That kind of thing. This is back in the day. This is like 25 years ago. It just wasn't a thing. It wasn't even thought about. But I came in and did it anyway. And that's the thing. We can be in this space. We can transform our careers. We can build businesses in this new space. It just takes that push to do it. So that always reminds me that back in the day, I made my push myself at an 18, you know, at age 18, 17, 18, to move into the fashion industry when it just wasn't a thing that people did. And now we can do the same things again, right? Doesn't matter how old you are. And there's many speakers today that are from, you know, really young age to like Walter, who's been doing this for his entire life, and is now, gosh, I don't even know how old he is. I mean, it's amazing. I've been reading Walter's book. I've started putting my tags in it, and I would say a lot of my journey has been about being really in depth about the way that I undertake my research and my understandings, and reading as much as possible. You know, I've got so much from his book as well, you know, especially he does talk about kind of these things in a whole systems perspective in his own way. And it's just so nice for people to pass that baton, you know, like, and Ken and I always say that that's very, very similar to what we do. Like, he's been doing this for over 30 years and worked with the originators of Cradle to Cradle. And I would say, you know, if you're going to read any book as well, read Cradle to Cradle. It's precursor to circularity. And a lot of our work is based on it. But we kind of grow and evolve with this baton passing, right? The influence from the past can become new energy, and we can take it and form it with our newness, with AI, and we've got a lot of speakers talking about AI today as well. and it gives us that next perspective on it. So yes, if you're out and about, make sure you have a charger, because watching things live really does drain your batteries. Yeah, and make sure you have your notepads. I continually am making notes and use my Rocket book to rub them out when I finished, and it makes me not have so much paper hanging about, which is useful. I like to be a bit of a minimalist as much as I possibly can. Okay, so this is the running order today. So I'm going to be talking about business unusual and a little bit of systems change work that I've been doing at the moment, keeping it generic, but generally, like, this is interesting stuff. We've got Jo Salter coming on with her partner to talk about her work in circular handspun. Then we have Tim D. McCulloch talking about ESG. So when I met Tim, I was like, okay, ESG is just a tick boxing thing. I had this whole preconception about what it is. But actually, I opened my mind to it with Tim, and I thought, actually, no, this can be a big part of it. A good nudge and a good way of getting businesses to start to apply this work in reality. So yes, we'll be talking to Tim, and he'll be discussing his new business, Anchoram. Then we have the father of circularity, Walter R. Stahel. He came in last night to the tech session. So he's all teched up and ready to go. And so looking forward to his wealth of experience in circularity and application and working in academia also. Absolutely love it. So we're so looking forward to hearing what Walter has to say with Ken. Then we have Samantha Taylor, who's one of my good peers, and I'm sure a lot of you follow Samantha as well. She's very, very real and loves a debate. So I'm sure we'll be debating and putting the world to rights as we go along, for sure, later on. Then we have Sarah Rosberg, who'll be coming on to discuss her Reweave project. Apparently, this is very technical, so it's going to be a lot of technical speak about her application of the new fibers. So looking forward to that. Then Ken is going to come on. He has a video about his signal. Now, I don't actually 100% know what this is. It's a surprise to me. So I will be looking forward to watching that and then debating that with Ken later on. And feel free to debate it yourself as well. Then we're going to have Lucy Cabell, who will be interviewed by our alumni member, Payal. And Payal's really great at asking questions. She's absolutely brilliant. Every time she came into the academy sessions or into alumni session, she would have a succession of questions that she'd have to ask as she went along. She's amazing. And Lucy will be talking about her experience with collaboration and helping small businesses, so very micro small businesses, to apply this work. By the time we get to around 4:15, we will have Will Ruddock from Grassroots Economics. And anyone who knows me will know that I absolutely love anything in the realm of new economics, anything that's doing different, working with different systems, anything like that. So absolutely honoured to have Will on. He's done a lot of work in Kenya to create relocalized monetary systems using cryptocurrency. So it's very grassroots and tech at the same time. So it's really exciting. And then to follow that, we have the guys from Spaceship AI Academy, Todd and Struthi, who I'm a fellow of. So I help them to apply kind of the training of the AI systems for their academy. So they'll be coming on to discuss that. So we've got a bit of AI in there. Then we've got one of our keynotes, Charlotte Morley, who will be discussing her journey into creating the Little Loop. So if anyone doesn't know what that was, it's a reuse economy platform, and invites brands to work with them on a reuse specifically for children's wear. And they actually are famous because they got to the Dragon's Den and got some funding from Dragon's Den. So she's of Dragon's Den fame, amazing. But she'll say that it never ends at the Dragon's Den. That's the start of the journey, right? So, and then at the very end, we'll have Gil Friend, who has been very generous with his conversation. I'm really looking forward to the space. And I've just seen that Ken Alston has joined us. Amazing. It must be about 4 a.m. or something there. It'll be rude not to bring him up in a moment. Seeing as he's joined us at this stage. Okay. So maybe Ken, are you awake? Are you a thumbs up to come up, or are you wanting to just, yeah, okay. Let's see if we can do this. There we go. Morning, Ken.
Good morning. So, it's 4:21 here in the morning on the East Coast.
You're mad. You're mad.
Yeah, I think I probably am, but you know.
But you love this work, right? So.
Yeah, I'm trying to string 2 words together and make half a sentence.
Yeah, I won't put you on the spot too much. I can go through my slides and then we can have a conversation. Absolutely. As we go along. But thank you for joining so early. Bless you. It's an absolute honor to work with Ken over the last 3 years. I think it's 3 years.
Yeah, 3 years. Amazing.
Yeah. Amazing. And we'll be discussing later, like how both of our paths, or both of our what you call signals, were very aligned. And that's a great thing, to start to find others that are in the same sort of signal, in the same sort of route, and start to come together. Like I was saying earlier on, I'm not going to save the world alone, right? And neither are you, Ken, right? So coming together, bringing specialisms together is one of the things that I do best. Yeah, so lovely. Okay, I'll continue on the journey with my slides, however I do that. There we go. So today we're going to be getting real. It is real circularity after all. So real on the journey that you have to take to build a business, to apply this inside of business, to inside of yourself, to be able to keep on the journey with this, because this is not easy, you know, and some of the speakers will speak to this, how difficult it is to apply this work inside of the original systems that we have going on. Not just the linear system, but the business as usual model, and all of those aspects sort of pushing back on you. Maybe, you know, inside of a business, a lot of sustainability people, but also people who are trying to apply it inside of a business, they get sort of kickback from, you know, from other sections of the business that don't have aligned KPIs, things like that. So we'll actually just be being real about how difficult this is, how to apply it, and some tools and kits along the way that you can use to start to think in different ways. Okay, how we're getting on for time, we're good. So this will be the nitty-gritty, the applied work. And one thing that is really sort of the bigger context of this summit this time, because I always have kind of a theme, is looking through different lenses. And our first speaker, Joe Salter, and the one after, Tim D. McCulloch, actually are testament to that. I'm able to come out and see, okay, what's interesting about that? I might not agree with everything, but actually, let's be curious. Let's try that on. Let's see what their perspective is. And then being able to translate between the different spaces. I go to different inter-industry events, or sometimes invited to do sort of stuff via the ecosystem through into like finance or ESG, or sometimes, yeah, really random spaces that you wouldn't think that I'd be in, right? But actually, when you go there and you start speaking to them and you start to look through different lenses, you realize that actually everyone's dealing with very similar sort of issues, right? So don't think because you've not been in other spaces that you're not allowed in them, right? You can be the translator between these spaces. Anyway, love that. In the last sessions, in the last summits, we focused on this zoom in and zoom out. So being able to zoom right into, say, a button or a molecule or a dye or whatever it is, or fiber, and understand the nuances around that. That in itself is difficult sometimes, right? But having the perspective also to zoom right out and see how that is being applied, right? How does that fit in with your industry, with inter-industry, with the world, with the way the world is? And it's having this muscle that's really important, not being too siloed in your specialism. Specialisms are great because, you know, it really helps a business person to go, yes, I can fit you in this box, in this job, in this place, right? But actually the real juice is to also at the same time become a generalist, so that you're able to come and see how your specialism fits into others. And that's similar to sort of looking at other people's perspectives as well. Another big part of our distinctions is to think outside of silos, to look at this at a whole systems perspective. So if you're inside of a business, generally there'll be silos of specialism, but also sort of departments and things like that. Sometimes those departments, it's so big, they don't even speak to each other or know the other one exists, let alone have the technology. Morning, Smee. Thank you, Rachel, for mentioning generalism. Yes, we love it. Smee and I was a generalist. Wonderful. So yeah, to think outside of these siloed perspectives. And this is not only in a business, this can be in the way that we are in our communities, or our inter-industry aspects, sort of making sure we're not sort of going, well, we're only looking at this industry. Actually, we could see how we could interlink with other industries. So I do a lot with, you know, looking at the built environment and seeing how we can use our so-called waste as fuel for other things, you know, or insulation or something like that. That might be downgrading, but actually for some of the waste that's been created, that might be the best place to go. And it's not just physical stuff. It can be interconnected knowledge. It could be, yeah, trying on these new perspectives. It could be an interdisciplinary team that you need to bring around something that you never thought of bringing in, say, a lawyer or someone specialized as an ecologist or something like that, right? So think outside of your silo, of your specialism, of your team or your discipline, and start to see how you can interlink these things. So yeah, putting on different lenses. And I always say to Joe Salter, because Joe and I work very closely together on a project at the moment over the last sort of 2 years, in bringing hand-woven regenerative fibers to the forefront, right? Hello, she's there. Hello, Joe Salter. We often always speak, don't we, Joe, about putting on a different goggles. I haven't got any goggles though, but put on my glasses, right? To start to look at the way things are through different lenses. Now that might be academic lenses. It might be a relocalized perspective like Joe works in a regenerative sort of sense, working with you know, like regenerative growers in India, right? At first, if I'm honest, like I thought from coming from the industry, oh, this is a bit crafty, isn't it? You know, and I did have that sort of perspective on it. But when I started to put the lenses on, I thought, actually, there's something in this. There's some, and it worked with some of the work I'd been looking at on decentralization, right? And actually, it gave a clue to how we could actually bring decentralization into the mainstream, like how we could work that. Mainstream not meaning we just make it centralized, mainstream meaning it could be, you know, a viable business going forward. And yes, oh, Joe felt the same. Wonderful. Yeah, decentralization and degrowth, right? Maybe it's not just a degrowth situation. And we always talk about scaling out, not scaling up, right? Generally in the larger business space, it's like, let's scale up. And Ken's put on some glasses there. Let's put Ken up so you can see his glasses. Is he there? There he is. Put on your different lenses, right?
I put on my different lenses, Rachel. This is a preview of my section later. I've got my 3D glasses on.
I love it.
I
You've
think
got to have a bit of fun here, Ken, haven't you?
I do. I've got it all set up here. You know, one of the things I'll be talking about later is that we've got to move from 2D to 3D. And so it's, you know, I've literally done this to fit in with your talk about lenses, because it's a very apt metaphor, right? We can choose how we look at the world, and that's part of what we're doing here. We're choosing to look at the world in a particular way, and those who resonate with it, you know, come and join us. And so I think the lenses is a very apt metaphor.
Absolutely. You know, and I think the same sort of goes for, you know, academia, things like that. You know, people can sort of go, well, that's academic, blah, blah. You know, but actually look through that lens, and there's a wealth of data and knowledge and understanding that we can bring in. And I bring into my real life consultancies all the time. Like I've actually got a student working with me at the moment. He's amazing. He goes like super, super deep. He's into like the everything that's in everything, right? But in an academic way. It's really interesting to see. That passion for that helps us then to be able to start to apply our work. You know what I mean? Like I could do it, but he's way better at doing it than me, you know? So
it's coming at things from a perspective that you're not usually seeing, right? It's not that any one perspective is the right perspective. There's not only one perspective. There's not only one way of seeing things, but we articulate a particular way that we call real circularity. And you know what that means comes out in the conversations we're having, like as you're introducing the topic today.
Yeah.
But we were very deliberate in our choice of the title, putting the word real in, right? It wasn't just a quick decision. We deliberated a lot before we settled on the word real, because it has to be really applied in the real world. And that's only a really important part of our work.
Absolutely. And I think there was a little bit of sort of like, we want to just stop all this rubbish. You know, we want to actually kind of be
I'll talk a little bit about
saying, you know. It was a little bit.
There are things that are okay and have their time, right? And then there are times when you have to move on and evolve. And I think, you know, what we'll be talking about later in my segment is exactly that, is what are the things that we have to let go of, right? Alumni who are on the call with us will remember some of our Buckminster Fuller quotes, right? About having to let go of things that have been fed in the past.
Yeah.
That maybe were right for the time, but are they right? You've got to question again, are they right for now? Are they right for today? And the answer is probably no, they're not. And so we have to be ready to let some things go in order to let the new emerge.
Yeah, and I was talking before you came on about sort of passing the baton, you're right, that you almost passing the baton with me, and then, you know, we're running together and things like that. That
sure.
all of the past work, especially, you know, from Walter and from Cradle to Cradle and from regenerative leadership.
We all stand on the shoulders of giants, don't we? We all stand on the shoulder of giants. And you know, I know Walter doesn't like to be called the father of circular economy, but he was one of the main voices, right? But he wasn't the only person who was talking about it. Bill McDonough and Michael Bronger weren't the only people who were talking about these things. That have now coalesced and they've come together as what we call the circular economy. But yeah, there are thousands upon thousands of contributions. You know, in my historical arc, you know, I can trace my earliest beginnings back to reading Rachel Carson's book Silent Spring.
Yeah,
right? She wrote that in 1963. I read it in 1972. So yeah, we stand.
I was even born, Ken.
It is a while, and it's my birthday in a few days' time, which everyone will hear when they see my little video.
Love it. But yeah, we do stand on the shoulder of giants, and we can learn from all of the things in the past, right? But it doesn't mean we have to do exactly the same. Like, we can add it in. And that's what I really love about Will at Grassroots Economics as well. You know, like in the bottom right corner, they've not sort of just gone, okay, we're just going to do it in a grassroots level. They've actually brought crypto into the conversation, right? And created a whole new economic system. It's not detached from the past economic system. It still uses a lot of the same things, but it adds that caretaking, that home, the original sense of the word economics into a new realm, right? So that's what I love. We can work with the past and then add in our newness, right? The things that we've learned as long as we've gone along the way, right? And so that's not to say that things that are done in the city are bad and wrong either, right? Like Tim is going to be coming and discussing ESG with us later on. You know, I had this preconception that ESG was kind of a tick boxy sort of thing, but actually he's using it in a different way, like to actually help businesses to start to apply this in a business sense, right? Okay, this is an actual risk now to your business, right? So yes, you need to tick box, and you need to make sure you're measuring what you're doing, but you also need to have action and apply things like real circularity, but also, you know, other aspects as well, you know, around that business. So
well, the financial aspects are one of the ways of making this work real for businesses, right? The word real, it's real for them when you can bring it into their financial vernacular, right? And use the language of risk and opportunity, the two sides of the same coin. Different businesses will respond more to one than the other, or a bit of both. You know, it's part of meeting people where they are, right? And that's why a lot of our work starts with a diagnosis, because until you know where somebody is, you can't put a treatment plan together, right?
100%. Like, you still have to analyze what's going on, you know, do a deep dive, really find out what's happening, what has been applied already, what products exist, what services exist, what monetary capital is available at the moment, right? And the realism is that
even within the same industry segment, right? The two companies, even a few miles apart. I mean, I've worked with the companies in the office furniture space that are literally in the same state in the US, you know, a town or two apart from each other. Completely different supply chains, completely different levels of vertical integration or not.
Yes.
And so the remedies for them are all grounded in the same underlying truths, right? The same physical world where they both exist in, right? So we can't avoid gravity, for example.
No.
But how we deal with each of those companies is completely different, because they're organized differently. Their silos are different. They may all have silos, but they're different silos.
Absolutely, which is why we have to take it on a case-by-case basis, which is, you know, go in and diagnose and really create with those nuances. And sustainability overall is majorly nuanced, whether you're zooming right into a button or a magnet I'm doing at the moment, or whether you're looking at the big picture. It's massively nuanced, depending on locality.
The context is everything.
Yeah. So I love that. I love looking through these new lenses and just trying on these new perspectives. So I'd like you to try that as we go along. The other part is obviously AI is a really big shift for all of us, right? And I feel personally that we need to embrace it and to have it work with us for new intentions. Otherwise, it will be gathered for different intentions, the intentions that we were probably meditating on earlier on around injustice and wrong in the world, right? There are some things that are bad and wrong and that don't need to be happening anymore, right? But we shouldn't shy away from AI and from helping move this space on as we go along. And I really feel like the problems with the CO2 and things like that and servers, they'll have to sort because, you know, it's going to grow exponentially. So I think the energy guys out there, and if you're out there, guys, hello.
Well, you've just used a really important word, Rachel. You used the word exponential. And I think, you know, as we have this conversation around the startup of the summit, we're really talking about the confluence of multiple exponential accelerating changes that are impacting us all at the same time. You know, any one of them would be difficult enough to deal with, but we've got political instability, right? We've got climate change. We've got all of the thousands of different elements of unsustainability we could talk about all day long. We've got AI. You know, you can just list them one after the other, and any one of them will be tough enough for us to adapt to. And you know, one of the statistics I heard, and I think it came from the head of Google X, is their R&D group. He said that we've reached the point now in that accelerating exponential curve where the rate of change is faster than humans can assimilate it. That is an amazing statement. Just let that sink in for a second. The rate of change of these things that are happening to us is faster than our body is capable and our minds are capable of dealing with. And that's why we're feeling these pressures. It's why people feel uncomfortable. Right? And that's part of what we're trying to deal with here as we work through our real circularity, you know, approaches here to try and find ways to cope, right? To cope with these changes, which are exponential and accelerating. Not only are they exponential, but it's going faster and faster. And so to your point about AI, you can't ignore it. It's going to be there whether you want it or not. And I think you've used another good word, intentionality, is what's behind all of our work, right? You can have a tool of any sort. You can have a hammer and you can either build someone a house or you can hit them on the head, right? The tool isn't the thing that is the problem. It's the intention behind how you're going to use it.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. When I first started to look at AI years ago, the incubator, but never got there with it, right? I sat down with Steve and we talked about this intensively, about the intention of AI and how, you know, it can be used for wrong intentions, for unjust intentions, and that we need to embrace it for these new intentions, the intentions of creating a world that works for everyone, you know. And that's not a simple thing for one person to go, oh yeah, we're just going to make a world that works for everyone. It's just like, again, I really feel like a lot of it is bringing people together more, the different specialisms, the different understandings, to actually then combine and work with AI to work on these problems. A lot of people in the education.
I've been using AI a lot, as you know, and I would say that for me, the biggest revelation I had was, you know, those of us who are in the alumni group of our Real Circularity Academy, you know, will know that from the conversations we've had, that one of the things I talk about often is even just asking the base question of what is sustainability. It's amazing to me that we still have to answer it. But one of the problems with AI is, where's it getting its data from, right? So you need to think about that. And you still need to use this and think for yourself, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Because if that AI is just taking something that was written by somebody, even if it was written with well-meaning intentions, and even if it was right at the time, if it's taking its cues from something that's 40 years old, it may be giving you the wrong steer, right?
Yeah.
So even when I've trained some AI myself, and I know you've been doing the same on our Real Circularity work, Rachel, it doesn't always remember everything that you told it.
No, it's still like a little bit of an intelligent intern that's kind of learning what's going on, and you have to keep going, oh, and this. No disrespect to interns.
No, and you still have to edit, right? And you still have to proofread.
Yeah, and make sure that you're not kind of. I think AI can sometimes kind of like try and prove you right all the time. You know, it's like, oh, you've said
a mirror. It's like a mirror. It reflects stuff back at you. Yeah.
So you got to take it with a pinch of salt at the moment, but I think that will evolve as well. So you know,
I talked to my AI and it knows my name is Ken, right? But it came back and it got the wrong Ken one time and gave me an answer based on some completely different Ken.
Oh wow!
I had to go back and say, no, I'm not that Ken. I'm this Ken.
But this is the thing, we have to try on these new perspectives. So throughout the day today, I really love for everyone to just pause your own understanding. Keep it in mind, but just pause and sort of go, am I right? Do I need to be right all the time as well, right? And can I try on these new perspectives? Can I try on listening to someone else and seeing it, and not just at first just jump into judgment, right? Oh, this is ESG, so it's nothing to do with me, da 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 da. But actually, there's some massive gold nuggets that could be taken into your practice. And I always do this, like take in some really great nuggets from the finance space. Simon's helped massively in that sort of aspect. You know, in listening to the policy guys talk all the time about all of these different policies, I'm now actually able to engage in the conversations, you know what I mean? So it's not that we need to be sort of outsiders in these different silos. So try it on as we go along. Pause your own understanding. Am I right? Do I have to be right? And try on new perspectives, which I love.
And I think, Rachel, one of the things I think we do is that we're synthesizers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're synthesizing things from economics. You're synthesizing things from regenerative. You're synthesizing things in your generalist mode from many, many disciplines, and then putting them into the context of the work that we call real circularity. So I think that a lot of what we do is a synthesis of thousands of different things that are involved in the complexity of this thing we call sustainability.
Absolutely. And it's like an evolution for me, right? When I first started 10, 15 years ago, just looking at this sort of space, I was very much in a activist-y sort of mindset. I was like, very angry that the world was doing this to us, that everything happened and things like that. And I realized that that wasn't probably the best way to be about it. That wasn't the best way of being, you know, and actually being a creator.
It's where your level of consciousness was at the time. So you honor that angry Rachel, right, for that moment, because that's truthfully where you were, right? And it was from that anger that you were able to grow into a higher level of consciousnness and thoughtfulness. And that's why your practice has evolved immensely. And it's one of the reasons we were drawn together, right? Because as you said at the beginning, our wavelengths and our frequencies are very highly attuned.
Yeah, absolutely.
You had to go through that phase to get to where you are.
Yeah, and that's okay, you know. And then we can grow and build these things that we pass on to the next generation. It sounds a bit cliche, but this is going to take a longer time than our lifetimes, and that's why I always sort of talk about cathedral thinking, is that we do the work now, knowing that we might not ever see that cathedral in the future, and that was a key distinction for me, because I think we're so used to, especially in the West, kind of wanting immediate results. I do this, I get this. I create this, I get this, right? And to work on a longer term perspective, even for creating a brand or whatever, is a whole other mindset. And going then out of your own lifetime and kind of going, well, I'm creating a legacy with Ken or with with Joe Salter, who's just joined in the back, I see, you know, we're actually creating examples of what's possible for future people to go, okay, I could take that and I could work it and make this thing and use the technologies of the future to create something even better, you know. So, well, we'd hope something even better and not be taken down into Horizon 1.
Well, you know, we again, going back to our academy, one of the first things we teach is the idea of attitudes and behavior, right? We have to, first of all, we've got to change our level of understanding and what we comprehend when as we go through the world, right? How do we see the world, which is back to your lenses again. And our attitudes have to become more aligned with how nature actually works. We're part of nature. We are nature. We tend to separate ourselves from other living beings on the planet, but we're one of many, many, many species, right?
Yeah.
And it's very humbling to sort of take ourselves out of this highest of all beings on Earth position we put ourselves in, right? But you have to have that humility, and then come back to the work again with new eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of this is kind of like getting your own way of being about it, you know, and being humble. It's one of the first things we talk about in our academy is about being humble and honest and you know, a part of the journey rather than going, well, I'm going to super save the world and you know, be a hero.
Until your attitudes have changed and have become more aligned with what we think the future needs to look like, then your behavior can't change, right? The behavior change comes next, and that's where the real applied work that we stand for comes in, right? It's once you've aligned with the direction, now you can start making the behavioral changes that are needed to make the changes we need to see happen.
Absolutely. So we're creating this bridge together. We're on one side. I always say I'm kind of like straddling the two bridges, straddling the two sides, right? Business as usual side in one part, and really acknowledging where we are, what's going on in that space, what's going on in ESG, what's going on with policy, how we can apply it inside of large businesses, medium businesses, startups, how we can apply that in the way we have the economics at the moment, right? Whilst at the same time holding space and building to what we see as a future regenerative area, right? Where we're thinking about whole new ways of living, whole new ways of creating economics, new ways of building and growing businesses, right? And just doing little examples of what that looks like, right? And holding the space for both of them whilst building this bridge so that others can come across and start to create those things. It's kind of like passing the baton, but also it's kind of more, this is more structural, you know.
Well, it's showing what's possible, right? I mean, when somebody actually does make a change in their business model or what they're making things from, then it shows that it's possible, and it moves from the theoretical and the abstract into the real world, which is the real part again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so that's what we do. We work with businesses of all sizes with an approach that's creative, pragmatic, forward-thinking, and the main point of our summit today, inclusive of multiple perspectives, like being able to wear some different lenses and see, okay, how can we apply this? How can we take this from here, place it into here? And I absolutely love that. It's such dynamic work. And yeah, we continue on the journey with that. So we do that with our 3 areas. Real circularity is at the heart of our work, right? This is the beating heart of all of what we do. So we have real circularity with our consultancy, with our academy, and obviously with the summit and the events that we do to invite people into our space more and to connect with the tools. And I didn't even get to the tools because we were so excited with the journey here. So maybe we'll do my section if there's any sort of space at the end. But there we go. We got too excited about just the introduction, which is fine. And then with Circular Earth, I work with we work with companies to help them apply circularity, not just in the physical sense. Then I will touch on some of my slides just before Joe comes on stage on that, but in the not in just the sense of the product, because sometimes people can go, okay, circularity is just about making a product circular, right? And it's like, no, you need to think about the whole system. So we work on that sort of aspect, and I'll just for 5 minutes discuss that. We also have our ecosystem incubator, which is our collaborative, where we collaborate together on co-creating business, collaborate on marketing with micro businesses. So this is businesses that are one-person bands, maybe they're consultants, freelancers, people doing next-gen materials, etc., that want to come together and create those A teams. Like, we help them to be able to create those A teams together. Yeah, very exciting stuff. So, and we'll put in the chat our link for our summit menu, which is really useful today. These are all our upcoming oh, someone else has done that too. These are all our upcoming things that you can get involved in, and we will be revealing later on a little bit of a teaser of our future live summit, which will be very exciting. So yeah, you have the opportunity to be a super early bird and join us at the live summit in London. So yes. We have a question in the chat. Oh, I think we've missed that one. But hi, Cigar, good to see you, one of our alumni. Maybe we missed the moment there, I think, as we were chatting away. There we go, but we'll discuss that later. So 4 minutes to just touch on some of the work that I've been doing in strategy and mapping. And like I said earlier on, circularity is not just the product circularity. That is a big part of it. Like, okay, how do we make something fully circular? How do we have something created with such intention, such integrity that it can go back into a system or other systems over and over and over again? That's great. And the systems of movement and repair and reuse and all that kind of stuff, which is generally what lots of people discuss in this space. What's missed out is we need to found this on new business models and financial mapping, and make sure that the money is going to come into these systems to be able to make them work. You know, at the moment, that isn't always happening, right? So we see a lot of the CBMs breaking even, or, you know, just sort of getting stagnant or even stopping, that kind of thing. So we definitely need, this is a whole systems perspective, right? We need like education, not only for inner business and for the work we do with Real Circularity Academy for businesses and B2B, we also need that for the citizen overall. Like, so the citizen knows what they're doing, why they're joining a circular scheme, how to take it back, why it's important, all of that kind of stuff. So we can get like buy-in from the customer. Businesses and the models need buy-in from the customer so that we can make this all work financially. Legislation is there as well, like as a massive nudge, and as we're going to discuss with Tim later on, like to de-risk your business and make sure more money is coming and flowing through into the different places. And we definitely need that citizen interaction. That working, again, with the education coming into it, the citizen actually starting to work with businesses and to be a part of that system. And these are all like spheres as well, right? So they're not like flat. There's like multitudes of things going on in each of these spheres, and they're interacting with each other. This is a picture of our benefits loop. You can look at this in our book. On the summit menu, you can go and get one of our books, which discusses this in terms of like physical circularity and movement of goods and stuff. And then you need to sort of evolve this inside your specialism, and you need to be thinking about this being whole systems where you're zooming in right into the components and the tiny parts, but also being able to zoom out again. But we need to make sure as well that we're not detached from nature, and whatever it is we're doing in any of these spheres, making sure that we're involving nature at every stage and are not toxifying nature with what we're doing in any of these stages. So that's me. I think we have both of our next speakers, so we'll invite them to come up in a moment. It's 10 o'clock on the dot, so we're doing well. Yay. So I'm going to invite Joe Salter and Kavya to the stage to discuss their circular hand-spun work. So let's bring them up and say hello.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning, Joe Salter and Kavya. I don't think you have your picture. Oh, there you are. Am I saying your name correctly?
Hey, Rachel. Hey, Joe.
Nice to meet you. So thank you so much for coming on the Real Circularity Summit and last minute as well, Kavya. So thank you. Yeah, I'd really sort of love to introduce you, and then for you to introduce particularly the projects that you want to discuss today, because the circular handspun space is really interesting, especially to sort of the decentralized way that we can create circularity with fiber to fiber. So yeah, would really love to hear about it as we're going along. I've met Joe, gosh, I don't know how many years it is, Joe. It's just 5 years.
Yeah, probably around the time, about 2020, because it was when I was doing the online. It was meant to be the thing that Sean and I used to do in London every year.
Yes,
the Fashion Revolution, and then COVID hit us all, and we did it online, and you came on board then, I think.
Yes, I think I remember that. Absolutely. Well, we've always been peers, and like I said earlier on, putting on the different goggles has really been useful to me. Yes, and we share goggles sometimes. I'm going here, have some industry goggles, but I love that. So yeah, I'd love you to introduce yourselves and your respective work separate to the project, and then introduce the project. That'll be great. Thank you so much.
Would you like, will I start, and then Kavya can come in and fill in my gaps? Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Joe Salter. I came into, I don't know what the world is called now, really, circularity, sustainability, regeneration, all of that, all of those things. Probably, I can't remember a time that it wasn't, I think things have a label now, but I was always very interested going back to teenage years, really, in all of this area, primarily coming from the fair trade angle. Mine was around justice, and you were talking about justice earlier. I think that was having a fairly religious education that I had, talked a lot about justice, and that sparked something in me. So I got involved in fair trade, and then I worked in technology for 15 years for BT. But even during that time, I was really interested. I did a postgrad with Open University in development management, and it was fascinating. So then around 2005, 2006, I left and became a consultant in ethical business. And then finally, 2013, really grasped it by setting up Where Does It Come From, which is a brand which still exists, which is around, for me, the driver was traceability. With that traceability, trade justice. And through that, I then was brought into the whole environmentalism movement, because you can't really have trade justice without environmentalism. And then transparency led me much more towards the indigenous fibers and the crafts and the people actually working on that. And what Where Does It Come From did was, we were one of the first, if not the first, actually, to put a label, a code on the garment, so that people could actually reach straight through the website and see the stories, meet the people, with photos and videos and stuff, going back that far. But that's how I personally got introduced to some of these crafts and some of these organizations. So we did that. We did that. Oh, excuse me, getting froggy. And then we had I became involved in an organization called Cardi London, which is having its 10-year anniversary this year. That was founded by Kishore Shah, who Rachel and I work closely with as well, and Kavya knows. And we and I've become a full director in 2023 to move that slightly different direction and into the knowledge sharing and the consultancy side of that. So that's, and Sandra Stories, Rachel, I haven't mentioned that, but you can talk about that another time.
I mean, maybe we keep Sandra out of the thing.
I'll hand you over to Kavya.
We could go on forever.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, everyone. It's an afternoon in India from where I'm connected. My name is Kavya. I currently head the organization called Khamir Crafts. Now, this is located in a very fragile yet very, I would say, a very steadfast ecosystem. When we talk of Kutch, it lies in the westernmost border of India and Pakistan. It's a dry, flat desert, and it literally got wiped out in 2005 earthquake. There was an earthquake that literally shook the entire region, and some 6,000 people lost their lives. Just to give you a background of the work, and that's where Khamir Crafts was formed, primarily to support the artisan ecosystem and the livelihoods that were lost. So Khamir Crafts primarily works in building value chains. So when we talk about building value chains, it can be right from what a farmer is producing at a production or a farm level, to then what happens to that produce at every stage till it becomes a fiber or even a garment. We then also work with, let's say, the herders on the indigenous wool that is available in the region and even beyond Kutch. My foray into craft sector happened about 10 years back. I am from an industrial labor background, and I always had this degree on the science side, but more passion towards, working in the rural bits of the country. I also feel India is a country which is not just high on population, but also resources, a lot of opportunities that the rural diaspora creates for us, which is where I feel that this project with Khadi London is really critical to us, because what we have been able to achieve with this partnership, and we'll talk about it more in detail, is that we've been able to tap each of our strengths, and particularly Khamir works at the grassroots level, involving the artisanal communities, the waste segregators, and obviously I'm super excited to talk about it, but that's a little brief about me.
But when I talk about the project, and I'm sure everyone's dying to hear about what we've actually been doing, these great
I love that you were saying that you're using all your different strengths, because that's part of it is sort of saying, no, I'm not just the only one doing this as like a superwoman, it's everyone coming together. So I'd love for you to speak about your project.
Yeah, I mean, Rachel, this is something it's going to blow your mind personally, because of the collaboration side of this, because it's just been absolutely amazing, as Kavya says, the playing to strengths, the working together. So it all came out of an idea, really. I think it was myself and Kishore Shah and Anita Ahuja from Conserve India. We were just kind of brainstorming, rolling ideas around, and then this idea came up of, why can't we combine innovation, and waste, which is what Conserve India specialise in India, with the craft sector, what Kavya's organisation, stick them together, and basically the process goes something like, take waste product, textile, shred it up, and then this is the really tricky bit. How can we take it from shredded fibre, and I have some right here, and turn that back into a usable, workable fabric again, but using the decentralised crafters, hand spinners, hand weavers, carders, whatever, on the ground that are used to working with virgin fibres, but you use the same skills and the same people, but to turn that back into a beautiful yarn and a beautiful fabric. And that's what we did. That was the idea of the project. So then we pulled in Kavya's team, Conserve India, where does it come from, and Khadi London, all those brains, all those people, all that experience, worked out a plan. And then we were already starting to work on it when there was a call for funding from the British Council under the New Landscape Scheme. So thank you very much to them. They gave us our first bit of funding, and we were able to basically do a feasibility study of that. So the Conserve India team, well, it started off in Khamir, where Kavya is, where the waste was collected from within the unit. So waste from the yarn making, from the stitching unit, from the printing unit, all gathered together. And then that was sent to Conserve India, who ran workshops on waste sorting. So they trained people and wrote policy documents and training documents on how to separate that waste into colors, into weights, and all of that kind of thing. And then that waste was shredded and then turned back into this fiber here using the shredding machines, as I say. And then that went back to Khmer again and was then hand spun and hand woven, and which sounds much easier than it really is, because we had to draw, I say we, it wasn't anything to do with me. Caviar's team had to actually then look at different ways of turning that fiber, which is quite a short staple, back into yarn and turning that into cloth. Anyway, I won't speak about that bit anymore. I'll let Caviar take over from here.
I think while we will talk more about the different aspects of the whole project, one of the critical aspects is that circularity as a concept is not new. There are a lot of entities around the world. They've been turning plastic waste, textile waste. What we've been able to stress with the Circular Handspun project is that it's scaled down. And I think that scaling down is the key for us, that in future, as we plan to take it up, it's these local clusters. It can be any cluster, even beyond India. And that's how we all manifest this, are able to take this model in their village so that the whole circular concept of reducing the carbon footprint and the other aspects is really taken care of. So what we have tried really is that the waste is generated in one area. Obviously, since Conserve India was a partner, so the shredding is one bit where we had to send it out. Now hand spinning, and we also identified our strengths. So hand spinning is a unique strength of Kutch, where the fiber itself is converted into a yarn by hands. And that's completely a very meditative, a very localized process, not involving any manual or any, not involving any electric or any carbon heavy procedure. It then goes to a hand woven loom. So you literally are taking that yarn, which was wasted, into a completely hand spun, hand woven fabric, which we could then, scale up, and we could do some experiments around it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really key what Caviar is saying. So we don't want to scale up. We want to scale through replication. And so obviously that's the difficult questions we get asked. And as Caviar says, we're all manifesting that one thing is Shubham, who is one of our team, he has a really brilliant concept for this. I think he calls it like a business in a box or something. But every decentralized cluster can have this method, this model within them. They collect their waste, then that waste is shredded. On site would be that's what we want. And then, so you've got the experts involved in how much shredding needs to be done to bring it back to the right side of fibers. You've got the right people on the ground. And then you've got the skilled people from that particular cluster who add their own authentic knowledge and skill to that. So every cluster is going to come out with a different type of yarn, a different type of fabric, depending on their geography, on the fibers they're working with, and on their skills, and so many other different things. I mean, I envisage it. I was saying this to my colleague Ashna, that we would be going, or somebody from the team would be going to different events with a portfolio document saying, here's all the beautiful fabrics and yarns, and the clients will hopefully pick and say, I would like to buy however many thousand meters of that. And then we would commission each cluster. Then you've got that job, you go off and you do that and you make that. And that gives them that autonomous work coming straight in. So it's adding another work stream, another way of uplifting livelihoods to that cluster. So that's really important, that this isn't about scaling up.
No, it's scaling out. It's like what we were discussing earlier on, especially with like the decentralization. Some of the bigger industry problems are, like contamination of bigger batches. When you're in smaller batches, you can sort of control it a little bit more, especially when your hands spinning, right? Like you're able to work with the shorter fiber a little bit more effectively, potentially, right?
Yeah. Well, one thing that really happened that spoke to me a lot, and I've always been about telling the authentic stories behind things, but even still, that comes from a place of distance. But the people on the ground where Caviar is, which I visited in February, and it's fantastic. Caviar looked after us beautifully. And the people on the ground, when we first said, here's this fiber that's come from Delhi, and they were, God, no, that's really short staple. We can't work with that. And
okay.
Gatit, who was leading the project at the time from the Khmer side, he basically said, I'll leave it with them for a day, and he left it with them, and then at the end of the day they came back and said, yeah, we've worked out how to do this. We're not gonna do it this way, we're gonna do it this way. We know what we're doing now, and we've worked it out. And they did, and they just did it. So, and actually they knocked out a couple of steps that we thought we needed to do with carding and things, and they just said, we don't need to do that, we can just do it straight.
I love that. That's come from a sense of place, right? Like I instead of saying top down, do this, we think this is the most optimal thing to do, actually use the actual knowledge and the sort of specializations of the group to the advantage. Like that's a no-brainer, but it's hardly ever done in a hierarchical system. It's more like, okay, we think this. Maybe there's a project that goes on, but this is really interesting that you've done that. And how do you install the sense of place with that? It's just kind of, you just have a trust, right?
I guess. I mean, Caviar could speak to that more, but I would guess it's the people that are there. And if you're listening to people and working with people and respecting people, then that's going to come in, isn't it? I think one thing, it's the beauty of the individual system. So for one thing, for me, we've got into this world where everything has to be the same. So when you dye a batch of something one year, it's expected to be exactly the same next year. When you grow cotton one year, it's supposed to weigh the same thing next year, and all these brands rejecting stuff. Now it's like, this year's harvest is going to have this kind of cloth, and these dyes are going to be this, like this, you know. So it's not the beauty of the individual. When you see block printing and something's come off the edge and it's got a little some people would say mistake, an individual beauty there. The Caviar, what do you think?
I completely agree with Jo. I also feel that I would say any community, any native community has this generational knowledge that they have, acquired over time. And that has its own sense of aesthetics, its own science. While, from a design perspective, we may judge that, or we may bring our own technical aspects. But I also feel specifically in handicraft and craft systems, where indigenous knowledge is not documented and it continues generation to generation, this becomes a very critical part that we, rather than imposing our ideas, we also leave a bit to them. No doubt about this fact that this particular textile, when after the sorting, the yarn came, it was something that you cannot actually turn into a yarn because that box, Peti Charka, I'm sure Jo will sometimes show it to Rachel. It's very difficult to, sort of spin. But it was their hands, and maybe, I also remember this incident because I joined a little late in the project. They actually decided who in that community would hand spin that, because they know that, okay, probably an ex-woman, her quality or count of yarn is finer than a Y. So she's able to better handle it. So over time, they make those judgments, which probably we cannot at that level. And I think that interface between this whole exercise has to be very smooth. So trust is it's a given. I feel that that had to be there, that it's the community who will do, and this entire project is actually built on the community. We are probably representing all of them who are involved at a bigger level. So it's completely to them. Whether it's our waste sorters, the segregators, the hand spinners, then the weavers, it's finally their project.
And is the waste, is it coming from your own cut-offs of particular sort of CMT waste, or is it coming from post-consumer? Has it been worn before? How do you kind of get the quality?
So, like I said, this whole project was very, very small and descaled. So, the idea was that since the textile waste was to be hand spun and hand woven in Kutch, the waste was also collected within a periphery of 10 kilometers. I'll have
Okay.
to convert it into miles, but you can consider it like really small area. Khamir itself generates a lot of textile waste in its stitching unit. So you can assume there were offcuts, there were a lot of patches that we got, and all of that was collected together. There were misprints, there was yarn wastage, and it was nothing was, like we never had like a one bunch that was, that was more. So we had this assorted waste, and that was also a challenge that how do we bring it all together, different sorts of waste, and then segregate it to then come up with the next stage. So yeah, but it was
really
hyper localized.
Yeah, hyper localized, and we for the phase one of the project, as Kavya said, it was from the unit, and we didn't look at the post consumer. Phase two of the project, Conserve India are going to do a study of how we can stick post consumer on the start of that, which would involve a whole different sorting processes and looking at what fibers are in products and stuff. But we know that's doable. We know that's doable. So in terms of numbers for this project, because I've got them in front of me, so we collected, and I say we in the loosest possible sense, 110 kilos of waste from the Khmer infrastructure area. And I remember Gatta at the time being quite shocked it was that much, because he was like, oh, we're going to really struggle to get this waste. And then, of course, when he started asking around, yeah, we got this bag here, we got this bag here. So I remember him being quite shocked about that. And then that went off and was sorted by Conserve India with their workshops, and then shredded. And unfortunately, that is when we hit that the main crux of our challenge was the shredding for two reasons. One was the shredded waste. Well, using an industrialized shredder, which is something we don't want to do going forward, but we had to for this project for timescales and budget reasons. The shredding happened near Delhi, and it was separated into bags, and it rained on one of the bags and completely destroyed one of the bags of waste. So we ended up with 14 kilos of fiber fluff out of that 110 kilos of waste, only because it got hello Maureen, the fiber fluff came off there. But then that was spun, and out of the spinning was a very little loss. We only had we got 11 kilos of spun yarn out of that. So when that was woven, and we did different types of weaving, we did 100% recycled, we did mixed with virgin cotton to varying different degrees, so 80, 20, 50, 50, whatever, just to do the strength and different types of fabric. We ended up with 14.5 meters of fabric, which we have. Yeah, and that's in Delhi at the moment. But that has already, it's beautiful, honestly, isn't it, Kavya? It's absolutely stunning. And that has been on display in, it was in the British Council's exhibition in Delhi back in January, December. Kavya was there for that one. Then it was in Delhi for Baratex 2025, where I was and Kavya was speaking there. And then this September, well, from September to January, the British Council in London are doing a big exhibition, and we're going to be on display there as well. So you can come and see it in Stratford.
I look forward to doing that. Yeah, it's really exciting. And Kavya, I just want to sort of touch on, you just touched on that this is circularity is not new, right? Could you tell us about some of the traditions going back, where this has come from? Because obviously you're an expert in this area.
I think our grandmothers, I mean, I can speak on behalf of India for sure, and I'm sure Jo will also share her insights. But our grandmothers have been excellent recyclers. For the longest we knew, they were recycling everything. And it goes around as a joke in the families in India that even a plastic bag is kind of put in a TV remote, and in the most hilarious forms. But, coming back to artisanal communities, I want to share 2-3 things that happens in Kutch so that it gives more perspective with the project side also. So traditionally, since Kutch was an area which was dry, arid, people weave a lot of, there's a lot of craft present because they are nomadic communities. So they have access to a lot of textile waste. Now, necessarily, it may not be all organic. It may be also polyester and a lot of synthetic fibers. But what they do is that when all of these garments they wear, they tear off or, it's not no more in use, these older women, they cut them into these small squares and they make these, the name is called Godadi. I'm going to put it on the chat box. It's this local name of a quilt. So what they do is that from the sheep, the cotton is coming, they would fluff that, and they would then make an interesting array of joining these square pieces of all the textile that they've collected as waste, and that would become an excellent quilt. And I also remember one of the things that almost all of India does, and is this festival. We call it Raksha Bandhan, which is where sister ties a little thread on the wrist of the brother as a symbol that you will protect me from anything that happens. And we literally use a lot of textile waste. Okay, there can be a skirt hanging or a little, something that comes out of a tall sari that we are not using. So I think it's just ingrained in the system. With the circular handspun project, what we've been able to do is that we've been able to work on the complete value chain. Otherwise, locally, it's anyway a part of the practice. So we've just tried to bring it all together.
Yeah.
Oh, fascinating. So, yeah, and you're not doing combined fibers, right? You're only doing mono fiber, like 100% cotton or organic cotton.
Circular handspun is cotton.
Yeah.
So you'd focused on getting all of those technologies or indigenous understandings together, and then focusing it into something that's then potentially could be circularized again, right? Because we're looking at monofiber. That's possible, right? You probably haven't got there yet, but
the possibilities are, I wouldn't say endless, but we haven't seen an end to them yet. I mean, we're certainly considering different fibers. We've got the requirements capture for our mini shredding machine that we want to create or source if such a thing exists already. If anybody out there would like to see the requirements capture we've done, because we're really looking for partners to help us build a small shredder that we can put in the decentralized clusters so those people have control over shredding those fibers and fabrics themselves. And part of that design, I wouldn't go as far as design yet, requirements capture is that it will work across multi fibers. And I don't mean polyester, I mean wool, I mean silk, hemp, linen, nettle, any of those things, so that they'll need different teeth for those. We're thinking removable teeth, put some other ones in, and then those people can work with different fibers. Also, the machinery could be used anywhere in the world. I mean, I'm thinking in the UK we can be looking at hemp quite seriously. Rachel, it would be quite fun, wouldn't it, to do that? And you and I have talked about, could we have some circular sanjas made from hemp or something like that? But yeah, so there's all sorts of opportunities there. So we'd love to hear, wouldn't we, Kavya, from anyone who is a technology partner who says, yeah, I can build you one of those, or I can, I know someone who's got one of those in their garage or something like that. That's our kind of main thing. If we can make this, as Kavya says, the whole value chain in that decentralized cluster. The shredding machine is the little bit that we're slightly lacking. And then we've already got Conserve India working on the post-consumer bit here. We've got the sorting guidelines sorted out, you know, and then it's the other end is what that we're working on is the productization. How do we turn these beautiful yarns and fibers and fabrics into a product set that people will value? We've had interest already. We have somebody who creates rugs who's interested in doing fully recycled rugs, you know, and cushion covers, somebody else. So we're looking for partners on that as well. I mean, so if they're willing to work with us, if people are willing to work with us to turn this idea, we know it works, into a full product, then we would love to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, you've got what you'd say in industry, like a little bit of an MVP. You know, you've got something to show. We've actually done this. It works. There's fabric. Great. Now you need to scale out, get the manufacturing partners. I mean, I can probably link you with some people, etc. You know, and but also you need the economics to work, right? Next, like how do you actually make that work in sort of the business architecture? because, you know, you're not going to be able to continually get funding forever to do a full decentralized scale out. So that's not going to happen. So do you see it kind of being in a business sort of sense, you know, bringing it into that decentralized cluster sort of thing? Yeah.
I mean, I see it that people, that it's the expectation that people have. I've got a bit of the recycled yarn here. I don't know if you can really get an idea of it. This is undyed, obviously. And the other beautiful idea we had, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent, is you don't need to dye this if you don't want to, because if you're color sorting, you just mix the colors based on the waste that you've got. So you can have a, you know, do it that way. So that's another one. So you're reusing dyed fabrics. I just wanted to get that in there, even though it's not what you asked.
It could be a lovely USP for a project, for a product, right? Like that it is decentralized, that it is circularized even from your own stuff. Like say we took the Sanjas and we could say, right, when the Sanjas are finished in 20 years, you know, or however long it takes for them to finish, you know, then you can go in London or near London and go, right, okay, go and shred it and make it into new fiber, because it's been designed in that way. It's been designed to go back into a monofiber system. It would make sense, right? But you couldn't put in, you know, like mixed fibers that are of lower quality. That potentially wouldn't work, right? You'd have to have integrity.
Going back to my computer science days a long time ago, it was the phrase rubbish in, rubbish out. If you put rubbish in, you're going to get rubbish out, aren't you? So it's the same idea. That's why having that control within the cluster of what goes in, because you know it's your own waste, you know what it's made of, then you get something beautiful out there. In terms of productization, which is something that we're really looking at now, it's an interesting one, because one has to value what goes into a product. And if you're creating something by hand and you're using skills and you're using knowledge, indigenous knowledge, people on the ground, realistically, it's probably going to cost a bit more than Shein. Am I allowed to mention names? But, you know, different mass-produced brands, and where unfortunately people at the sharp end are not being paid fairly. In some cases, they're not being paid at all, but that's a whole other discussion. So we're valuing everybody through the value chain. We're valuing the environment, so we're not using materials or anything that we believe would harm the environment. In fact, regeneration is what we're looking at here. So yes, there's going to be a price premium, as not for the recycled, but for anything that is made as we would want it to be made. I don't personally, and I don't know if Kavya agrees with me, but feel that there's going to be a price premium because it's recycled, though. I think it should probably be roughly on a par. I don't know what you think, Kavya.
I agree. I think right now the price point is something, it's at a very pilot stage, and we've been not able, you know, the whole idea is that once we have a prototype ready, which we are able to replicate in different units, a recycle always never is expensive, ideally, in an ecosystem also. And that is what we wish to do with this project, that if it's localized, the finished product also goes back into the community, so it should not be more expensive than, you know, the product that it was, definitely. And in the process also utilize the different, you know, provide different opportunities to as livelihoods, which is becoming the part of the value chain. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because if you think about it practically, you're going to have to either source raw fiber. You have to pay for that. So this is worked out like with that. So we're looking
from what's there, right? So the idea is that it's mining from what's existing in a locality, right? And then selling it in that locality and creating a locality ecosystem, I suppose, and a new economic sort of system, ideally, right? In an ideal world, if in a pure sense of decentralization, that's what you'd do, right? But I know you've got to kind of really prove the pudding and show that that works in terms of like a financial situation. And that finance is probably going to be different in India, as if you, or, you know, in opposed to bringing it to the UK and putting hemp through it, or putting, you know, post-consumer Sanjas through it, etc. You know, it's probably going to be a different cost in different localities. So, you know, you won't know until you start creating those agile trials in each place, really. That's the difficulty of scale out, I suppose.
Yeah, but it's also the beauty, because you're adding that individual and authentic touch every single time. So, I mean, I'm this is a project I'm absolutely passionate about. I really think it's the future, because it's tackling the problems of large scale production, and it's keeping the valuable entities of skills and heritage while creating things that are individual and beautiful rather than the same as everything else.
Yeah, 100%. And you're not.
I also wish to add one point.
Yeah.
I don't know if Joe will agree about it, because we are talking about all the good things that have happened with the project. But I think one of the commendable things is also we've been super honest. We've not greenwashed that, there was a 60% loss from the fiber fluff to the handspun stage, which is where the phase 2 goes, that we need to work on an optimum capacity of a micro shredder. So this metric is also very important, and we've been very vocal about it. But because I think even when we localize such systems, there is some waste that we need to sort of acknowledge. And I think with this project, one of the metric was that we are absolutely, those numbers are solid. Joe, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I agree. And actually, that's a really good point you brought out, Kavya, because I mentioned that we had the loss from the destroying by the rain, but there was also loss from the machinery, that because even when I picked this up, dust is flying through the air, and I've seen the video from while it was being shredded in there's fluff everywhere, and there's loss there, dust they call it. But I mean, at the time we were saying, what can we do with this dust? And they said it never got collected. So next time I would love to say, well, can we collect this dust? Can we feed it into another industry like paper making or something like that? Yeah, exactly. So let's use everything. Exactly as Kavya said, let's be really honest and said we haven't done everything. We haven't solved everything. In fact, there's probably more questions still. But what we're really looking for is partners. I mean, we have people already we're working with, but the more the merrier, to make it, to, as you say, Rachel, spread out. So any partners who want to work on this, who've got some funding or who want to join with us on the technology side, or saying, I'd love to do it in my local area or whatever, we'd love to hear from you.
I love it. And, we're coming to the end a little bit. So I want to kind of ask what's next. You've done this MVP, like what do you see there being the next stage, and what are you most excited about?
For me, but it's going to be different answers from both of us, I'm sure. But for me, I want to get the shredder tech sorted out. I want to get, in my head, I want to have the methodology replicable and say, here you go, mate. I want to move this to my hemp thing. Oh, this is what you need. Here's the training manuals. Here's the thing. We'll work with you for this. And we need that shredder thing sorted out. And then also the final bit to do with productization, which we're already doing. So what about you, Kavya?
I agree. I think what we've been able to already achieve is the utilization of capacity of the hand spinners and hand weavers. So we are pretty much sorted on that side. And I think even if we have to involve multiple areas in terms of geography, we will be able to mobilize that. But shredder is a critical piece in this. And I also feel the opportunities, like currently we are thinking, I would not say that we have ruled out other areas, but Khamir, for instance, works a lot in insulation as well. So when we use our indigenous wool, so the possibilities of the circular fabric is not just limited to circular fashion. I would say that. So that's also another area probably we will need to think together, and I'm sure that we will work around this.
I see it also in home furnishings, particularly because the fabric, when it was in Delhi at Baratex, it was hanging beautifully, and it would just be beautiful in home furnishings, because it gives you get up closer somehow to it in that than you maybe do with fashion. So yeah, that's an interesting one, because the next we know we need to create some kind of pieces to show what it can do rather than just fabric. And we're amongst the team, we're already discussing for the British Council show in September. What could that
that's
be?
coming up next. Yeah. I know. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's next.
That's next. So yeah, we could carry on, Rachel.
I love that you're open to this extra industry sort of perspective, that it's not like I have to stay in fashion. I can move into furnishings, or kit out a hotel, maybe in recycled yarns. Why not? You know. So yeah, literally having this conversation, I've had about 10 ideas, and you know, loads of different people. I'm like, I could introduce that person and this person, and I'm sure that's just me. So anyone else out there who's listening and, you know, understands machinery, thought I can do that. You know, what's your specialism? Could you come and add to the party? You know, why not? Yeah.
Or the other thing is, if anybody's a designer and they think, you know, I think that could work, I'll do some sketches and, you know, whatever. I mean, at the moment we've only got 14.5 meters, so we have to be really careful with what we do design with it. But we could look for the next stage, or what happens. It's just getting that hive mind thing together of what we can do next. But I mean, we all believe that this can really go far and, you know, become something really amazing, even more amazing. So the more people that help us with that would be great.
It's beautiful. And what's been your favorite part of the journey in creating this? Just to add one more final thought.
Selfishly, probably the working with the partners in India, and my trip over in February to meet the partners face to face. I hadn't met Caviar face to face until February, so that was amazing. And going around, and the other thing I did in February that wasn't particularly related to this project was Caviar arranged for me to go out to the indigenous cotton fields. I know I've bored you about this, Rachel, before, but walking through the desert cotton, meeting the women and the men there who are picking the cotton and talking to them about their lives through an interpreter. And here's a boll of indigenous cotton that I picked from the field. And that was one of those life moments, those life highlights. But it was fantastic. And then meeting the wonderful Bimal Bai, because one of Caviar's team, I was just chatting to him over lunch, and I said, do you have any of the fiber left? And he said, yeah, come with me. And he basically went and brought his bag out of the fiber, and then he said, I'll spin some for you. Sat down on the ground, cross-legged, with a chaka, and span me some yarn. And I was like, oh. And it's just, I don't know, there's just something really magical about it. So selfishly, it's that. And it's to do with the collaboration and how brilliant it's been sharing the ideas and making this wonderful project with the team.
Love it. Collaboration rules in my book, 100%. Caviar, what's been your favourite part of the journey?
I think I was one of the last people who joined this project, and initially, you know, I was having little understanding, but I feel that the excitement the partners bring is just infectious. I think and I remember this, that we've manifested that we will together take it, you know, to the next stage, and I'm so happy. But I also feel that while I feel that recycling or regeneration is a way of living in general. We need to kind of agree to that. And we are just vocalizing it more by putting numbers, by putting it a structure. Regeneration is there by default. We are just reviving that way of being. And I think if that can be put back in this form, I think, yeah, that, and this is where I feel so much of a win for the journey, because I feel that the communities that we have involved are equal co-creators, you know, as much as our heads and our energies have gone. It's like a combined win. So there, for this fabric, so many people have got involved, and their knowledge, their energy. So I think that's very beautiful.
Absolutely. I think it is the authentic. It is the ground thing. I mean, I think for all of us, it's that bringing together of that heritage, tradition, and then sticking that onto innovation by the machinery and recycling side that turns this into something that's magical.
I absolutely love it. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing about the journey that you've been on. I wasn't fully aware of all of the nitty gritty, so it was one of the first times I've kind of sat through and listened myself. So thank you so much. I was really struck, especially by the community aspect of it and how you kind of bring people together, and that it's a co-creation and not like a dictation. And introducing this new way of thinking of decentralized refiber production, right? That we don't have to extract from the world. We could actually decentralize this, have it in our local environments, that we could create, UK generated re-sanders in the future, right? So I'm really
just to say as well, Cavi is coming over to the UK in September as part of the British Council thing, so you can meet us all in person if you want at the British Council thing. Brilliant.
Yeah, do put it in the chat. Stay behind stage after I put you backstage, because it takes a little while. Simon will tell you when you can go. But yeah, do put that in the chat so everyone can see the British Council event and they can join you. It'll be great to see you.
And we're also running a wool event on September the 22nd, which Cavi will also be here for. So that's, I'll put that link in there as well, because people might be interested.
Put that link in there as well.
Yeah.
And it's a long event. It's not one day. It's like an exhibition.
The wool one is a one day on the 22nd of September at the Museum of the Home, which Cavi is also going to be here for. And then it's from September to January, the British Council one.
Yeah, I thought one was a longer one. So yeah, perfect. I'll look forward to seeing the fabric in real life and seeing what we can design from it. Fabulous. Thank you so much for coming on. And
thank you so much.
Thank you, and nice to meet you.
Hello,
and
Kishore.
And Kishore is there. Lovely. Thanks so much. I'll just put you in the backstage. So from one lens to the next, I see that Tim D. McCulloch is in the backstage area, and I'm going to put on some new lenses, which is that of ESG. So we're going to go to the bigger corporate world and have a discussion with Tim. Now, I met Tim randomly at the House of Lords. Hi, Tim. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good to see you, and thanks for coming on. And like I said, we met randomly at the House of Lords when we were doing speaking together at an ESG event, right? Because I get invited to these things as well, which is exciting, because I like kind of different inter-industry sort of aspects. And the lenses of ESG are fascinating, and you've really opened my eyes to the fact that it's not just about a tick box exercise, that this can actually be a catalyst for change. So I'd like to sort of thank you for your work, right, and for opening my eyes in different ways.
Well, thank you. Your presentation at that event, Rachel, was also probably one of the most interesting ones of the night, to be honest. So
thank you so much.
It was good to connect there. And I also really appreciated what Joe and Kavya were talking about just now. They remind me of a business I worked with about 3 years ago, where they were literally growing synthetic leather from bacteria. And you can just think about how that could revolutionize different parts of the fashion sector. I mean, I'd love to know what that particular business is up to right now. But yeah, it was a great event. I've got a few slides with you.
Can put slides, that would be excellent. Yes. And I will probably go into the back and let you present your first part. So
brilliant.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to upload the slides, but right, okay. Sorry, my apologies. Let me try that again. Apparently, it doesn't let you when you've used StreamYard more than once. It does not let you upload more than 2 decks. So
you might actually just have your slides from before, to be honest, because they're still...
Well, I have actually updated them since yesterday.
Oh, maybe give it a different name, and then
here we go.
Okay,
right.
So I'll let you introduce your business and work, and then brilliant. I'll come in and have a little conversation after when you're done.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Tim.
How do I show the slides? No?
Oh, I can add them to stage.
Brilliant. Cool. Good morning from a very sunny and very warm Windsor, where we're experiencing a heat wave in the UK. Believe it or not, you still get climate change deniers. I'm like, well, look at the last 3 years. So some background on me. I'm an accountant by trade. I trained with KPMG more years ago than I care to remember, qualified as an accountant 22 years ago, and really made the transition over into sustainability and ESG. Really, it started gradually about 8 or 9 years ago when climate reporting first got on the agenda. I was working for a listed FTSE 100 group in the UK, National Grid, and it just opened my eyes to just how big an impact climate change or the climate crisis is having on the economy and how much of a change it will continue to have. Now, one of the questions that Rachel asked me to walk through is, what's the difference between ESG and sustainability? And actually, 5 years ago, it was actually quite a concrete definition. But today, as more people have entered this space, the confusion has crept back in. And you often find businesses using the terms ESG and sustainability quite interchangeably. But for me, it's the difference between the City of London and this gorgeous rolling Tuscan landscape we see on the right-hand side. The City of London, you know, the city side, it's all about metrics, performance, data. What are you telling the stock market? Whereas the Tuscan countryside is the Tuscan countryside. It doesn't need to prove itself. It's the kind of the first principles of leaving the world, leaving behind a better place than we entered, ensuring the planet can survive, people and planet can survive long after you and I have departed our walk on this planet. So ESG, environmental, social and governance performance, data and disclosure, sustainability, really long-term strategy. It's the value creation, the actual impact you're having, and brings a lot more strategic decision making. And, you know, where are we actually going with this? What do we want to leave behind? Now, I'm actually in a post-Trump world. The economic reality is that a number of us in this space are actually now reframing this to resilience. And if you think about sustainability, ultimately, it's not just will the planet survive, but actually, do we have a viable business? Are we profitable? Are we generating enough cash flows that mean we can continue to pay our staff, we can continue to pay our suppliers, we can continue to serve our customer? And so resilience is now, I think, a brilliant way of actually saying, well, we've got all of these risks in the wider hemisphere. We've got cybersecurity, we've got tariffs that are on, tariffs that suddenly disappear and then come back again. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. Resilience, I find, is a brilliant term to just kind of bring all of this together. And there's a big cost to getting this wrong. So I've got 3 examples here, all from the last 18 months or so. Qantas allegedly sold 86,000 seats on flights where the flight had already been cancelled. And so they've been trying to navigate a very difficult conversation with their Australian regulator. Volkswagen, well, we probably all remember back in, I think it was 2015, 2016, 2017, around about then, there was a massive scandal around underreporting the emissions that their cars generate. Well, they're now struggling to actually meet their emissions targets around CO2, greenhouse gas emissions, because sales of their electric vehicles, which they count on to meet this target, sales of EVs have been tumbling quite dramatically. I certainly wouldn't want to be working in a finance team at Tesla right now, given the backlash over the last few months. And then Thames Water, I think, a couple of months ago, I'd have called a national chaotic story. Today, I'd call it a national calamity in the UK. It seems to get from bad to even worse. And it looks very much like the UK government is going to have to step in, because all the people who are lining up to either purchase or rescue Thames Water are saying, well, we want them to be, we want there to be a blanket guarantee that there won't be any penalties, any prosecution for environmental or governance failures in this business. So, you know, Surfers Against Sewage have quite a few things to say about Thames Water. It's always worth giving them a follow on that front. But why does this matter now? Well, really, 5 years ago, sustainability in the corporate world, people knew about corporate social responsibility. In the fashion sector, circularity started to gain ground at that point. But it's now business critical because it basically means it's not even a barrier to entry, it's a condition of continuing to do business with your customers in many cases, particularly if you're on the supply chain for the UK National Health Service, or you're in the supply chain for, say, the largest listed businesses, be it the FTSE 100 or large European listed groups. And also climate change is no longer this ethereal thing in the background you might read about in the papers, or young people might be protesting with Extinction Rebellion or throwing tomato soup over paintings at the National Gallery, for example. It has a direct profit and loss impact on your financials. To give an example, 3 years ago, the Wellington boot manufacturer Hunter Boots went into administration because of climate change. And the reason is that North America, their largest market, had 3 years of extremely dry summers. And so no one was wearing Wellington boots to festivals. And similarly, I mean, Glastonbury next weekend, this heat wave in the UK is expected to continue. I very much doubt there'll be anyone taking wellies along to Glasgow. So it's having a direct impact on your financials, but it's also affecting how your machinery operates. It's affecting construction sites in that in parts of Spain, Italy, Greece, construction businesses are having to halt work for 4 or 5 hours in the day just because the temperatures are too high for people to work safely. And construction sector, where margins are very, very, very tight, very few businesses can actually sustain such a dramatic change to their working hours. We've also seen a huge tsunami of regulation, though there is some backlash to that regulation. To be blunt, the regulators and the standard setters, they tried dangling the carrot under a lot of companies. Very few companies actually accepted that carrot. So now they've come along with a stick, and some political upheaval has basically meant that there's now a backlash against the stick. So this year is proving to be a very interesting year, particularly in the European Union, but also in the UK, where we've got some new regulations coming down the line. But most importantly is that your banks, your insurers, your customers, they're now asking not just for big net zero statements or commitments. They want to know that you are actually doing it. They want to know that businesses are actually walking the talk and not just casting aspersions from their ivory towers on high, basically. So it's having quite a large impact on financial performance. Now, how are businesses actually making progress here? Well, there's a concept called materiality, which is basically what's so important people need to know about it. And really, historically, that used to be purely financial. So if it's if the financial effect of a risk or an impact is greater than, say, a particular percentage of revenue, net assets, net profit, for example, businesses would only focus on those risks that were above a particular financial threshold. But over the last decade, there's been a movement to say, actually, well, that's very much how the outside world affects your business. What about how does your business impact the outside world? And so this concept called double materiality, where you're looking at both outside in, but importantly, inside out, what's important to your stakeholders. And those stakeholders could be local communities, the natural environment, people without a voice, such as the climate, for example, are considered a stakeholder under many of these frameworks. And what's really crucial with this is how a business leads sustainability from the top, but also operationally. And that comes down to strong governance. It means people on the coalface, or sorry, the people at board level are 100% familiar with the actual risks experienced on the coalface by people many layers down in the hierarchy in some cases. It's about good communication, because if you can't see it, you don't know about it, you can't measure it, you can't mitigate it. And this is where data quality is becoming such a big issue. I often find businesses have got very high quality data, but can have quite low understanding of sustainability, or they've got a brilliant understanding of sustainability, but they've got no data, or the data they have got really isn't of the same rigor that would stand up to an audit. So there's a bit of a paradigm shift that we're working on in the industry to really make sustainability data, or at least of the same quality as financial data. Now, financial data, there's about 2 or 3 centuries worth of data there that, you know, people have been on that evolutionary journey. With sustainability, many times it's only emissions that's been recorded, if at all. And that in the UK, that's only really since 2018. Many businesses are going on the journey and actually saying, well, actually, could we get this data? And could we actually make decisions off the back of this sustainability data? And ultimately, progress in this area all boils down to culture. Culture eats policy for breakfast. You could have this brilliant net zero strategy, but if the most junior member of your business isn't living that out in their day-to-day work, you know, that strategy, those policies, they're not worth the paper they're written on, or the pixels they're displayed on, I should say, these days. So it's all about, how do you embed sustainability into job roles, into your KPIs, OKRs? How do you actually think about sustainability in your business? Is it on the board agenda? And done right, sustainability, ESG, it unlocks smarter strategy. Sustainability should be growing your profit, not deducting from it. And where we're particularly seeing circularity really come to the force is where we're now moving to things like products as a service. So, for example, let's say you want a lawnmower, but you've got a tiny garden, and you know, you only need to mow that garden maybe once a month during the summer, or maybe once every 2 weeks, something like that. Why would you buy an entirely new lawnmower only for it to give up, say, 3 years later? What's that lawnmower doing when it's sat in your garden shed, not cutting the grass? Product as a service is basically saying, well, actually, let's rent a lawnmower. You know, a lot of guys like to look at their toolkit in the shed and say, oh, look at my display of drills and God knows what else. You know, those drills probably only get used for like 3 hours over their entire life. Like, that's machinery that could be helping other people and getting more usage out of the amount that you pay for it. So seeing a lot more product as a service, remanufacturing, localized sourcing. But really, I mentioned earlier about profitability. Sustainability should be adding to your cash flow, because you've got the strategy there to embed it into your products. You're looking at operational efficiencies. Some of the most sustainable businesses I've come across don't actually call sustainability. They just call it good business sense. There's a big convenience store distribution network I worked with last year. Any convenience store within this particular well-known brand between Birmingham and the Scottish borders operate out of this site in Preston. And you know, they put solar panels on the roof because it would save them electricity. They weren't thinking about the environmental aspects, but this is a business that wants to be here in 50 years' time. For them, short term is 15 years, not 6 months. And when you've got family-run businesses like that in particular, who want to not just create loyalty or longevity, but they want to leave a legacy, that's where sustainability, that mindset really does add value there. And also suppliers. For most businesses, at least 90% of the risk is in the part of your business you don't see, i.e. your supply chain. And what a lot of the regulation on the way was hoping to achieve is to actually improve that transparency, get rid of the barriers that say this sustainability data is proprietary to a particular business. They were looking to say, well, actually, we want the data so we can see where the risks in the supply chain, in the value chain, where those risks really lie. But there's a backlash against that, as I mentioned earlier. But the reality is, in an AI world, your data is no longer proprietary. In fact, you, the consumer, you, the business, if you're using AI, you're the product, not the AI platform, because of the way the models use your data to train themselves. And one area that I do a lot of work in is really around the due diligence and actually understanding what those ESG risks are that could impact your economic value, that could impact your ability to remain in business, but more importantly, impact how you go to market and affect the people around you. So can people in your local community afford to keep living there? Has gentrification, for example, pushed a lot of people out of your local area? And how does that affect your recruitment channel, for example? Those are the kind of things that we're often thinking about. And due diligence, particularly when we're thinking about the supply chain, it used to be an annual audit, like a desk-based exercise, a paper audit. You'd look at the paper chain. Now it's moving to ongoing embedded risk management. So there's an active relationship there. And instead of just checking in with people once a year, maybe some of the largest businesses might engage an internal audit team to go out to those sites and actually do a supplier audit. Now it's an ongoing dialogue, and often real-time data is expected to be shared between different actors in that supply chain. The key thing is that ultimately the direction of travel is that we can map an entire supply chain from your business or the business that sells to the consumer directly up to where the raw materials are extracted, where the farming happens, where the components are put together. And often that means inevitably you come up against the Great Wall of China, because Chinese businesses rigidly refuse to share any data with third parties. And often that's used as an excuse. But the one thing I'd say is that, I mean, 3-4 years ago, I was group financial controller of a privately owned, now listed, luxury activewear brand. And I looked at the inventory, and it could say exactly the provenance of every fabric that was being used on every item of clothing that was manufactured by this group. So, you know, if the fashion sector or the luxury end of the fashion sector can do that really well, why can't any other sector? You know what the different types of businesses are likely to be in your value chain, in your supply chain. It's quite likely that you know the likely geography. You might not know the specific name or the specific address of a supplier 2 or 3 steps removed from you, but you can make a guess. And based on the data that's available in the market already, you can probably actually pinpoint what the risks are likely to be and use that to inform the dialogue that you're having with people in the supply chain. And I absolutely loved something that Jo said in the previous talk. She said, rubbish in, rubbish out. That's exactly one of the main challenges that we get with supplier data sometimes. There's a lot of stuff happening at the moment in this space. If I've just got 3 or 4 items here of what's actually on the horizon. So closer to home in the UK, and I know there's a lot of people joining from overseas, so I apologise if this is a bit too UK specific, but we've got UK sustainability reporting standards, which are expected really in the next 6 months or so, depending on the Starmer government and how soon they expedite these. But these will mandatorily require businesses to expand their climate reporting when they're above a particular size. There's 2 European directives where one of them, the first one, CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. Now, both of these are currently being debated and potentially overhauled in Europe. But for the time being, if your business sells more than 150 million euros worth of revenue to customers in the European Union, you are in scope of this first directive, and I think that increases to 450 million for you to be in scope of the second, which is the due diligence directive. The first one focuses on reporting, and if everything is material to your business, you could have 1,200 data points there. But good news is that they are scaling those back a little. The second one, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CSDDD, this one is actually, are there any human rights abuses? Are there any environmental injustices in your value chain? And this one is a lot more controversial because it's demanding you get data from your suppliers. And often, if you come up against the Great Wall of China, you can struggle there quite substantially. And finally, there's a lot of work now around climate transition planning. What's your transition plan as a business to a net zero carbon neutral economy? And that's where the transition planning really comes to the fore. In fact, during London Climate Week, which has already kicked off, there's quite a few seminars in central London around specifically this. So what can you do now? Well, if you're here, chances are you're probably already doing something. But if you feel like you're on the periphery and you want to get more involved in this area, I always say start by speaking to your suppliers, ask what their policies are, see if you can get their data, but most importantly, signal that this matters to them or matters to you. Because if it matters to you, they're thinking, oh, am I at risk of losing this customer? They will usually pull the stops out to retain your business. Start tracking your core indicators if you aren't already. And that could be anything. I mean, it varies from business to business depending on the sector you operate in, but things like mileage, packaging, how much you're spending with particular suppliers, and especially with spend-based data, there are quite a few tools out there that will calculate the emission, the greenhouse gas emissions that are created just by connecting it to your accounting software. And it will go through who your suppliers are, the sector they're in, and actually identify how many emissions are created just by doing business with that particular supplier. Really important is ownership. And what I typically say is you need at least one person in the boardroom who is the owner for sustainability and is going to drive it, as well as having some operational owners there. But don't overthink this, really. Just pick something and just map it. It's so easy to fall into analysis paralysis in this space. Just do it. That's probably the one thing I like about Nike is that slogan. But yeah, that's the end of my slides. If you'd like to connect with me, my website is ancorum.com. And at the very beginning, I had a QR code. If you'd like to connect with me on LinkedIn, this should take you to my LinkedIn profile. So yeah.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you for being so generous with your time and your experience in this, right? Because I've not come from a corporate background, I've come at building in circularity from a design aspect, and from production and from that supply chain that you were kind of trying to tease out there with your conversation, right? It's really great to hear that it goes deeper for you than a big brush approach, right? We're not going to just take aggregated data, especially with the example of the activewear brand, right? That you were going into each supply chain strain and physically getting the data rather than getting aggregated data. Just how difficult is that in reality? Because I know supply chains to me are kind of like a big matted, especially when you get into bigger companies, they're like a big kind of matted mess of cables, right?
Yeah. I mean, pre-AI, I would have said, it's not impossible, but it's pretty damn difficult.
Yeah.
Post AI, and we're not there yet, but we're going to see that data is no longer as proprietary as it is at the moment. It's no longer the source of competition in the way that it has been in recent years. And I think once we've got that democratization of data, which is what both CSRD and CSDDD were really trying to achieve, so it could actually target regulatory intervention. I think once we've got that data, it will be, once we've got that democratization, it'll be a lot easier. But, at the moment, and this is, companies don't want to share that data because it's their revenue.
They do and they don't, yeah, but like for us, DPP, Digital Product Passport regulation, is coming into play in the next 2 years. We're working with our businesses to actually work with the suppliers and say, well, you kind of are going to have to be on there. Some suppliers don't even want to put their name on things, quite rightly, because they might be working with, say, more high-end businesses and not want to associate with, the lower end businesses, for instance, and things like that. But this will blow it out of the park, really, in a way. They're going to have to apply this data. To be fair, most of them are understanding, especially the ones who are in the EU. They're like, okay, we know that we have to do this, we have to ready for it, and we're open to working with the supply chain network to apply it, right? So with DPPs coming into play, will that data be easier then for you to look at, or is it still kind of an adventure for you to go down and audit that, right?
It's still very much an adventure.
Right.
I like that framing. Some might call it's still an absolute catastrophe in some sectors, but ultimately, the thing is, we can't really judge in this space because every company, every business is on a journey, and no one has. There will never be this kind of utopic paradise where every business has the most perfect data. I mean, if people can't get their financial numbers right, and they're having to restate numbers like Thames Water are having to, what does that say about their other data? So we're on a journey. The thing is, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, ESG data, it's the same as financial data, it's so easy. And actually it's not, because financial data, it's positive and minus, it's debit and credit, it's binary. Whereas sustainability data, you've got so many different dimensions to it. And and you need to understand what you're looking at to be able to interpret it. Whereas with the finance, the numbers, most people know that sales are good, expenses are potentially bad, liabilities are bad, assets are good. You've got that helpful binary process, which you don't get with ESG data.
Really interesting. And you mentioned liability there, and it's one of your main focuses is to actually demystify the risks and to show the risks to business. Just how much of a push is that, or a carrot or a stick? I don't know which one it is. Maybe it's both, a carrot and a stick at the same time, right? How do you kind of install people to get into innovation rather than just sort of tick boxing and saying this is what's going on? Because obviously we as a business want to encourage much more innovation, much more agile processes and newness. So could your specialism kind of encourage them on that way?
Oh, completely. I mean, there was the chair of the audit committee of a large European airline around about this time last year I was speaking to, and they were going, well, hey, I know we have to comply with this particular directive, but how's that going to change this business? Like, what's the return on investment going to be? And I was saying, well, actually, at the moment, your understanding of your risks is probably here. By the end of this program, your understanding will be up here. And so things like, because of that, you can negotiate with your insurers and look to get more targeted insurance premiums because you know where the risk is in your business. And when you've got such an asset heavy business such as this airline, you know, that has a direct impact on your financials. And also, I mean, the old saying, forewarned is forearmed. You know, if you know what the risks are before they encroach the kind of the perimeter of your business, if you've got that risk horizon scanning, you can prepare for them, and you can, instead of reacting, you can actually respond. The challenge is that you get a lot of businesses where, particularly post-COVID, where they were really fighting for survival in some sectors, it's still very much in, you know, we're just in survival mode.
Yeah.
You know, we need to, and actually then it's saying, well, actually, here's how it can help you with the expenses. Here's how it will make you more resilient. Here's how it will shore up your cash flow, and actually open you to new markets, rather than just being this kind of compliance thing that's forced on you by the government.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. And a lot of the work that we're doing is trying to look at the business landscape and sort of going, okay, we need to make a foundation of business here. It's not just about making something circular or making a repair scheme, or, you know, the stuff that you talked about earlier on in the sharing economy and things like that. That's great. And we can kind of measure the savings CO2 wise and you know, waste wise and things like that for those kind of things. But our main thing is, okay, we need to make a business case for this, to actually think about business in a massively creative way of how we invite new revenue models and things like that. So I think ESG can be a great partner in that. Like if we come together and go, look, we'll do a diagnostic and we'll actually show you exactly what's going on risk-wise in your business, so that we can then creatively start to think about some actual innovation points. It could be a really great connection here with both of our work, to be honest.
Completely. And you know, I absolutely love your book that I can see behind you, by the way.
Thank you.
What you've been, just the one thing that you've reminded me of in what you were just saying is that the language we use is so important when we're talking to people who don't actually know a lot about the world you and I both operate in. So and unfortunately, sustainability is very jargon heavy. So we're talking about net zero, the just transition, real circularity. You mentioned that to an engineer or a builder or you know, an accountant, and they're like, sorry, like, WTF, like, what planet are you living on right now? And you know, we can't expect other people to speak our language. It's our job in this space to speak their language and actually show what's in it for them. And that's been my biggest bugbear, you know, since I started transitioning into this area. You know, we can't expect other people to change. We need to kind of show them the journey in a way that they can embrace and follow.
Yeah. So how would you take them on that journey? I mean, say if we looked at, I know you look at large businesses, right? But how could there'll be a lot of businesses listening that are quite small and might think that ESG isn't even affordable or available to them. How could a lean business start to look at this work and use it as a catalyst to get more customers, or maybe, you know, something for their decks and things like that when they're trying to get investment? Could it be a catalyst to aid business in that way?
I mean, I'll use my own business as an example, because my business, Ancorum, we are a small business. So what I've been doing is actually saying, before I take on a supplier, actually, how much do I know about this supplier? What's their commitment to sustainability? Does it go beyond just platitudes on the website and a one-page strategy document? Or are they actually reporting on their emissions, their water consumption, their land use, their diversity, equity and inclusion, their pay gaps in terms of gender, race, ethnicity, disability, and so on? What are they actually doing in their supply chain? Who are they sourcing their products from? And, you know, I changed from one my laptop completely frazzled last year. I changed the laptop I was going to go with because I just thought this particular manufacturer, I could just see through the greenwashing. But the benefit I've got there is that I've been in this space for a number of years. You know, I can smell the greenwashing sometimes, but it can be very difficult. You know, some people are expert at you know, making things look better than they are, but not making it look like they're doing it. Particularly in the banking space, believe it or not. But yeah, they're the ones you have to be particularly careful with, really.
Really interesting. I think I started on this journey many years ago, kind of like being really curious as a customer and as someone who's in the industry, and just learning really what was happening behind the noise, behind what was being shown to me in an Instagram reel or, you know, or a fancy website. And it's still true to me to this day that I want to see under the bonnet, right? Like even of companies that are, you know, maybe coming to us for advice, I kind of need to see what's going on behind the website and behind the, you know, the nice slogans and things like that. It's hard to demystify that. So maybe ESG can be a way of communicating the real data in a way for the customer. I mean, could that translate without having the jargon kind of present, you know, like because we get loads of like you know, CSR reports every year, and like you were saying, most of them are doing this annually, and it's aggregated data from wherever, and it's like, it's all very well and good, okay, but to a customer it means hardly anything, you know, or it'll be more fluffy words, you know. So
I mean, CSR is an area that I've always really shied away from, because from the outset it always felt like it was a marketing ploy rather than an actual genuine, you know, CSR, sustainability. It should be integrated into every single part of a business for it to be real sustainability. 100%. And yet when it becomes that marketing exercise, you just lose the authenticity with that, really. I think ESG is a brilliant lens to signal to the market how resilient your business is, and also what you're tangibly doing to improve. And when it comes to the consumer, however, they don't want to know that your Scope 1 emissions last year were so many metric tons of carbon.
I don't even know what Scope 1 is.
Well, yeah, exactly. But what they would like to know is, you know, during the last year, we refined our manufacturing processes so that we could reduce our direct carbon footprint by 23%. That's the kind of information that a consumer likes to know. Or that this year we have done a complete upheaval of our supply chain. We have been to every single actor in that supply chain. We have assessed their compliance with local regulations, and we've assessed their treatment of their staff. We now have ongoing dialogue with those businesses, and we look to work for their benefit as well as for our own. That's what Patagonia, for example, is all about. And, you know, in fact, Ancora might really want it to be the Patagonia of professional services. You know, that's where they're going. Why can't any other sector go there? And it's things like that that connect with the consumer that will actually help with revenue.
100%. So if there's people out there listening to you right now and going, ESG might be something that could be inside of my business, if they're in a larger business, could be interesting. Or, you know, if they're these smaller businesses, what's one small step that they could take on a Monday to get started?
Take an hour, draw a spider diagram, and just think to yourself, how does my business impact the world around it? And you'll be amazed how much, even in just half an hour, I suspect you'd more than fill a side of A4. You'd have tons of areas where you have an impact. And actually, once you know that, prioritize it. And what baby step can you take today? That's where you start.
Yeah, and I guess like each one of those clusters or things, you could then go and do you personally, or they could actually just go start to look what's really happening inside of their supply or inside of their customer area or their retail store or whatever it is they have going on. Just having that curiosity to really get to the, it's Real Circularity Summit, to the realness of this.
And I'm on the website, there's a book a call button. I'm more than happy to jump on a call with people. I can only serve businesses in the UK and Ireland due to the regulatory framework I operate under with my accounting body. But if you're in the UK or Ireland, happy to jump on a call.
Oh, brilliant. And like sort of future, what do you see sort of coming over the next 2 to 3 years? Especially like AI is really like pushing things in whole new directions. So it's hard to be a futurist,
I think we're in a very VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world right now. With the Trump presidency, with the huge uncertainty we're seeing in the Middle East, in Sudan and Ukraine, there are so many unknowns at the moment. So I would just say focus on what you can do today, because we really don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, I'm going to bring Ken up to the stage because we'll have a little transition time here where we've got Walter waiting in the back wings, I see, which is really exciting. But, Ken's been in big macro businesses as well. And, his experience has really informed my work as well. So I'd love to see sort of what you guys can talk about for like 5 minutes or so before we invite Walter to come on. I can. I know it's early for you there, and you're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Ken.
Sorry, Ken, we can't hear you.
I didn't want you hearing me. I didn't want you hearing me eating my breakfast.
You can't hear you backstage. It's all good.
Tim, thank you for going over that with us. A lot of echoes from my past. In some ways, deja vu, not necessarily in a good way, right? I think a lot of what you said applied 30 years ago and still applies today. So it's just as relevant. And thank you for reminding us of it all. But a lot of that hasn't changed in 30 years, right? I mean, inside the major multinational I originally worked in, we talked about changing from green speak to business speak, right? That was the phrase we used, which you echoed. And how you say you have to talk inside a company so that people get what it is you're talking about without using all of our 3- and 4-letter acronyms that get thrown out and about in this area. I think there's still a lot of conflation of terms, Rachel. We talk about this a lot in our alumni group and in our academy. Sustainability isn't the same as sustainable business. Sustainability isn't the same as sustainable development. Sustainability isn't the same as sustainable London. When you add the second word, you're applying sustainability to something. So I think we have to go back to first principles sometimes and reiterate and be really precise about what it is we're talking about. Because this conflation, it's the conflation that leads to that confusion that you were talking about too, that makes people, well, is this for me or not?
And one of the big challenges in recent years has been that people have been trying to start from the stick and work backwards to the first principles, like with reporting. A lot of accountants who have just suddenly found themselves in this space think, oh, I can go from the disclosure requirements and then get everything else to kind of fit into those requirements. When actually you have to start with, well, Simon Sinek says start with why. You have to start with that. What is the why to your business? Why are you engaging in sustainability to be able to get to a point where you can comply with the stick? You can get the disclosures out there. And I've certainly met some people trying to shortcut and actually realized at the end, this wasn't a shortcut. We should have started from first principles.
Well, I think there's often, particularly in places like you have in the UK and in Europe, where there's a lot more regulatory activity. You've mentioned the illustrious cough, president of the USA a couple of times. Over here, it's completely different regulatory environment. There's no pressure at all. In fact, it's going the other way, and the letters DEI don't exist over here anymore. So you can just even take that out of your vocabulary. But that said, I think you can't always rely on regulations. Rachel used the word a lot, nudge, right? These are nudges. So this is the direction you should be going. And so when you get a regulation, okay, it's a signal to say, start paying attention, right? So it's a nudge, and clearly you've got that carrot, hopefully, then to say, well, if you don't, you've got a stick waiting in the background. But again, we have to remember that regulations aren't intended to be the end game either, right? I'm reminded of a story that I haven't told for a long time, but I worked for 17 years with Bill McDonough and Michael Braungart, Dr. Michael Braungart. And when I first met Bill McDonough, one of the co-authors of the book Cradle to Cradle, he was the dean of the School of Architecture here in the city of Charlottesville, where I live. And he told a story, and I haven't heard him tell it for a long time, but it's a good story in the regulatory context, where, as Professor McDonough teaching in the architecture school, a student came up to him with his project to design a house, let's say, whatever it was they were designing. And he said, "Professor, I've met code." To which Professor McDonough said, "Oh, so your maximum is the government's minimum." Right? So it puts it in, again, in a different context. The regulations are important. They're a nudge. And if there are regulations, of course, you have to comply. That's the minimum, the requirement. It's not the maximum. And so I think you should also be asking yourself, is the government's minimum your maximum?
Yeah, very true. And actually, post-Trump, a lot of European businesses, even with the potential rollback of this regulation, are saying, well, actually, this is still really good data. How could we enhance this data for our consumers, for our supply chain, for our stakeholders, regardless of what the requirements are? And I think California and New York are two states that have been on a similar journey to where Europe has been going, particularly California with its climate, the various climate laws that have been signed into statute. I'll be curious to see how the federal government tries to undo all the work that California at state level is doing. But
I think one of the biggest learning experience I had in corporate life with regulations, well, first I was taken to court in the Strand, the High Court, by one company, which is an experience I don't want to repeat. But secondly, we're going to California. One good thing that they did put into a lot of their environmental thinking in the regulatory area was to allow an innovative product exemption. If you're not careful, regulations become prescriptive, and it just says you must do this, this, and this. And you were talking about lawnmowers earlier, and it reminded me that the VOC emissions laws said, well, you can't have a lawnmower that gives out more than 7% VOC or whatever the number is. Why? If you give out one molecule of VOC, you've got to put it in a context again. And we actually argued a case in the California court and won, whereby we were allowed to break the law on volatile organic compounds because the net emissions from what we were doing was less than what they were trying to reach as their goal. But in order to get less than they were asking for, we had to have 100% VOCs, right? And it's this idea that you use one drop of 100% is a lot better than a gallon of 5%, right? And so,
and this is why,
you've got to allow for a little bit of innovation to take place.
It's why you don't want accountants running the world, to be blunt.
Exactly. Yeah, I wasn't going to say it that way, but
I'm an accountant. I can say that.
I know you can. That's why I can't, and you can. But I think again, it's just don't be prescriptive with everything, right? You take these things as guideposts, nudges. Rachel, I love your word, nudges, and say, okay, what, like you said, Tim, what can I do today? There's something you can do. No, you're not going to be 100% sustainable. Nobody probably ever is, right? But there's movement that can be had, and it can be significant when enough people do it often enough. And I think the other thing that struck me from what you said, Tim, was your example of buying your computer. Vote with your own money, right? That's what you did. You voted with your own cash flow. When you were buying something, you were particular enough and smart enough to say, no, I've got to try and, as best I can, live up to the principle I'm trying to teach. And it's not always easy, right? There's not always the availability of the information or an alternative that you can be sure of, but you can do your best. And that's what you did.
Yeah, no, it cost me 800 quid, that decision, but it was one that I thought, well, so be it,
Well, your head and your heart were aligned, right? And the alignment is one of the things we're trying to get here.
Yeah, the intentionality, both the way that you're being, and then businesses to have more intentionality. But you're working the nudge or the de-risking it and actually placing this as a business model rather than, okay, I'll just kick you with a stick. Actually the real viable business risks that will occur. I think that's really a great way to have, to look at in different lenses. So yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you. It's been great to be with you.
Yeah, and so let everyone know where people can learn more from someone like you.
Yeah.
I put your website in the chat.
Anchorum.com. Yeah, Anchorum.com. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Great to be with you today.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much. I'll put you in the back and the backstage. I think I can do that. Yes. And yeah, if you just stay around for a little bit until Simon says you can go. Thanks. Brilliant, Ken. Thank you for coming up at the end there. We always like to jam a little bit, don't we? Not too prescriptive, us.
Well, there's a lot of, it helped to bring out some of the lessons from the conversation that we're having.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, we have Walter waiting backstage at the moment. So, I've been reading his book and putting my little tabs throughout it, as I do, and you've got one too, fabulous. Yeah, how did you meet Walter, by the way? I didn't get this.
Well, it's just that I've been in this space for a long time, right? And so over time, I've met probably pretty much everybody who's been in the space, either virtually or in real life. So yeah, just pure proximity to the work.
I love it. So yeah, when you said Walter will come on, I was like, this is a massive honor, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what the conversation and getting started.
All right.
So yeah,
to move in.
Introduce, and I will go to the back. See you in an hour.
Yep. Thank you, Rachel. Well, in a moment, I'm going to be joined by one of the originators of what we now call the circular economy, Walter Stahel. Back 5 years ago, at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, we spoke on my Circularity Edge podcast back then about optimizing the use of objects, material loops, longevity, sharing, caring, value preservation. But today, this isn't just a reunion. It's a reconvergence of things from the past, of legacy, and what we're doing today, looking forward into the future. And it's a combination of framework and frequency and getting everybody on the same wavelength. And it's a matter of talking about what we once knew in the past and what we have to remember again now, because as has been said already today, a lot of elements of circularity are not new. So Walter, welcome back. I'm glad we've got the ability today to have this conversation again, but this time at the Real Circularity Summit.
Good morning, Ken. Can you hear me?
You're on, and we hear you. We hear you well.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. It's an honor to be back. And
yeah, well, it's funny. It was back. I didn't realize it was 5 years since we last spoke on that podcast, and we were right at the beginnings of COVID-19, and obviously a huge amount has changed between then and now. And so I thought we might start thinking back. 5 years ago when we last spoke, your book that we just waved in front of the cameras here, The User's Guide to the Circular Economy, was just published, and this term that we now use regularly, circular economy, was still gaining mainstream traction. I'd love to know from your perspective, what's remained true from your original work, and what, if anything, do you think has drifted from the original intent in what you wrote? Are we on track, or are we meandering?
Well, what is still true is that the circular economy is about value preservation starting at the point of sale. In other words, we don't look at the manufacturing, which is a flow process. We look at the use phase of objects and materials, which is a late process. In other words, we are preserving what we have at the best quantity and quality over the longest period of time. And this is going back to my original report to the European Commission, 1976, it's almost 50 years, of the potential for substituting manpower for energy. Today, I would call it potential for substituting manpower for resources, because it's more than that. But the big change since then is that a lot of new nations have come on, starting with all the Arab oil producer, gas producer, and they first had to build a stock of schools and hospitals and airports and everything, but they are still in this motion of producing stock, and yet by now they have probably enough, and they could switch to the circular economy and start preserving what they have and looking after objects and their materials. But the problem is, if you have a lot of money, there is no motivation to move away from a spending habit. So the circular economy is still a concept that is very popular in poor regions or in industrialized regions that are conscious of sustainability, but it is not very concept is not very popular in the upcoming and thriving economies, and leave alone America, United States.
Yeah, which is a law unto its own in some ways, of course. So how was the energy and the feeling behind this circularity movement changed? Are we getting into deeper and more systemic thinking, or are we just cycling through another wave of technocratic rebranding of old sustainability? Is it just a new name for something that people haven't really got deeply into the core of what you've talked about in your book?
Well, one of the problems is that, as with sustainability, there are now more than 200 definitions of a circular economy. And the best way to kill any idea or vision is start your own definition, because that creates a complete confusion. But basically, if you look at natural, cultural, and human assets, then the thing hasn't changed, and it's still about caring. How do we maintain quality and quantity of these assets? What has changed is in the manufactured assets, because we had COVID showed us that for most things we have enough stuff. It's like aircraft and all this. Actually, the only thing that was lacking was the face masks and the breathing apparatus. But the car production or aircraft production almost stopped. So we know that at that time that we can live with much less production. But of course, industry cannot live with much less production. So the big shift is that we have now moved from academia to legislation and now to economic actors. And more the economic actors now realize they can make more money with much less resource consumption and energy, water consumption, land use, if they move away from manufacturing or mining and they go into optimizing the use or the post-use phase of the life of object.
What would you say are recent examples that have stood out for you of companies or product areas that have made that sort of transition?
Well, that there are some in building industry and the building material industry. There are some in equipment industries. Just to quote you, one company named Burkhardt Compression, which is a world-leading manufacturer of compression. And a few years ago, they've started to move into operation and maintenance of compressor fleets. Because, and not only their own compressors, but also third-party compressors. And the latest example I've found is they have remanufactured a 60-year-old compressor that was produced by a company that no longer exists and brought it back to up-to-date performance. Now, this is something that in the old industry, you would have scrapped this compressor and replaced it by a new one. So that thing is changing, that you realize you can make as much or even more money by using your knowledge, your experience, and applying it to existing stocks of equipment to get them work. And the reason is very simple, that you have a huge investment in capital and resources and water and money in this old equipment. Now, by remanufacturing it, you actually maintain most of these resources. That's why you are much more profitable, because you don't start from the mine to produce the whole supply chain to end up with a product. You start with the product.
Yeah, one of the original examples, of course, was Xerox, right? And the duplicating machines, that you didn't just keep selling and selling and selling more, but you leased the equipment, and the ownership question, right, comes into play. Who owns the asset?
Yeah, you were paid. Xerox was paid per copy, not for selling the machine.
Right. And do you think that there are many more, if we just bend our minds to it, that there are many more industries where we could do that? I think Renault did this with engines, I think, to some degree as well. Is that right?
Yeah, Caterpillar was the first with diesel engines. And now in the meantime, even companies like Glencore, which is a trader, realized that they can actually avoid a lot of expenses if they maintain the ownership of lithium in this case, and they recover the lithium from used or abandoned batteries to resell it, because then they don't have to show there is no child labor involved, there's no rainforest, all these things And so you make a lot of money by not having to do all these proofs of being good.
So what other examples of embodying circular logic or embodying circularity do you think people should need to see to increase their belief that this can go beyond just talk, beyond language, and actually be something that is done in the real world? Are there other examples that come to mind?
Well, the one thing, there are two things driving the circular economy. One is the compliance costs. Companies don't realize how much they spend on compliance costs, these three scope in the European Union. And the other one is ownership. That if we so far we focused on closing the object loop and the material loop, but now we have started to close the liability loop. So if we make companies liable, not responsible, liable for whatever they have produced, then they realize that the disposable objects that people throw away becomes a very expensive option, because they now have to pay for collecting and getting rid of or recycling these objects. Just think about plastics in the ocean. If we had made from the beginning clear that any producer of plastic has to pay for the plastic in the ocean problem, they would never have gone into mass production of cheap plastic objects. So of course, this is again a problem in the thinking of legislators. They want to promote the industrial economy because they think jobs are created in production. They don't realize that a lot of more skilled jobs are created in operation and maintenance.
Yeah, this is the folly of tariffs. What give us a few more examples of things where you think this shift is real. I mean, I think people still find it a bit illusory, right? That it's something we talk about, but we don't see it in action. I mean, for years since Mud Jeans came about in the Netherlands, I've been using them as an example of a company that's trying to lease jeans rather than buying them and having the take back at the end of the use. But of course, to maintain themselves as a business, they also do sell some in the old modality as well. But at least they're doing their best to educate and inform and to move commerce in that direction.
Well, before in the chat before, they mentioned digital product passports. Now, if digital product passports, they show what is really in the product. If you take a pair of jeans, to produce a pair of jeans, you consume between 10 and 20 tons of water, mostly to produce the cotton, but only 1 ton to manufacture the jeans. So if the digital product passport shows these figures, then and people read the DPP, then maybe people will realize that repairing a pair of jeans is saving 10 or 20 tons of water, and water is scarce. So this may convince people not to continue buying new jeans and throwing those old ones away. But of course, the temptation, especially for young people, is as long as you can buy a pair of jeans for $5, you don't worry about these things because they are invisible. So we have to make these invisible problems, expenditures, pull it forward, make it visible if you want to convince people to change their behaviors. So in one sentence, the circular economy needs a conscious decision of users, politicians, and economic actors to change. So a conscious decision to change. That is the key to a circular economy.
Yeah, we have to move from just the attitudes and thinking about it to the behavioral change, the actual change in what we do and how we do it. One of the things that I talk about quite a bit, as Rachel knows, is when we often use the word impacts, and it's probably 99% of the time it's negative impact. And it's become, I think, forgotten that you can have positive or beneficial impacts. Talk a little bit about, how language can be used in this way to try and help people see some of these hidden costs that are negative impacts, but also to get into the positive side of the ledger, because we want more good stuff.
Well, the biggest obstacle to, in many cases, to shift to a circular economy is the existing supply chain. When it started already with Xerox, a lot of big companies with a lot of machines said, yeah, but if we pay per copy, then we have to sack all our specialists in toner cartridges, buying the cheapest toner cartridges. The same thing is happening with the chemical leasing that UNIDO is proposing for Africa, which means that the whole supply chain, distributor, seller in Africa now start to put up big obstacles, because they say, well, you put us out of work, and we don't like this. And this is, of course, it shows that the present system is inefficient. But the people that get their money from the present system are not, in that sense, interested. I had a recent example of a big major Swiss construction company that is loss-making, had a lot of problems with suppliers, unpaid factories, and they have now moved into buying abandoned factories, abandoned office buildings, abandoned any structure, and they are transforming them into apartments. And of course, that is very labor intensive locally. You cannot really use economy of scale, but you maintain 80% of the original investment. And that's why they make the profitability is much higher, because you already save 80%. And now they have been in a recent television, Swiss-German television broadcast, they have been accused of, they only do this to get rid of people, because they don't want to be bothered with all the employees and subcontractors. That even this television lady didn't realize, no, they have done it because it's a sustainable way of applying your knowledge of construction by converting existing buildings into changing the use, transforming them into something else, and it's much more profitable. Okay, yes, but all the suppliers and the workers that stayed with the construction industry, of course, they will have to find a new occupation, a new activity, because they are much less needed in this new business of maintaining, preserving the value of existing buildings than in constructing new buildings.
And if you apply that same thinking to the building of a new building, you would probably construct that new building in a different way that makes it easier for that next use, that change in use to come 10, 20, 30, 50 years down the road, right?
Yes.
The existing building, it was never designed for that new use. So you do have to put a lot more effort in. But you could also get even more benefits by designing your building in the first place with the idea that it is going to be changed in use at some point in the future.
Yes, and modular system building using components, standardized components. We know this is the same for railways or for diesel engines. We know all these tricks, but yeah, if you are a manufacturer, you normally don't worry about what happens after point of sale, because at point of sale, the ownership and liability are moved to the new owner user, and it's no longer your problem.
Yeah, so you become the building manager. It becomes the building manager's problem, not the original designers. And I think these sort of contextual subtleties are often missed, right?
Yes.
Because obviously even just, for example, cleaning a building, you can have a huge impact on how easy or difficult it is to clean a building through the 50, 70, 100 years of its use. If you design it one way versus if you design it another way, you can double, triple, maybe 10x even some of these embedded costs in the use phase.
Yeah, there's also the electricity. If electricity is managed with X-ray, then only in the rooms where somebody is working, especially at night, you have light. But with the cleaning, office cleaning people, they normally switch on the light in the whole building, because so they can see what is clean. And if you have a radar controlled office lighting, then you save a lot of electricity. But the office people, somehow they don't like to work this idea of working in the dark potentially.
Yes, but that requires the investment at the beginning from the original owner, right? Not the new ongoing manager of the building. Yeah. So how do we move from, circularity gets stuck, I think, often in the managing material flows part of the conversation. How do we move again into this zone that you've talked about and continue to talk about of the caring side of the equation?
Well, caring is already the key word for the maintaining the natural, cultural, and human resources, and which are all very labor intensive. So one way to make it easier to promote these activities is stop taxing labor. Tax things you don't want, tax resource consumption, tax waste, but stop taxing labor skills. And then the next thing is in the medical field, the key principle of doctors is do no harm. It's not produce the biggest turnover or something. It's do no harm. And in that sense, which of course is the same as in the manufactured world, preserve what you have. And I would even go for individuals, go beyond that and say, enjoy the use of your belongings and take good care. So it's forget what the publicity, forget what people want to sell you. Enjoy, that's the joy is very important. Enjoy the use of what you have. And then you become very immune to all the so-called progress of a new iPhone with higher pixels and 75 cameras instead of 74.
I see you in professorial mode often, Walter, on LinkedIn. Politely commenting on posts from people when they wander off the center line of thinking in these areas. How do you feel as you see these posts that come up where there's a lot of well-meaning activity, but it's often a little off the center line.
Well, I think it's very important to go back to the basics and, for example, tell people politely when they talk about recycling that recycling is the last phase of the linear industrial economy, because it's it's shifting the responsibility to the state, and the state has no clue how this was produced. So the equivalent in the circular economy is recovering the atoms and molecules and fibers for reuse. So you're closing the material loop. And for that, you need new technologies, you need innovation, but you can then reduce the input of new materials. There is another way of convincing in the third world of promoting national growth, national well-being. And the first example it's called license to mine. The first example is Botswana and De Beers signed a new contract that De Beers, the mining company, acts as a subcontractor for Botswana, but the diamonds belong to Botswana. And Botswana can then build up an industry of polishing these diamonds, selling these diamonds, or outsourcing this activity to De Beers or somebody else. But you separate the mining activity from the transforming activity and the selling. At the moment, everything is in the hands of De Beers, and the nation simply gets mining rights, which are not very high. So the license to mine, instead of giving licenses for a company to exploit the mine for 20 years, is one concept that will immediately increase the sustainability and the responsibility for what you are doing, and create local skills and local jobs.
How do we better value when we think about the supply chain? You know, when you trace back and you think about, say, the farmer, right? The price that the farmer gets for the item that they're growing is often very, very small. How do we include them in the value overall? I mean, do we need to have things like cooperatives where there's more caring and sharing in the organizational sense?
Well, that's one area where the big companies or the industrialized companies can help farmers, especially in the third world, or even in industrialized countries. For example, Tata Steel produced a mobile canning unit that can go to farmers planting tomatoes or other fruit, and all the surplus fruit produced that cannot be sold immediately can be canned. And that allows the farmer to then sell it over the full year instead of just selling it during 2 weeks. There is another foundation, Basel-based foundation in Switzerland called BASE. They have built cold storage rooms in India, and they are renting cold stores. So if a farmer has a crop harvest, then a big harvest, then he can put a large part of the harvest by renting in one of these cold rooms and then sell it over the full year. So we have to enable farmers are kind of specialized on production, on producing whatever food they are producing, but they are very dependent on the market volatility, demand and supply. But we can, in the industrialized countries, we can give them tools so they can get a bit better income over longer periods of time from their produce.
If you could go back in time and give yourself a short message to your younger self back in the day, the one that was first formulating these ideas of the performance economy, what would you say from the vantage point of what you know today? If you could go back, and would you rethink anything? Would you reformulate things differently as the younger you?
No, what I would be more patient from the beginning. I would not expect to wait for 50 years until these ideas take on. So I would be more patient, and I would less focus on the environmental and social side, which are still important, but more focus on the economic side. How can companies make a bigger profit or better life for their employees, decentralize in order to increase their sustainability, which in the beginning I didn't really look at where the biggest returns on investment are in my proposals. And that, of course, is because I only had one example of Caterpillar, but that was much later, 2005, that the return on investment on a plant remanufacturing diesel engines is 5 times higher than the ROI of a plant manufacturing diesel engines. And so if I want to promote these ideas now, and I talk to a chief financial officer, I completely forget environment and jobs and all this. I just tell them, if you want to get a promotion, go for a 5 times higher return on investment. All the rest will come as a gift or as automatically, and you don't have to think about it.
On that front, what economic structures or behaviors are still the most reluctant to shift in this direction? Where are the sticking points?
It's really the supply chain. All the actors of the supply chain, because they are the ones that are losing. So if you eliminate somebody in the supply chain, he will oppose the thing. And if you, like Glencore, you move from selling lithium to battery producers, you take back the used batteries, you get back the lithium and sell it again to battery producers. Of course, the whole mining and refining industry is cut off, and they're probably not going to really be pleased if their business simply disappears.
And obviously that affects countries, right, that are very heavily mining dependent. So I know, yes, when I think about some of the South American countries, in Peru and Chile, there's still, and Brazil, right, still a lot of original mining that they feel they have to do in order to just sustain their economy.
Well, there are some examples of, at least one example of a South American, I'm not sure if it's an iron ore mine that has huge tailings, these heaps of mining waste, that somebody has analyzed the character and found that this corresponds exactly to ocean sand. And for any concrete structure, you need this ocean sand, the round sand. And so now they have started to sell their tailings rather than always increase the mining operations. But this goes back to Gordon Battelle, who was one of the richest Americans 100 years ago, who developed, a chemist who developed a system, a technology, where he could recover half the tin still in the tailings of tin mines. And so he brought up all the tailings, put a little machine next to it, and simply passed these huge heaps of material through his machine to get more tin. And this system, I think, you can also call it urban mining in some other context, but this system that we have a lot of hidden resources are wasted today or are sleeping somewhere, but we need to discover them and analyze them, how we can recover more, make out of the existing abundant materials in order to stop or reduce the mining and the supply chain.
And part of this problem, though, is that we've created this one-way distribution system, right? It started with like supermarkets, and right, it's convenient. The supermarket is a super aggregator of lots and lots of different things that you might want to buy. And then we used to go to the supermarket and take them home. Now we even have that delivered to us. We don't even have to leave our homes. But that's a one-way distribution center system that flows one way, and there's no reaggregation, right? We're completely missing this end-of-use reaggregation. How do we reinvent that to get this very dispersed mass of stuff back? I mean, at least in the tailings, you still had an accumulation of material that you could process. Now we've dispersed it everywhere through everybody's home.
Yeah, the dispersed waste is the worst enemy of the circular economy. But of course, this also applies to wear and tear. For example, tire wear. Switzerland, with a population of 9 million people, produces 10,000 tons of tire wear as a nanoparticle that goes into the environment. Now, it's absolutely, and we don't want these nanoparticles, but in the case of tire wear, there's no way that we can avoid it today, except if you use railways. So you talked before about systemic thinking. Yeah, if you want to reduce tire wear, then we have to change the mobility. And we have to go to a system that does not use rubber. It's not rubber, it's plastic tires, polyurethane tires. And that again will immediately give a lot of opposition, because now that we have electric vehicles that are no longer producing CO2 emissions, now you want to sabotage the e-vehicle industry because of the tire wear. And so we tend to, this silo thinking, we tend to solve one problem and then we are happy. We don't think the whole system and then try to find the best system, because that questions everything we are doing.
Well, and we don't even think about these. Right now, these things are invisible, right? We don't even think about tire wear. We don't even think about shoe wear, right? Our shoes wear out, so we buy a new pair of shoes. But what does wear out mean? It's like we absolve ourselves of any responsibility or even thought about what it is that just wore out. Well, it didn't disappear. It's still somewhere. Like you say, it's a nanoparticle. It's somewhere. And if you've got lead stabilizers in the soles of your sneakers, then you're leaving lead everywhere you walk, right? So you really do have an environmental footprint that's a negative impact. So how do we make visible again some of these things? Is it just a matter of talking about it more and increasing the dialogue around these things so we realize?
The second biggest producer of nanoparticles is the smart textiles that are coated with plastic, basically. The third one is cosmetics that use the microbull, these small things to make it smooth on your surface. The third one is cigarette butts, which of course are always plastic. So we can, with the textiles, we can go back to the old Berber wax-coated clothing, but that is much less easy to wear. It's heavy than the modern stuff. With the cosmetics, I think that's where now things have started. Cigarette butts, it's still a lost case because people are still smoking in most countries, more in most countries. So the nanoparticle case is a lost case. It's like a global common. We have lost that case, and we now find nanoparticles sometimes even that can go through the blood-brain barrier. So it ends up in all our bodies, and we don't know what the impact it will have on our health. But we can focus on the bigger things, such as preventing plastic objects reaching the ocean, because of course they also turn into nano or microplastic. But again, the plastic is a fantastic material. It's the only one that can produce in almost any color and shape, but it should not be allowed to escape into the environment. And so we come back to behavior or take back legislation. The producer should remain responsible for what he has produced and make sure it doesn't escape into the environment, or otherwise pay for the elimination.
As you look forward, what gives you hope, based on your lived experience, that we are making progress, that that improvements in the amount of real circularity that we're trying to get to is possible? Is it possible in our lifetimes? Or Rachel talked earlier about cathedral thinking. Are we progressing? I know you said it's taken 50 years, right, to build this awareness up, and you would want to be more patient. Is the pace quickening?
I think it will be quickening, simply because we have more and more resources we are running out of. We are running out of water in many areas. We are running out of sand to produce concrete. We are running out of skilled people in many areas. For example, in the US, some companies, European companies that followed the call by President Trump and started producing things in the States, they quickly realized they can't find those skilled people to do the job. So we will have land. Land is also something that is becoming scarce in many areas. I think we will be forced to change. And then, of course, it is much harder. If you change by your own conviction, then you can avoid the worst effects. If you are forced by scarcity, then you probably will disappear as a company.
Well, this is some of the exponential and accelerating changes that we're being bombarded with, that we're trying to assimilate.
And the world population is increasing, so we have to use less resources. The wildfires in Canada last week actually darkened the sky in Europe. So most people are not aware that we live in a global world, and many of these things, pollution, space, oceans, many of these things that we pollute fall back on us. The planet will always survive. That's no problem. But are we going to survive in an equal way? Because of course the rich people can always afford to spend any amount of money on their basic needs. And yes, that brings me back to Gandhi. Gandhi said at one point, there are enough resources for every man's needs, but not every man's wants. And I think this is the message for the industrialized countries or the newly industrialized countries. We have to become more modest. We have to come back to what we need and not what we want. And that is in these 3 R's that somebody else coined: rethink, renounce, reduce, before you come to the circular economy. But of course, it's especially for young people, renouncing and reducing is not what they want to do. Right. And the Generation Z in Europe is now characterized by 2 strange effects that had disappeared. They have reading the Capital by Karl Marx because they realize there's something wrong with the economy, and they are booking flights, cheap flights to the Maldives because they want to see the Maldives before they disappear in the ocean. And again, it's this vicious loop. Okay, go and see the Maldives. The more people go there, the quicker they disappear. So you better go now.
So if you were speaking directly to people who are feeling this signal that we're broadcasting today about circularity, the circular economy, sustainability, but they haven't found their way yet, they haven't found their expression yet, what would you offer them? A permission slip to believe that there's more to do, better things to come, a provocation to do something, to act, or some new pattern to follow? What would you encourage people to do?
I would tell people, focus on the community, your family, your community, and try to organize your life within the local or regional community. So buy fruit and vegetables from local farms if you can. Make sure that in your village there is a mechanic, there is a bakery, even a brewery. So get away from this economy of scale thinking, globalized economy. Try to produce the things of your daily needs locally, even if it costs a bit more, but you save something else for the planet or whoever. So try to get a doctor in every village. Try to, and that means then they also have to use these things. Then if you want to promote these things, you have to buy stuff locally, and then don't go to Walmart and buy everything there. But basically what happened in the beginning, when every village had a doctor, a priest, and a teacher, and now we have to put this to a bit more modern society, but basically create a living community around you, and then you create a sustainable community, basically, that like the famous repair cafes where elderly people with broken goods meet retired people with skills and tools. They sit together and repair something, these things. So
the repair cafe example, yeah.
On this local or regional community, I think is the solution for a sustainable world and for a circular economy. Basically the preserving the values of the objects and the people and all the other assets we have locally.
I'm going to invite Rachel to come back and join us, and as I thank you, Walter, for so generously sharing your wealth of knowledge and wisdom on this this important topic. As in our previous discussion 5 years ago, I leave our conversation with a renewed optimism and an intention to keep, like you, spreading the good word and trying to see if we can make what you just described so eloquently actually happen in the real world. So Rachel, do you want to come and join us?
Thank you. I've written so many notes. Thank you, Walter. That was such a rich conversation. And really, like, what I'm left with is that need to go into the regenerative economics and the decentralized sort of aspect, relocalization. I've actually placed in the chat there some work that some of my peers are doing over in the transition town Totnes, recreating community and regenerative growing systems and things like that. So do have a look. But thank you so much. Really great. And yeah, I think we're going to have a break now until Sam joins us in about 10 minutes. So to give ourselves a comfort break and to get moving around. All
right. Well, thank you again, Walter. Appreciate it very much.
Just one last remark.
Yeah,
circular economy is part of a intelligently decentralized economy. And of course, you have 3D printing, photovoltaic, wind energy, micro hydro energy. The economy is already moving towards this decentralized, but the big money and the economy of scale economy ignores it because they are excluded if we move to these decentralized systems. But it's already happening. Micro breweries, micro bakeries,
micro factories. I've been to some.
Let's focus on the existing examples to convince people we can do it.
Very good. Thank you very much. Wise words indeed. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me, and all the best.
Yeah, just stay in the background for us, Walter, while the recording just finishes.
Catches up. Thank you, Walter. I'll put you into the backstage, and then yeah. Great. That was an amazing conversation, Ken. Absolutely loved that. You know, I've written, as I said, so many notes, like, you know, your discussion around the new value from items and businesses, which is what we discuss in terms of processionary living and things like that. So, you know, everything was like, yes, tick boxes, this is done, this is lovely. So what was your main sort of takeaway from that?
I think going back to the basics again, right? You know, I mean, that's part of what I'll be talking about in a little while. Really reconnecting with what sustainability at its core is, and then applying it to whatever it is you want to apply it to. So, you know, Tim was applying it to businesses, right? And Joe was applying it to, you know, parts of the fashion industry, right? So we can apply the thinking wherever we like, at whatever scale we like, a city or a country. Or as Walter said, your local village, right? Literally the micro area where you live inside a city. I go to a local cafe that's about 200 meters from a Starbucks, but I go to the local cafe where a local person, not that I have anything against Starbucks per se, but, you know, I like to put my money to a local business and someone who lives in my community. And that's, I think, what Walter's saying. And, you know, it's what Tim was talking about in putting his money into something that was aligned with his personal value set, right? So I think this alignment is going to be a common theme, I think, today. You know, we'll talk a bit more about about this when we have my session in a while.
Fabulous. Well, let's take a comfort break. We'll put on the break message. And we'll see you in about 5-10 minutes when Samantha Taylor will be joining us. She's very, very well renowned for our kind of energetic conversations. When we get together, very much we're like, yes, 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 yes. So looking forward to that. But let's take a comfort break and we'll see you in 10. Okay, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. I had a little bit of a wander around and made myself a new coffee as ever. I think I'm just fueled on pure coffee, pure caffeine alone. Might as well just eat the granules. Okay, excellent, perfect. So we have Samantha Taylor joining us, coffee in hand, I see. And we're going to have our usual vigorous conversations, but let's have it in front of everyone as ever. So I'll invite Samantha Taylor to the stage. Afternoon, is it afternoon already? Yes, afternoon, Sam. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And I was trying to think like how and when we met. It feels like maybe it was lockdown. I think it's when I started the incubator. And there was a group of us sort of getting together to talk about how we might come together, collaborate, connect, and things like that. So, but I've always like respected the way that you are so forthright and real, and we engage in, you know, really energetic conversations about, you know, the real aspects of the industry, right? So, because your base is from a supply chain, right? So, like from the supply chain from the factory, literally grew up in the factory, right? So
yes, yeah, I would Skype school because then I get to hang out at one of various family members' factories or where they worked, and that to me was way more fun than being in school.
Don't tell the education system this.
Well, technically, doesn't that work out? Because now I have a job in it, so.
Well, exactly, no, and they are saying now in the education system that we need to be a more experiential, and that, you know, the education system doesn't particularly work as you know, and etc. etc. So you were probably, you know, a futurist before your time. So I often like say, you know, joke that I started in the industry when I was 5, you know, because of what, you know, oh, I look so young and da da da. You literally did. So could you introduce like yourself, your focus, and, you know, how you got into the space?
Yes, well, I mean, so I've been in the industry now since graduating for coming up to 20 years, which is terrifying. But before that, as you've said, like I grew up in this industry. My family have had brands, they've had factories, they've worked for brands and suppliers. When I say my entire family is in the industry, like I'm not joking, and it goes back generations. So it really was something that was in the blood, and it wasn't something that I initially wanted to do. I was very much a rebel in my youth, which is partly why I now do the work that I do, and why I feel like I've got a really good base for that. I was a very rebellious teenager, and my father's best way to know how to deal with me during the summer holidays as a teenager was to ship me off to China. And I'd stay with the woman who ran his buying office because I was as good as gold for her. She didn't really let me out of her sight. And so, yeah, so that's how I grew up in the industry, was always around factories from a very young age. Excuse me. And now I work as a product developer effectively, but I specialize in material development, product development, sourcing, and business strategy for startups and established brands for range expansion and hero products for performance sportswear.
Yeah, and the lovely Divya has been put your link in the chat there to the goodfactory.co.uk. So yeah, you can go on down and have a look at all the work that Sam's been doing. But yeah, now where did the Good Factory come from? You know, how did you sort of start thinking about that sort of space?
It came about because I'd had my son and I'd started freelancing, obviously, because you can't have a full-time job and be a parent. And I was still can't. I was working for Runners Need at the time, and they were looking at they wanted to create their own brand, and I was recommended to them as a consultant, and they'd come a long way already in creating these samples that they had, and the samples were expensive, they were cheap, but cheaply made, and they were all virgin polyester. And I sat there and I thought, I've done this a long time now. I can do a better job. So I was like, I'm going to set up a supplier and I'm going to specialize in better products. It's more sustainable products, because it's a lot of work that I'd done at my previous job at Wiggle, was building in systems to improve sustainability. Not that that was my mandate, but that is what I decided that I was going to do whilst I was there.
And you're a very decisive person.
Yes. Yes, I can imagine that. In fact, I know that my directors called me a massive pain in the backside. But I kept making the money.
Pain in the backside. I think that's the best thing to be.
Yeah, and I made them a lot of money. So, and this is the thing I think within fashion is, or certainly in the time that I was coming up, because Dewhurst, one of my favorite jobs, was the same. Providing you made money, you could do whatever the hell you wanted to afterwards. Mm-hmm. And, you know, Wiggle kind of let me really do that. You know, providing I hit my targets, they didn't really care how I got there. And so I was bringing that into kind of runner's need. And I realized with my base that I could do something better. And so that's how it started. And I did get the contract with Runners Need, but that was 4 days before we locked down in the UK. We all know how that sort of materialized. But it was over that period that I really got to understand next gen materials, what the futures were. I worked with the brilliant Ashley Holding at Circulate for a while on that. And it just became that system we needed system change. And I will never forget, because also during lockdown, I did the very first post, which is bamboo is not sustainable. And that blew up. And I remember sitting there just being like, this is wild. You know, nobody really, there's even people in the industry who don't fully grasp actually how a lot of our stuff is made. And, you know, just being so fortunate for graduating when I did, having Dewhurst, because we'd spent like 3-4 weeks at a time out in China, and there wasn't much you could do between client visits. So I had colleagues that would go off and, you know, see the Great Wall of China, and I'd be like, can I go to a viscose fiber mill? And they'd just be like, yeah, whatever, just, you know, bugger off. Go do whatever you want to. And that was my experience. And I realized, I think, during the pandemic that actually my experience was quite unique in that sense. But yeah, didn't intend to come into this industry. It was just how the chips fell.
Well, you know, that's the way it is, you know, and I love that you like me are very, you know, applied and look into all of the nuances, and especially go down into each supply chain and really see what is going on and use your experience to be able to ascertain, okay, what's happening there and how could we shift it and what could we do and what new next gen materials could we bring forward, but then how you bake it into a business. And that's a whole other ball game, you know, that we could get into for a while, right? So, especially startup businesses, right? Because we've got to think about volume and reduction of overproduction and, you know, the way that we need to make money in different ways. And I could go on about that for a whole summit. So there you go. But you've been doing this really with your experiences in the factory as a child for a long time, right? In terms of like the factory base and the manufacturing base, what have been the biggest shifts that you've seen over the time in the industry? And I mean, I know I saw it when I entered the industry, sort of like the late 90s, like early 2000s, where it really shifted on the big volume, value, fast fashion sort of stuff. But there was probably things before that as well.
Yes. So one thing is to note is that ultimately my family are in various stages of sportswear. So my dad had an outdoor brand in Eastern Europe. In fact, his was the biggest in Eastern Europe in the 90s and sort of early 2000s. And my uncle and aunts have been in circular knit. There's quite a few in lingerie, but also like in swimwear. So everything I sort of say has that premise to it.
Sure.
Like while I've done a bit in Dewhurst, it was always menswear, so we never quite, I haven't really ever experienced the supply chain of that level of fast fashion. But it's interesting to see the similarities though, because you mentioned the volumes. Like we saw that change in outdoor as well in that time. I think we were just a little bit behind fast fashion, but yeah, that's definitely one of the biggest shifts that we've seen. Like, you know, I used to go into factories, you know, back as a teenager, shipped off to China. We were in the same factories as Jack Wolfkinson, Helly Hansen, North Face. These factories weren't huge, you know, they'd have one cutting table as an example, like they weren't massive. And now you go into factories, like the factories of these brands, and you're like, holy hell, this is massive.
Yeah.
You know, my dad's brand, largest one in Eastern Europe, you get off a plane and everyone be wearing one of his jackets. And even they would only do a maximum of 2,000 pieces per style. Yeah. And he sold all across Eastern Europe. And that was it. And now you're like, you turn up at brands and it's 5,000, 10,000.
20,000.
Yeah. Do you even have customers for this? And then that's sort of, you know, yeah. And then it sort of feeds into that full price sell through, because even in my time, seeing that level of full price sell through, you know, we would, I think I put a post on a few weeks ago, just sort of saying, you know, we had sale buys to put stuff into sale because there wasn't enough stuff to go into sale because we'd sold it all. That's not a case now. You know, you're looking at some people just being like, oh yeah, 60% full price sell through. That's what we target. And you're like, but on 1,000 pieces, that's 400 pieces that you're discounting, if not selling. And that is wild in and of itself, I think. And that again has then fed into that margin change, because 80% margins were not what we were targeting. Even when I started in the industry, because I started at, I think might have been Cherryfields. That certainly wasn't the margins that brands were targeting back then. That's seen a real shift. And then because of that is quality. The quality's really, really gone downhill and super fast. And there's a number of us, I think, particularly our age, we probably contributed considerably to that policy of you know, deconstructing fabrics. I will never forget, a good friend of mine used to call it the nipple test on men's shirts. How thin can you get it before you see the nipples? And that was based on, honest to God, that's what it was.
I've never heard of that before. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's something else, isn't it? You know, how we really strip back the products. And we did that really quite rapidly. And so I was at Dewhurst, but I didn't work on the M&S accounts. I worked on the Arcadia accounts. And I think we were almost the ones that started that. So we would have our own little team and we would find ways to make basically the M&S version, but cheaper. Yeah. And then M&S would come back and just be like, but why is your other supplier doing it? You know, your team, a different team in your company, why are they doing it cheaper than what you can give us? Yeah. And I will never forget a really great garment tech, a really great fabric tech that had just been like, just stop, like you're making shit. Just stop it. Yeah. And so yeah, that unfortunately is what drives it. And then we lose, you know, a lot of that knowledge, which is a good example. I think we had a chat. There was Brett Matthews did a post on LinkedIn this week about the different compositions now being seen across the high street. And somebody had added into mine just sort of saying, oh, but how do I get, without elastane, like how do I get my neck trim to stop twisting after a few washes? And you're like, get better fibers and spin it properly and then make sure you're knitting it well. You don't need the elastane to do that. It's what you've got is a cheap product because of that driving through. So I'd say, yeah, those are
I think it's a key thing. You know, we were always told, you know, get elastane in it, not just to sort of improve this performance of aspect and to kind of make the cheap better, but also to make it fit better, you know, without having to do, you know, extensive design and fitting. I think there was like, this is an easy way, you know, it's an easy way to do it. It's cheaper, it's faster, and so on. The sort of degradation of the quality and the strip backs happened, right? Similar to me, right? When I was in the industry originally and throughout, it was like, well, can you take out the pockets? That'll save us at least 10 pence, you know, and 10 pence on you know, 16,000 pieces. That's a hell of a lot, right? So,
yeah,
you know, so there was this sort of lack of attention to detail and to quality that shifted, I think, since the late 90s till the present day, maybe, you know, like we've seen a really good resurgence of people really wanting to add quality in, and that's great. But it's probably a niche area for now, right?
Yes, and we've also lost the skill set to be able to do that as well, I think. I talk to a lot of people, and, you know, the reason I started the newsletter as well is to get what I know out as much as quickly as possible to as many people as possible, because that's how we create impact.
Yeah.
And so often people are like, wow, I didn't know that. And you sort of have to say, but, you know, in a lot of instances, they're very high up. You're like, but how did you get there without knowing this? You know, these are core requirements to building product. And I think we've just really shifted to a money mindset over creating quality, because you can't create quality without understanding which is the best way to spin something. You know, what are the ideal fiber types? If there are blends, you know, how do we get around this? All those things that I think that you have to bring in.
Yeah, absolutely. And potentially that's the silo of nervous systems as well, you know. I mean, I also spent a lot of time, you know, teaching designers and new designers what fabrics were. Like, literally, some people didn't know the difference between polyester and cotton and different knitting. And I still have to this day files bursting at the seams with circles, you know, cut out, saying this is this knit, this is the weight, this is, you know, so that it's easy for people to understand, you know. But this is not particularly taught in design universities. Well, it wasn't back in the day. You know, it was like, you know, make a toile out of some calico and, you know, have some fun and stuff like that, right? And I'm not dissing the universities. I'm just saying it wasn't integrated as a whole systems. Like, we would definitely need like much more textile understanding from an education base, because it was coming. What I was seeing is it was coming into the businesses, and I was teaching them about it, you know. So
yeah. Well, I wonder part whether that is because we view clothing as an art instead of engineering, which is ultimately what it is. You know, yes. I do not generally consider myself creative. I am an engineer. I just engineer clothes, but everything feeds into that. You know, you've got your trims and stitch lengths and fiber types, and it all builds a product. And I think we've just taken this idea of high fashion, and that's as an art form, and then we bring it into kind of everyday. And you're like, it isn't. It's engineering.
Yeah, I never thought of myself as an engineer. I was kind of like going at it from the creative part, and then just got really geeky about everything.
The minute you said the word geek, you're an engineer.
Yeah, I've lost everyone. They're like, you know, but I think that was my first position, because my first position was a product developer, really. I was kind of like dealing with the lab dips and the strike-offs, and, you know, they put me on an aeroplane to go to Turkey and go to the mills, and exactly what you did when you were younger, but I was like 20 or something. And weirdly, not everyone has that experience, you know, of being a product developer first. So yeah, when I entered my second job, I think I said on a post, you know, lovely Anna Benzi worked with me, and she's a great product developer, also working with, you know, places in Portugal and that kind of stuff now. But we were working on together on, you know, Disney product and things like that. And she was like, oh, it's great just to have someone that knows what I'm talking about and can design into, you know, minimum quantities and, you know, use it up and things like that. You know, it just wasn't a thing. So it's really strange. So yeah, I'm going to get into like the circular economy sort of part of it now, because sometimes, you know, maybe the factory base can be totally ignored, or I've heard instances and seen it myself, you know, for a bit of a short-termist idea from, you know, how do we implement this in from the brand perspective? And there's a project done, and then it kind of ends, or it gets shelved, and then, you know, maybe when someone else sort of comes along and says, okay, I'm interested in this, you can get it off the shelf again. But it's never like a partnership, right? Like between the brand or business and the supply base. Whereas I know like all the supply base are kind of calling out for, if you're going to place something into this work, let's do it for a long time. Let's see it to its fruition. I mean, have you seen this kind of short-termist thinking?
Oh God, all the time. I have it even in my role. I'll, you know, be brought in to do a hero product by one team. They'll get in a new director, and the project's canned halfway through. That's why I always ask for payment up front. But this is the thing, isn't it? That if you aren't there either with the cash or the will, I think that's a lot of what it is. You know, if you sort of turn around to a brand and said, yeah, let's do this, but you pay it all up front and we'll do this, then I think you'll get a much better response from everybody in the team. But it does ultimately come down to money. It comes down to money and scale. Because the other thing we have is obviously margins are all built on this scales of economy that are entirely disconnected from reality, because like we've said, you don't have 10,000 clients to buy your product. No. And so it's bringing that in and being realistic about it, but also being flexible and what those budgets look like. I think product teams, when budgets sort of come down to us, they're very insular or individualistic in a way. And actually for sustainability, they can't be. No. You know, we need to, in order to move the needle, we need large scale projects being brought forward that encompasses an entire supplier. You know, it is either new dyeing systems, and without the future input of their customers, they just can't do that. Prime example, I think I was once told a story, I think it was about Nike, but I could be wrong, so don't quote me on it. But they went in the 90s, went and bought the CO2 dyeing machines for one of their suppliers. But then they stopped doing it. But they couldn't use the machines for other customers. So these machines are just sat there gathering dust.
The IP. Because of the IP.
Oh, well, I don't think so, because that was owned by somebody else, because I know my aunt did it with Courtaulds before them. So I don't think it owned the IP, but I think it was just the fact that they owned the machines.
Interesting. Okay.
And so, yeah, that kind of never went anywhere. So, yeah, I just think we've got a lot of disconnect, and it's not just with one brand and their supplier, but it's also with the supplier's customers as well. Yeah. One of the things that I always say is when we're looking at implementing sustainability is you need everybody around that table. So it's going to the supplier and say, okay, this is what we want to do. What do the rest of your client base want to do? How do we feed into their projects as well? Because otherwise you're asking your supplier to do one thing and they've got 17 other customers all asking them to do 17 different things, and everyone's got different targets and none of them factor in the factory growth. And you're setting yourself up to fail.
Yeah, absolutely. I really think there's something in generating these ecosystems with the factories and with brands to actually come together. If you can't commit to big volume on it. Okay, and you are wanting to stay in the centralized system. Okay, fine. Why don't you come together and co-create this, right? But this is radical in itself for me to say to businesses, well, hey, you know, your guys you're all going to use the same next gen material or the same innovation. Why don't you spread the cost? Why don't, you know, have you heard of anyone doing anything so radical?
Do you know what? No. And I mean, it's really interesting because obviously Circ have come in with their system. Yeah. And it was actually, that was one of the core fundamental principles of the Good Factory when I started it, was that we could tap into all these next gen materials. And I'd selected a bio-based PA because all there was 3 yarn types, sizes, right? So you're limited on what you could create. But even then, it was just such a headache between all their brands, their timelines, like they won't commit until they, like, based on their timelines. And, you know, they all had different requirements. And it just, in the end, it was just like, this isn't going to work. I would love to be able to offer you all of this, but, you know, firstly, I'm being sent things by product developers. You know, you tell them the yarn size and they say, can you make this? You're like, no, no, I can't. I can send you a selection back, what we can make, but no, I can't copy what you've done. That's no.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's some way to go with that, but, you know, how can we kind of apply this? How could we sort of start to think and encourage more partnerships in the supply chain, even just a partnership between the brand and the factory to work on something for longer than 2 years or 5 years or whatever? In your experience, what would sort of move the dial in that?
Honestly, I don't know unless there is skin in the game in both instances. So I read a report, I mean, God, we're going back years now, but it was very much like, on your board, you should have representatives of your supply chain and your customers. Because otherwise, then you're not making like 360-degree decisions that impact that. And I feel like that should be applied, you know, across the board. You know, there needs to be real skin in the game, whether that is from business to business, because I don't generally think, I think was it Milton Friedman said, you know, businesses aren't responsible, people are. But having somebody from those businesses as a board member, being, you know, representing and understanding that actually their interests are both sides. You know, this is the one thing that humans are really good at. You know, we're really good at holding 2 conflicting bits of information at the same time and working through that. And so we're not really tapping into our strengths as animals to then kind of produce something that is better. But outside of that, I don't have the answer, and I wish I did.
No, I think that's a really interesting point of view, and kind of like links into some of my next point of inquiry of, like, you know, and I'm always inquiring, I'm always sort of curious as to what can be created. You know me, the creative side of me can't stop. You know, like when we're looking at these partnerships, there's a hierarchy, right? There's usually the brand are out there, they're going to conceivably go and make the money and bring the customer interest into this sort of space. And then the suppliers are kind of seen as just there, you know, or something they can clip onto. And in some businesses, they're not necessarily partners, or they're kind of external. And sometimes, you know, quite short term, they could be like, well, you've not got the price today, so we're going to go to Cambodia, or, you know, or Vietnam, you know, or something like that. That was what happened in the past. But could we encourage like a less hierarchical sort of situation where these board reps are a part of that bigger ecosystem? Okay, the brand are going to make the money, but could these players come together around the table a little bit more?
So I think that's really applicable for small and medium-sized businesses, which I think is very easy to filter that in. And I think just how they're set up, and generally the people running them are probably a little bit more aware of what's going on. So therefore, that's much more feasible. I think the difficulty is when it gets to large brands. So I don't know if you ever sort of dived into why Toys R Us went bankrupt. And this is fascinating. So they, and this is the problem, it's a large problem actually to why Wiggle went bankrupt. And, you know, it's nothing to do with them, it's to do with the businesses that buy them. So the investment firm that bought Toys R Us, they took out billions in loans to buy Toys R Us. But then they put those loans onto Toys R Us's books. So Toys R Us initially, before they'd stolen, were really frugal in their all their financials. But the investment company weren't. So they'd bought this loans, they put them on Toys R Us's books, and then Toys R Us was swamped by the investments, by the interest payments, just alone. Wow. And they just couldn't keep up. And you're like, that's wild. And Wiggle was kind of similar. So they were sold from Bridgepoint to, can't remember the guy's name now. He's an Austrian investment banker who's currently on trial for various fraud. Used to own like half of the Chrysler building and half of Selfridges and, you know, all these things. And it was his, you know, he'd agreed that they were going to give them 150 million at this point in time.
Yeah.
And then it came to get the payment and there was no payment. And you kind of can't do that to a business. And that was it. It went super quick after that. You know, the parent company went bankrupt, I think like the next week. Wiggle struggled on, would have been for 3 months to try and find a buyer. It was a disaster, but ultimately it was not the fact that they weren't a viable business. It was the fact that their investment that they were promised based on a buyout didn't come to fruition. And that's one of the biggest problems I think that we have. And I think this is really separated from what is responsible businesses and what actually just props up our
economic system.
I don't even know our economic system. But I feel like it's kind of more than that. It's it feels this part of the economy feels a little bit of a sham, kind of a bit like crypto, like it is valueless value.
When you start to look at it, because I was sort of a bit mystified by the whole thing, and still I started to work with Simon, who's in the background always, you know, and I was like, oh, it's like this. This is just a bit silly, really, isn't it? In some respects, you know, but that is what it is, you know, and when you get into it. And I started to look at steward-owned models and things like that, and how those start to put the money back into their system. So rather than it having to allocate to stakeholders and shareholders and things like that, the money could be reinvested back into innovations and longer term projects that you and I are doing, right? And that's essentially what's missing in a lot of circularity is the investment into it, right? I mean, correct me if it's different for you, but for me, it's like, how do we get some funding or something to get this going? Or you know what I mean? It's in that sort of space rather than actually, if we allocate capital to this, then it's going to make us more capital because we're introducing new customers, we're introducing new revenue streams, we're doing something, you know, a little bit more radical than the other people, you know, you extra USP and all that kind of stuff, you know. So I'm going with it in terms of maybe the key is to start to work in different economic ways, and that the system that we created doesn't particularly stick with a circular system.
Well, I mean, it doesn't, does it? And a lot of it's about risk as well. Risk and, you know, what you're willing to put on the line with that. And I think, you know, it's a really interesting point when you know talk about that reinvestment and new customers and USPs. But the problem is you can't, knowing sort of the financial teams, taking that to them and just being like, well, we think we have this. And they're sort of like, no, you need to give us actual figures and actual data. And you're like, but we can't.
We can't,
so yeah, so we don't know. You know, it's a what comes first, chicken or egg scenario. And there is a lot of that. And to them, you know, often you're sat in meetings and they're like, oh, but this particular range has grown 4% this year. Well, we'll target that next year. Just order more of the same stuff.
Yeah.
And there's that real disconnect, I think, between understanding customers and understanding finances. And it seems like we're very heavily focused on the finances and actually not enough on the customers at the end of the day. Because there's a reason that we're seeing that the discrepancies in the values. You know, we've sort of seen, what is it, like 70 to almost 80% of Gen Z and millennials want to buy sustainable fashion, but actually when it comes to them opening their wallets, that's not being converted. And actually, you know, we need to understand, why is that? We've sort of just gone, oh no, they don't want it, but we don't fully understand actually what systems are we putting in place in order to help build them up. And actually it could be there.
Help educate in a way. You know, when I've looked through some current research that I was doing for some strategy work, it was like saying a lot of the customer base don't really understand. I mean, a lot of us inside of the industry don't really understand about the circular economy, let alone, you know, everyone outside of it, you know. So we need to enroll them in it, but in an easy way, that it's not like so scary and so geeky that they're just like, I can't even touch that. I don't even know what's going on, you know. So and Ken's quite rightly saying, you know, attitudes and behaviors are different. You know, they might have an attitude, they might go, yeah, I really want to be totally sustainable, or all of this kind of stuff, but if they don't have the economic fortitude to be able to do that, or, you know, or the time, right? Like a lot of people are so in their daily grind, and I've got to go to work, do this, pick up my kids, whatever. I mean, you know, that's not Gen Z, but, you know, it is the way it is. But so the behaviors don't always match, because you can't always have a match in terms of financials and that kind of thing. So
well, I've said before, actually, that it's always in a government's best interest to make people feel richer than they actually are. And this is why I think we see discretionary spends being a lot cheaper, because then people can go and feel rich. And so therefore they're less likely to riot, because honestly, the fact that we haven't had a riot in the UK yet, it baffles my mind. How we've not had general strike, just being like, no, we don't agree with this anymore, is wild. And I think that largely comes down to the fact that our discretionary spends are not tracking in the same way that our housing and our food and our bills, you know, the things that we actually, you know, the actual hierarchy of needs is gaining that level of traction. There's that real disconnect.
Yeah. I love how our conversations just go from like a fibre in a factory to like huge systemic change in the matter of half an hour. Yes. This is why I love connecting with you, Samantha. And we will connect when we go to the expo and put the words to right? Yes. As ever. Now, just going back to the fashion part, because there are going to be a lot of people watching about fashion, and will, you know, really want to see the nuances and the rich experience that you have in this. I know you work a lot on durability, but also on fit, right? And getting this to 100% the right fit so that you have less returns, you have more customer satisfaction. You know, but the reality is a lot of businesses are kind of doing vanity sizing, you know, that Simon actually found it, that he like bought some jeans and they were a whole 2 inches bigger than the actual the actual inches that it said on the packet, right? So even in men, there's vanity sizing going on right now, right? So the tolerance is crazy sometimes. How can
that's wild?
It's wild, right? Like, how can like businesses particularly like communicate fit and sizing to the customer and citizen more effectively? And also, like, what will that give them if they're able, you know?
I mean, I think it's not even, I think, about communicating as much as actually just getting a decent fit in the first place and it fitting how it's supposed to. So again, you know, coming into performance sportswear, we use a lot of elastane, obviously, but it's getting that fit right. So it's understanding how the clients use an item in order to get it to fit right. And a really good example of this from sportswear is cycling and triathlons. You've got lots of different saddles, you've got lots of different sort of positions. Yeah. And if you know how your customer is using it, you can select the right products and then you can position it correctly. And that's the biggest thing, effectively, I think, at the end of the day. We'll never forget going to China, and we'd had a new factory, they were making us tights, and I had to go and explain how rises worked in Europe and the fact that we have bums. And so we can't have a V shape. We need to have a nice big U shape.
Oh, yeah,
because we are not the same size.
I've been there before. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and just, I mean, God, even now, like you look at something, I can't remember what it was that I got. And I was looking at something and I was just like, tried something on and I was like, it feels, it's not sitting right. And you sort of, you know, put one leg in the other and you're like, well, that's right. That's why I've got a V-shaped rise. I know who that was fitted on.
Yeah, and it's just like communication with the factory. And, you know, garment techs, I've got to say, you know, are the gold dust of any business. And I've been in businesses where they've gone, what's a garment tech? Seriously, you know, and every business that I sort of work with, I drag along a garment tech with me. I'm like, come on, you're going to do this with it, because I'm not a garment tech, you know, I'm not going to do that. But it's such an important part of any product, business that you're going to create, because it will eventually come back to kick you if you do not do this well in the first place.
It really has. So I've done a fair bit of garment tech in my background. I remember one of the first projects I had after Wiggle was going into Zone 3, who are a big UK triathlon brand, and it was to sort out their fits. And you could tell that they hadn't had a garment tech before. When you sort of went in and you tried things on and you were like, oh. And you know, so it's a really easy thing to do, you know, kind of when you geek out about, oh, okay, actually how comfortable is something. So I would say it's much less about communication than it is to have a good fit model. Like, honestly, I have a few fit models that I use and I don't use anybody else. It's ensuring that they're the right size, that, you know, they know how to give good feedback, and it's having a good garment tech, because it's not just about a size chart. You know, it is how everything fits together. And you know what, you change one thing and it alters everything else. And I think there's just not that level of understanding. And then also, you know, knowing your customers. So I'd say, it's less communication and more internal, to be honest.
Indeed. And, you know, the reason they don't have garment techs is sometimes they you know, lean on the factories to do so, you know, or that kind of thing. So it's not necessarily that they don't know that fitting exists. It's just don't know that having it in-house is so beneficial.
Yes. Yeah. And I've actually just signed a new client the other week who'd done exactly that. And she turns up and you're like, yeah. I mean, we're experienced, so I know this is the problem that you're going to have, and it's fine because we can fix it. But it's cost you money to get that far at the end of the day. And you know, certainly where I add value to my clients is if you bring me in as early as possible, the less you're going to spend in the long term in your product development, because we're building the good systems in from the beginning.
Yeah, it's a risk not to have it, because, you know, it will impact your sales if you don't have the correct fit going on. So yeah, it's such a big thing, you know. We could talk about fits for a whole other summit, you know. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
we we have to end. We have the lovely Sarah Rosberg in the wings, waiting to come in and share about her transforming textiles and her reweave project. I absolutely love our talks. Super forthright, honest, real, like, you know, and that's what we're doing here, Real Circularity, like the realness of applying this work inside of the systems that we already had. I love that you don't ever shy away from debate, ever. And especially on LinkedIn, you're like, yes. I sometimes just go, do you know what? It's not worth it to post anything right now, you know. But
yeah,
you're amazing at it.
Thank you. I would always say with LinkedIn that it's interesting because what you see front facing is not often what's happening behind the scenes. So for every post, particularly if it goes viral or gets loads of comments, I will have just as many DMs or emails or phone calls about it. And those sides are often really conflicting. And then this is where it sort of comes back to just being like, as humans, we're really good at holding two conflicting ideas at the same time. And so, yeah, I don't necessarily believe that anything I say is a full truth. I think there are always asides to that.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why, you know, with this whole summit, we're asking people to just put on the different lenses, put on the different goggles, and just, you know, try on different viewpoints, different perspectives. And you don't have to be, I'm right, you're wrong. It's like, no. Okay, we're having a conversation about it. So I love that. And I hope our continued debates and communication continue. And yeah, love it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
And yes, yeah, your goodfactory.co.uk is in the chat from Divya. So anyone can go and find you and connect with you, or on LinkedIn, of course, as well.
Thanks
so much, and see you soon. If you can just stay in the back for a little while, it will record your session. Lovely. Thanks so much. All right. So from one innovator to another, I'm going to now invite Sarah Rosberg to join us and just touch upon and talk about her work in innovation in textiles. So I'm going to add her to stage.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Sarah. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So nice to be here. Thank you so much.
Oh, so good to have you. And could you, for everyone, kind of introduce yourself and your contacts? Because I know you have different projects going on at different times.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So hi, everyone. I am Sarah Rosberg. I'm the founder and CEO of Transforming Textiles, based in Sweden. And I'm here today to present two interlinked innovations. First, our company Transforming Textiles and our core innovation SenseTex, a patented, tested smart yarn with health-enhancing abilities. And second, a larger system-level circularity project called Reweave, a system designed for both Earth and space, based on SenseTex as a system key. And I kind of want to give you guys a heads up that some slides contain very kind of dense technical terms, but I just encourage you to sort of follow the narrative flow and the overall concept. Let my voice lead you from the beginning to the end, and don't get stuck on it, even if you don't understand it. We will be here for questions afterwards, or you're very free to note down if there's something, some concerns you have, and you're welcome to email us afterwards.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to put your first one slides on the stage, and I will go and slink into the back while you present. Thank you so much.
All right, then. Thank you so much. All right. Welcome, guys, to Transforming Textiles, where we create smart, sustainable textile technologies for a better future. From space to fashion, healthcare to defense, we're rethinking textiles to support life on Earth and beyond. So imagine a fabric that cares for your health, that is soft, washable, and kind to the planet, yet smart at its core. Made with special fibers, it connects seamlessly to sensors and delivers real-time health data like a smartwatch, woven into what you wear. It's where fashion, healthcare, and technology come together, merging comfort, care, and innovation into one intelligent textile. Our yarn is made by blending 5 powerful fibers into one unit: silver, seaweed, rummy, soy, and zinc oxide. This unique combination creates a multifunctional fabric that's not only strong and sustainable, but also supports health and well-being. It's a natural meets smart material designed to serve a wide range of industries from fashion to healthcare. Let's see here. Our yarn is made of 5 powerful fibers, silver, seaweed, rummy soy, and zinc oxide. And this unique combination creates a multifunctional fabric that is not only strong and sustainable, but also supports your health and well-being. It's kind of natural meets smart material designed to serve a wide range of industries from fashion to healthcare. And let's see here. I'm on slide 5. When developing SenseTex, we recognize that different industry verticals have distinct needs, ranging from low-cost production to high conductivity, and to something kind of in between. To address this, we created tailored fabric compositions for each sector, kind of allowing for sensor integration that meets specific requirements or standalone use in fashion applications. SenseTex blend natural and advanced fibers into multifunctional textiles that are strong, comfortable, and beneficial to health. Designed for fashion, healthcare, space defense, each fabric strikes a careful balance between performance and sustainability. So SenseTex was born in 2020 during the COVID pandemic from my personal grief after losing my mother. I wanted to create something that could protect people, bring us closer together, and care for the planet. In 2021, I teamed up with a space engineer, and by 2022, textile experts from Turkey joined the mission. And together we developed SenseTex, a fabric designed for health, connection, and sustainability. From rising health risks to growing textile waste, we need smarter solutions. SenseTex offers real-time health monitoring in a fabric that's recyclable, chemical-free, and free of microplastics, helping reduce waste, protect health, and care for the planet. SenseTex brings together style, function, and sustainability, and adds sensors, and it becomes a smart fabric that pushes fashion and tech into the future. So let's see here. SenseTex is a soft, sustainable fabric that protects against viruses and bacteria without harmful chemicals or microplastics. Its natural fibers create a barrier that helps reduce infection risk while keeping you comfortable with moisture wicking and breathability. Gentle on the skin and smart by design, SenseTex supports health in any environment. So when connected to sensors, SenseTex becomes a smart fabric that monitors vital signs in real time, like temperature, heart rate, breathing, and activity. It supports remote health tracking for patients, seniors, athletes, and astronauts, but also everyday users. By providing early insights into physical and mental health, SenseTex helps prevent and manage health problems, making it useful for hospitals, home care, performance wear, and space missions. So imagine a garment kind of supporting your health from the inside out, with built-in sensors and smart technology that tracks your body like a smartwatch. It's soft and washable and kind to the planet. Designed to be reused, it blends comfort, protection, and real-time health insights, like a smartwatch, to help you feel your best. To stay ahead, we keep a close eye on other players in the smart textile space. By tracking new innovation and comparing key features, we make sure that SenseTex stands out. With better sustainability, stronger health benefits, and smarter technology, this helps us deliver real value across every industry we serve. This table shows where the patented SenseTex stands towards other patented smart yarns and textiles on the market. Combining high-end quality with breakthrough innovations, while competitors focus on specific features, SenseTex brings all together into one premium multifunctional chemical-free fabric. So our business model is designed for scalable, multi-sector kind of dual-use growth. We generate revenue through the sales of yarns, fabrics, and finished garments, as well as offering design and product development service. Beyond products, we aim to license our patents and smart data through strategic partnerships. By working across medtech, defense, and fashion and space industries, we're building a future-ready ecosystem that connects innovation with real-world impact. So Transforming Textiles is the holding company that owns the patents and aim to lead the network for future subsidiaries. We will create and raise capital and grow by building new subsidiaries that will focus on specific areas like medtech, defense, fashion, innovation, or space. Investors will then have a chance to invest in any of these subsidiaries, gaining access to expert teams, top facilities, and exclusive licensing rights to the SenseTech technology and the Reweave system, which I'm going to talk about later. The smart textile market is growing fast across industries. While traditional textiles still lead in fashion and healthcare, smart fabrics are expected to reach billions in value by 2025. In areas like healthcare, defense, and aviation and fashion, the demand is growing. This creates big opportunities, especially in niche fields like aerospace and defense, where smart textile offers unique benefits that traditional fabrics cannot. We expect a strong growth across all areas of our business over the coming years. Medtech, defense, and fashion are set to lead this expansion with significant revenue increases. Other sectors like innovation, recycling, and space are also growing steadily. This reflects our scalable, diversified model designed to drive the smart textile revolution. Our revenue projections are based on solid research from trusted sources across key industries. We studied smart textiles, defense, fashion, healthcare, and recycling, and innovation trends, along with reports on patent and technology. This deep research makes our forecast reliable, data-driven, and in step with global market shifts. And here you can see some of them. Our go-to-market plan rolls out starting last year and then moving up to 26. By 25, we aim to scale up, improve fiber separation, and enter R&D stages for larger markets like defense and with Reweave, which I'm going to talk about later. In 2026 and 27, we aim to launch sales and licensing models and smart data features, setting the stage for long-term growth and market leadership. We're very proud to work with leading partners in both space and textiles. Our journey includes recognitions as finalists in the ESA Nordic launch at Spaceport in Oslo in 2022, and ongoing alignment with ESA harmonization directives. While our APQ entry to ESA is still work in process, we continue actively in the application process with the Swedish National Space Agency and NATO Diana. We also engaged with the Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium, which consists of kind of a triangulation between NASA, Johns Hopkins, and the Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium. On the textile side, we collaborate with top producers in Turkey, including Fethi Tekstil, Ozan Mensukat, and Kipas Textile, combining global expertise with advanced innovation. So our team is led by me. I'm Sarah Roseberg, the CEO, 20 years experience in fashion and product development. Our team brings sort of deep cross-industry expertise. Our key members include our VP, Remy Gaucher, a chemical engineer and polymer specialist, Tahir Hitoglu, head of manufacturing, textile engineer Bilal Miskini, and senior analytical engineer Anne Sundgren, and of course our graphic designer Aisha Sabor. So together we drive innovation in smart textiles. Our executive board brings expertise across academia, law, business, and innovation. Ville Kari supports IP strategy and is involved in NATO Diana. Professor Per Eriksson and Sven Strömquist contribute to deep innovation insights from their leadership as former principals at Lund University. Mats Johansson advises on international business law, while Ned Mimich guides strategic and financial decisions, ensuring strong, balanced leadership for transforming textiles. So transforming textiles has garnered attention from leading businesses and finance media outlets, including Business Insider, Forbes, MarketWatch, Yahoo Finance, and CEO Weekly. These features highlight our innovation and growing impact in the smart textile industry, raising awareness for our technology and vision on a global stage. So that was it for the introduction of the company Transforming Textiles. And now I wish to move into our project, Reweave. Oh, that was great. Thank you. Thanks so much. Let's see here. So, so this is our project called Reweave. So welcome to listening to this. For decades, the sort of textile industry has talked about circularity, like we are here today to discuss, but the old system still sort of burn mountains of fabrics and bury waste we can't afford, and we're stuck in familiar cycles while the planet's limits close in. Humanity dreams of living on the moon, Mars, and beyond. But if we can't recycle and reuse materials on Earth, how are we going to survive out there? Reweave offers a new way to rethink textiles, not just as clothes, but as living, renewable materials for tough places on Earth and in space. Imagine a future where waste becomes life and every thread tells a story of hope. Reweave works where old systems fail, places that need new ideas to survive. It's modular, scalable, and self-sufficient, thriving in harsh environments like lunar bases, Arctic stations, and disaster zones. Here, all textiles become food, energy, and care. It's resilience by design, flexible, regenerative, and built for survival and innovation. Let's see here. Reweave makes circularity real on Earth, the moon, and beyond. It begins with smart textiles that protects and lasts, and ends with fertile soil that grows life in tough places. Our modular systems turn old garments into nutrient-rich materials for plants, terraforming, and habitats. This isn't just recycling, it's regeneration, where textiles evolve and feed the future. Let's see here. So we've developed the system logic and completed the initial R&D on key components. We're now sort of moving into feasibility and demonstration projects aiming for NATO, Diana, and space programs. Reweave is no longer just an idea, it's a real model for circular survival made for everyone. And we sort of Reweave is we created the first smart yarn, and it's designed for everyone, from explorers in Earth to children on Earth. Our garments protect, connect, and sustain life wherever they go. Because survival and comfort shouldn't be limited to the stars, they belong to all of us. Antimicrobial and antiviral and conductive, SenseTex is made from seaweed, soybean, rami, and silver-coated fibers. It's durable, washable, and naturally regenerative and circular. When paired with sensors, SenseTex monitors your health, unlocking the full potential of Reweave. At the heart of Reweave is SenseTex, a yarn spun from 5 powerful fibers. 3 of these fibers return to the earth when their time is done, and the remaining 2 replenished and reused. SenseTex is the system key that holds Reweave together. SenseTex is more than yarn, it's life support you wear. It fights bacteria and viruses and guarding your skin. It shields you from invisible rays, the ones you can't see but feel. It helps your body heal, breathe, and keeping you balanced, built to break down and return to the earth when the job is done. Its virus resistance is off the charts, far beyond what's considered high. Made for space, perfected for Earth, smart, circular, but life-supporting. So Reweave's 4 pillars consist of hybrid textiles blending SenseTex with moon dust or lava stone. Moon dust also referred to as regolith. AI soil transformation, turning damaged soil or regolith into fertile ground. Modular systems providing recycling, recovering, and shelter from disaster zones to lunar bases. And finally, mechanical recycling that breaks down old clothes in space to create new yarn. This is the conceptual solution that outlines the process we are now preparing to prototype. When a Reweave t-shirt reaches the end of its life, it doesn't go to landfill, it starts a new cycle. First, microcycling breaks down the fibers gently. Then keratin from human hair helps turn them into rendrant and nutrient-rich soil. This soil feeds new plants, turning old clothes into new life. No waste, just renewal. Where fashion meets nature, the cycle is complete. Made from SenseTex combined with regolith or lava stone, this hybrid textile is more than a fabric. It's a shield. With sensors, it monitors your vital signs and protects you. And when its job is done, it biodegrades, returning to Earth's soil or the lunar ground, designed to adapt across worlds. It closes the loop wherever it goes, resilient, regenerative, and ready for what's next. SenseTex hybrid textiles transitions into what is known as the next generation of garments, where fashion meets survival. Smart sensor pathways track your health in real time. Blended with keratin, regolith, lava stone, SenseTex hybrids endures the harshest of worlds. When the garment reaches the end of its life, it doesn't disappear. It breaks down and becomes something new. Its fibers return to the cycle, turning into fertile soil, even from the dust of different worlds. Textiles become soil. Materials become life support. The loop doesn't just close, it keeps turning. This is real circularity, and this is Reweave. These concept images we created to help the customers understand what the future sort of product could potentially look like. And these hybrid textiles are very, very versatile, and they can be used to a wide range of products. So what if you could make textiles on the moon? Reweave mixes Senstex fibers with lunar dust to create strong, space-ready yarn. Starting with durable, biodegradable Senstex, we spin yarn that withstands harsh space conditions. AI robots then make garments on demand, waste-free and mission-ready. It's circular independence from Earth to space. Senstex fibers and lunar regolith threads fuse in a pressure-controlled chamber with keratin gel to create biodegradable, recyclable hybrid yarn with a soft core and a tougher outer layer, engineered for harsh lunar environments. Combining Senstex fiber with regolith fiber using a dual yarn sort of spinning system to create smart, durable composite yarn. The Senstex forms the inner core, enabling sensing and data function, while the regolith fiber forms the protective outer sheet. The keratin gel helps bind the layers together, and pressure control ensures the yarn forms correctly. The result is a lightweight, multifunctional yarn designed for use in harsh environments like space. The Reweave Fabric Production Unit is an autonomous modular system that uses robotic arms to weave smart textiles anywhere, from space to Earth, delivering advanced fabrics on demand through remote operation. This fully autonomous system uses robotic arms and microgravity anchors to weave or knit Senstex yarn into smart fabrics anywhere. From space labs and lunar habitats to Earth's emergency zones, or delivering precise on-demand textiles remotely. And basing the system sort of on, oh wait, it's here. I think I skipped someone. So here we are, sorry. Basing the system on modular design principle, the textile production can happen anywhere, anytime, with a compact renewable energy powered system that shreds, combs, sort of spins worn garments into fresh yarns on site. Sorry, this was this one. I skipped it. Sorry. Perfect for crisis zones and remote areas and space habitats, building local resilience from Earth's edges to lunar bases. And now we go into this one. Sorry. Reweave uses AI-driven software to analyze and guide the treatment of lunar and Mars dust, turning it into useful compounds, nutrients, and soil structures. This process supports the creation of fertile soil for off-world habitats and can also help regenerate damaged ecosystems back here on Earth. And here you can also see a data flow architecture, which illustrates this. And then we go back, sorry. So textiles don't just end, they transform, starting as smart natural fibers that protect and come back as new yarn, fertile soil, or essential materials. No burning, no waste, just continuous renewal. This is more than circularity, it's restoration for the future. So Almanac AI taps real-time data, temperature, humidity, air quality, plant growth, human vitals, and textile use to act on its own. It waters plants exactly when they need it, kicks off textile recycling at the optimal moment, starts composting right on cue, and adjusts lighting to cut energy waste. This isn't simple automation, it's smart, adaptable intelligence that keeps circular life support systems thriving on Earth. Sorry, and here is a little typo. This is supposed to say substrate composite, which is the title. So please ignore garment assembly. By merging biosensor readings, satellite links, and Earth observation feeds, Almanac AI runs entire habitats automatically. It balances energy, water, food in real time, and fine-tunes environmental settings for peak efficiency and triggers recycling just when the resources need renewing. That's how it brings Reweave to life, a self-regulating, planet-ready life support solution. Almanac AI's container-based liquid composting system turns organic waste into ready-to-use compost in just 7 to 8 days, far faster than the usual 2 to 3 weeks. By keeping the process sealed in liquid, we tightly control gas to capture emissions so no greenhouse gases escape, and ensure reliable breakdown in any environment. From confined labs to off-world habitats, a final maturation phase then stabilizes nutrients, leaving nutrient-rich compost ready for reuse. Recycled fabric-based grow cubes hold the plants in water, and this is a reuse modular ecosystem, and so it's kind of a continuation. So it's built on proven hydroponic methods and integrated with our own nutrient production and modular structure. This circular system sort of simplifies setup and speeds up crop cycles and delivers reliable results in any environment. So from lunar outposts to disaster zones on Earth, Reweave brings modular life support systems where they're needed the most. Our silent wave units aim to generate energy from small ground vibrations, bioreactors to turn waste into nutrients, lunar tube greenhouses to grow food anywhere, on Earth or in space. Aloe vera hydrogel beads keep temperatures steady and provide hydration without waste, scalable and self-sufficient. Reweave builds circular infrastructure for survival where life takes us. And engineered for the moon, but serving Earth, Reweave's modular systems were made to survive on the moon, but they're also here to improve life on Earth. From Arctic communities to disaster zones to smart cities, our systems combine textile recycling, smart materials, and closed loops for water, energy, and food, all in flexible modular designs. Reweave is more than innovation, it's a plan for resilience, linking Earth and space. And sort of a closed loop ecosystem for the toughest places, Reweave's modular habitats combine textile, food, energy, and waste systems into one smart design. Recycle smart garments, protect from radiation, and monitor health in real time. Hydroponic domes grow crops in soil mixed with lunar dust, and all controlled by Almanac AI. Silent wave energy and bio-waste batteries provide clean energy without a grid. From space missions to disaster zones, Reweave sets a new standard for regenerative survival. So let's see here. Reweave's energy system captures vibrations from the ground, whether on the moon, Mars, or Earth, using vibration plate and magnetic coil to silently generate electricity that powers life support systems, sensors, and smart textiles without fuel, noise, or maintenance, offering a highly sustainable and efficient alternative to traditional energy sources in harsh and remote environments. And I'm just going to skip here. You can just see a little visual about that one too, what it looks like. And now we're going to talk about the bioreactor, the keratin bioreactor. So Reweave's keratin bioreactor breaks down human hair in space to extract keratin, which is purified into a bioadhesive that fuses recycled fibers into strong, high-performance yarns, creating a closed loop where waste becomes building material for Earth and space. And here you can see a concept image of what the keratin bioreactor will look like. So lunar tube greenhouses. Reweave's thermally regulated lunar greenhouses uses durable insulated shell to trap the heat in the moon's extreme cold, combined with in-lightning and precise climate control for temperature, humidity, and air. Designed specifically for lunar gravity to enable plant growth where life otherwise wouldn't survive. So Reweave's autonomous life support system grows food using hydroponics and sealed control environments with smart lighting that adapts to plants' needs. Powered by clean wave energy and bio-waste batteries, it captures and purifies greywater for reuse. All of it is managed in real time by Almanac AI, creating a fully regenerative modular system designed for Earth and habitats alike. I'm going to skip that one. Let's see here. Reweave's closed loop water circuit captures and purifies greywater, recycling it to nourish hydroponic crops in sealed habitats. Managed by AI, real-time automation, this modular and scalable system transforms wastewater into vital resource, achieving a fully efficient zero-loss water cycle. So water, aloe vera, and sodium alginate combine to form a stable, flexible bead designed for zero gravity to actually water the plants, without spills or slushing. Planted directly into the soil, they grow. They slowly deliver hydration and nutrients right where plants need them. Efficient, clean, and controlled. This precision irrigation supports maximum growth from Earth's fields to farms in orbit. The bio-waste battery turns organic waste into nutrient-rich liquid fuel, creating a clean, renewable energy in a special dual-chamber cell, where light and chemistry work together. Designed for low gravity, it supports life and autonomous systems in space with biology-powered closed-loop energy. And we've designed sort of the theoretical model for mechanical fiber separation in microgravity, informed by sort of existing material science and our own sort of system logic. The microgravity textile recovery unit aims to recycle smart textiles in space using precision tool to untangle fibers, AI to sort the threads for purity, and low residue shredding to keep the process clean and efficient. All designed for zero gravity and ready for orbit and lunar missions, forming the core of Reweave's circular system by turning waste into new resources. The microgravity yarn regenerator is sealed, a zero-gravity model that shreds worn garments into fresh Senstex yarn on site and in orbit, using automatic feeders, precision blades, and dust control nozzles to recycle textiles cleanly and efficiently for space stations and lunar bases when needed. The microgravity textile recycling unit turns onboard fabric waste into mission-ready materials. Integrated sensors scan labels, accessories, and signal threads, while the sealed dust control chamber shreds and separates everything safely. Optical arrays pick out the fibers, dual extraction chambers recover keratin and regolith-based fibers, and onboard spooling respins clean fibers for immediate reuse. Fully modular and autonomous, this closed-loop system works in orbit or on the moon, turning waste into resources. And I'm going to skip all of our concept images here, hang on, and move to our market verticals. So Reweave brings together impact across four main areas. It's healthcare with smart textiles that enable life-saving health monitoring. Space creating advanced garments for zero gravity and harsh environments. Innovation, pushing material science and sensor technology forward. And finally, circular systems, turning textile waste into new resources, from cities to humanitarian zones. From urban centers to lunar missions, Reweave delivers smart, sustainable textiles where they're needed. Purpose-built and globally deployed. This is where the future of fashion meets survival. We hold approved patents for key components, including Senstex, and plan to expand our IP portfolio in 2025. And these patents are crucial for scaling Senstex and enabling licensing in medtech, aerospace, and circular infrastructure. Through partnerships and technology transfer, our IP not only protects, but also speeds up innovation. By 2028, the market will reach 120 billion, both on Earth and in space. Healthcare needs smart monitoring and infection control. Fashion is moving forward toward a circular, sustainable design. Defense is seeking adaptive signal blocking gear. Space requires radiation shielding, habitat-ready fabrics. Recycling is transforming how we use textiles. Even film, gaming, and digital storytelling are exploring new creative textiles. From cities to space labs, Reweave provides resilient, regenerative material for a changing world. Let's see. In 2025, we aim to build the foundation by validating our technologies, securing patents, starting pilots, and sharing our vision. From late 25, we grow through partnerships in defense, space, healthcare, and the textile industry. Between 26 and 28, we accelerate global licensing and set up decentralized hubs, deploying in space and challenging Earth environments. I'm going to skip to this. So we're also seeking visionaries, filmmakers and storytelling who see beyond fabric, those ready to bring Reweave's technology and mission to life on screen, creating powerful narratives that inspire change. Not just telling stories, we're launching a movement. Weaving cutting-edge tech and compelling storytelling, we have the opportunity to building the circular infrastructure of survival for people and planet. We also seek partners and collaborators on the tech sides for embedded sensor optimizations in upcoming projects. We're inviting you to join us, raising capital to drive the next breakthrough in circular infrastructure from Earth to space. This is a rare opportunity to invest in protected deep tech circular systems at the intersection of space, defense, fashion, and healthcare. So join us in weaving the fabric of survival for tomorrow's world and beyond. And here we have the final page. Made for the harshest of environments to be able to regenerate what has been lost. Reweave is more than a project, it's a movement. A path from waste to renewal, turning fabric into life-saving tools, clothes into shelter, and old garments into survival. Where science meets heart and the real change grows quietly. Join us at the forefront, help build the future with purpose. Together, we weave a future that's strong, alive, and regenerative. Reimagine, reinvent, and reweave. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Wow, that's a hell of a lot.
That was intense. Well done for all of you for following through.
Getting through that. But no, it's really super interesting. I'm going to bring, is it Molly? If I say Molly?
It's Molly, yes.
Hi, Molly. Great to meet you. You're the scientist behind the scenes, correct?
Well, I work in science, but I come from a very similar background to most people here. I come from permaculture, regenerative agriculture, and that's my roots. But I ended up working in AI because I think this is the field where we can do the most good.
I love it. Well, my first question is going to be, so what's real right now? Because I know, Sarah, you had an MVP. I've seen fabric, yes, things like that. Because, you know, projections on a business are one thing, but what's your MVP right now? And I like to talk about real stuff, so
So I'll begin on the textile side. So SenseTex is a patented technology, and we have been around since 2020. And that is operational, tested, and up and running. And the hybrid textiles is we are pre-feasibility studies in the whole project. So we are now entering the defense side and the space tech side with this full project, so to speak. So our research, our R&D is ready, and we are basically ready to start prototyping. But we are Molly has come a bit further with the AI, so I'll hand over to Molly instead.
Yeah, I'd love to hear about the AI side. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so my responsibility is the growing system, the monitoring systems, like how to make everything interactive with each other, as well as the composting system and the kind of the harmonization between everything, so that, you know, because SenseTex offers us the opportunity to monitor the living conditions of the humans in the space. So like that's all in their clothing, and we can then control that with the environmental conditions of the space stations or whatever environment it is. And the complexity is very high, but that's where we can use.
Oh, Molly, we're losing you.
Molly, we're losing Molly.
Molly, come back.
He's the one in AI, you know.
Yeah, I know. The internet. Gosh.
There we go. You know, just goes to show. That's all good. We can continue on the journey without Molly, I think, in some respects. You know,
I think that what Molly was aiming for, that he has years of research in the permaculture and in the AI, and has studied well, obviously the space industry's journey on transforming regolith into soil, and has come a very sort of long way in the AI sort of system architecture, which we are applying to this project. So we've basically been two space tech companies working parallel to one another, but now we kind of realized that we were better off joining forces than working independently.
Got it. So he was already sort of making something in space, and then found you, and you kind of linked together on it.
Yes, we found it through the ESA's Nordic. Well, we were both finalists in the ESA's sort of Nordic launch sort of pre-accelerator in 2022. So we were a bit early, both of us, so we couldn't really see the synergies back then. But now we sort of have developed our systems, and we have patented our technology, and it became more clear that when we join forces, we can actually we find a lot more synergies, and he could effectivize the AI system to be implemented for textile use rather than the other angle that he was working on before. But before I say too much, it would be very good if he could come back so he could talk to us.
He's disappeared completely from the backstage area, so I've got no idea where Molly's missing in action.
Yeah, connection. Yeah, but
next time we'll speak to Molly. We'd love to invite you both back on, as and when this grows. I mean, you didn't start off in space, right? You found that way.
No, I mean, I'm from the textile industry myself, so for me this was a giant leap into a completely different world in 2022, and it sort of just started when, as I was mentioning in the transforming slide, when I first sort of came up with this idea during the pandemic. It started off as a very simple idea where I just wanted a textile to sort of replace the disposable waste that came from the COVID pandemic, and to have real-time answers rather than having delayed answers for COVID tests, which weren't very safe, and enable social interaction again. I mean, we keep forgetting that this was, 5 years ago, we were all stuck inside and unable to be mobile. And this was supposed to be kind of a quick, sort of more sustainable solution to begin with, but it evolved into something more bigger. Because when you sort of start by designing a product with sort of sustainability and circularity in mind, which I had the sort of privilege to do when you start your own business, you can make different decisions than you perhaps can make when you're working for a linear organization where you're more sort of prone to go into the sort of more established routes. So with innovation, we are free to sort of explore, like you were mentioning before too, to experiment. And that's how it started. And when we tested SenseTax after the first the first batches in production, we were shocked to see. We knew that it was going to be virus resistant, but I think they usually have a scale about 3.5 is a very high virus resistance in a textile, and ours scored 7.5, which was off the charts. Wow. So we were just like at the end of the sort of pandemic, or not end of the pandemic, but end of the isolation, social isolation back then. So people weren't, they were just dying to get out, and we were trying to think, we actually have a solution here that if we connect this to sensors, there could be preventative care for the next pandemic or for the next outbreak that we have. And
we hope we don't have another pandemic, but it's
inevitable. We don't want that. Of course, no.
But in healthcare, especially, there's a lot of synthetics used. I see you're not using any synthetics there. Even that in itself is something really interesting, that you're not having to sit on plastics or breathe in plastics through your nose and things like that. But the idea is that it can monitor what's going on with you internally, right? That's my kind of
yes, you can kind of think of it as a canvas. It's sort of, that's why it's applicable for so many industries, because it depends on the sensor integration you connect to it. So it's kind of like a smartwatch, if you want to simplify it in a way. A smartwatch, that is the t-shirt. That's the simplest way to get a visualization.
Read your vitals, that kind of thing.
Read your vitals in real time. And unlike the kind of the existing technology where you kind of have to revise your weight and your temperature and your sort of your core data, this kind of adapts in real time, and therefore we thought it would be more efficient for especially for preventative care and off remote caring and seniors and home caring. There's so many areas to apply for this, and this is what became complicated as you were discussing business models as well. What happens when you create a multidimensional and multifunctional product? There's no there's no book about that, so we had to kind of find our way through it, which was kind of like a journey on its own. Maybe something I'll write a book about one day, but it was to find out that the textile that we used was actually applicable for space as well. That was not something I initially thought when I was creating this, and also for healthcare, that it actually survived the washing tests, the heavy industrial washing tests that the healthcare industry requires. I think it was about 70 yen or 80, 80 with 80 degrees tumble dry. I think we managed all the way up to 47 washes, which is extremely high. A normal cotton t-shirt, to put it in relation, maybe would last about 30 washes in 40 degrees Celsius. So it's a completely different dimension of sustainability in the textile and lifespan, not to mention. So from discovering all the different sort of technical properties and the health beneficial properties, we could build on the technology, and we saw so many other usage areas, especially in the defense industry, not a vertical I've been involved in before either. So everything is brand new. But it's interesting how you were talking about before, how you have to sort of, you know, open up your perspective and see how can I apply this in different ways, and not sort of think in silos, but actually on a more multidimensional level, because that's where, you know, that's where changes can happen and true solutions can emerge. And that's what happened for us as well. We saw different connections between the different industries. We saw amazing things that we're doing in the space industry that we can only dream about. And I thought, why don't we have them in the textile industry? It would be so much easier if we had that engineering skills helping us solve some of the complex problems. But it's from that inspiration I was able to gather that intel to actually sort of build a new mechanical recycling system. And with Molly's help, also a sort of a, you know, an AI architecture that monitors it. So you can say that Molly, to simplify, he doesn't like me to simplify things, which is hence why he was here. But he liked to say that.
Okay. I think sometimes we need to, in some respects, kind of go, okay, what is going on here? You know. So
he basically created like I call it like the AI brain of the whole Reweave system. So Reweave isn't just like one innovation, it's a whole system innovation that can be applied and altered for defense, for fashion, for space. But it solves the problem on how we're going from fiber to fiber through the whole chain, if I put it this way, and without sort of sacrificing the environmental aspects on the way. Like Molly could probably deep dive a whole day about all the permaculture and the aerosol transformation and optimizing plant growth and doing it sustainably. He has all the data and all the, you know, that's his area. So out of politeness, I'm not going to go into it, but maybe we can have him for another session.
Maybe I'll get Molly to write a full paper about our assembly, something really yes, fabulous. Okay. Well, I think we're up on time, as I remember. I think with the next one, Ken is going to be joining us in a second, and we're going to be sharing his signal out. But you know, if you were to leave our audience who are, you know, aspiring innovators like yourself, one thing, what would it be?
Keep going, keep going, keep being curious, keep exploring, keep testing. I mean, what I learned is a big takeaway from being in the space industry. It's iteration is at the heart of everything we do in innovation. You're not going to try and succeed the first time. This just doesn't happen. You have to be prepared to fail. You have to be prepared to take risks and experiment. And sometimes those experiments are costly, yes, but they always lead to some sort of learning experience for you and others as well. And not be afraid of it. Just keep, even if, I mean, I don't come from a technical background. So for me to come into the space industry, surrounded by astrophysicists and space engineers, and all of a sudden standing on a stage presenting a T-shirt while others presented drones and space rockets was, you know, humbling, if I put it that way. But don't be afraid. If you don't have all the formal credentials either, it's not about that. It's about the solutions that you can provide. And in innovation, which is an amazing place to be, that's what we listen to. So take that with you and keep going.
Well, thank you so much. And yeah, we hope to hear more of your journey as you go along on it, and wish you all the best with NASA. You know,
well, it is a NATO, but it's both. But we'll see where we land. It's both NATO, it's both defense and space. But we hope to land in one of the areas so we can, you know, work on the dual use and bring it to Earth as soon as possible.
Perfect. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you, Sarah. And we'll see you next time. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So, wow, I'm going to bring Ken back up to the stage. I mean, fascinating that we would be talking about space exploration in our Real Circularity Summit. Are you on mute, Ken?
Yeah, it applies everywhere to everything. And I love those final remarks. They're about, keeping going, and particularly the comment about iterations, right? We're not going to get to where we want to be in one design iteration. It's another truism. So yeah, terrific.
It's not going to be perfect either. I mean, it's a squiggly line, a lot of this work, isn't it? So
yeah, you never know which way it's going to turn.
So yeah, from space exploration to signals, we're now going to show your video, Ken, and then have a conversation around it.
Right. Just before we do that, I thought, we're about halfway through, right, our day today.
Yeah.
We've covered an amazing amount of ground, right? We've gone into space and back and sideways. And we've had a historical look back with Walter and, a lot of new things going on. Before we show the video, I just want people to just relax. Take a couple of deep breaths, right? In through the nose, out through the mouth, 2 or 3 times. Just, relax into the video. It's a short video, and I wanted to just put this idea out into the world in its pure form, and then we can talk about it afterwards. Because it fundamentally, I called it the signal because I think we need a new direction, a new signal to replace an old one.
I love it. So let's present this. I'm going to add the video file and hope this works correctly. Where's my desktop gone? There it is. Where are you? Oh, hang on. It's in my iCloud Drive, I think. Ken, let's open.
Hello, I'm Ken Alston. And if you found your way here, this isn't a coincidence. It's not just content. This is a signal, a remembering, a return. Today, just 4 days before my 72nd birthday, I'm broadcasting something I've carried quietly for decades. A synthesis of everything I've seen, felt, studied, and helped shape in the world of sustainability, design, and systems thinking. And now it's time for coherence. In the late 80s, I began working on what we now might call sustainable packaging, but not because I was told to, but because I felt it. There was a deeper responsibility even back then. In the early 1990s, I helped start one of the first corporate sustainability departments in the world. We built frameworks, we won awards, but over time I noticed something unsettling. The wins got smaller, the changes got slower, and the deeper impact we dreamed of, it plateaued. Reducing harm is not the same as doing good, and doing good is not the same as being sustainable. Here's what I came to realize. What many still haven't. Sustainability is not a strategy. It's not a checklist. And it's not a label. It's a property of systems that can sustain life. And we've been working with a broken definition. The Brundtland Report of 1987 gave us a sentence about meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. But that was a definition of sustainable development, not sustainability itself. We collapsed the application into the base. No wonder our systems still falter. We've been solving for symptoms, not structures. We've mistaken labels for logic. To rebuild coherence, I returned to geometry, to Buckminster Fuller, to the logic of living systems. And that's when the tactical tetrahedron revealed itself. It's not just a shape, it's the first stable structure in the universe. 4 points, 4 faces, 6 edges, nothing wasted. If sustainability is pattern integrity over time, the tetrahedron is the minimal system that can hold that integrity in space. The model is simple but powerful. 2 meta-strategies. reduce what harms life, increase what supports it. The four faces: sustainability is the base, creation, maturity, death, and recreation, the other three. With 6 connectors, energetic transitions between phases. Most systems loop dysfunctionally. They skip death or fake recreation. They scale without coherence or create without alignment. The technical tetrahedron doesn't just name the problem, it shows where you are, so you know what must change. From this, the design like nature system emerged. It's a 7-step regenerative cycle that mirrors how life designs. First, review what's beneath the surface, what exists now. Reframe out of 2-dimensional logic, reflect on dissonance. Reduce distractions and waste, redesign in alignment, reposition with clarity, and relaunch into the world coherent and ready. This cycle isn't linear, it loops. It's fractal. It's how we help people and systems remember who they are. So why now? Why am I sharing this? Because the world is hungry for structure, but tired of control. Hungry for truth, but burned out on performance. And because I've spent decades behind the curtain building frameworks that became movements, well, this one is mine to carry. It's the synthesis of work, of wisdom, of pattern, of soul. It's a return signal for those who've always sensed that nature doesn't need us to fix it, just to remember how to align with it. If something in this has stirred something in you, a quiet nodding yes, a deep breath, a felt remembering, you're not alone. This signal is now active, and it moves through multiple expressions. In the UK and Europe, the work is held with care by Rachel and the Real Circularity team. This summit, the book, and the broader invitation to return to the truth we call real circularity. In the Americas, North and South, and in the Caribbean, it continues through Circularity Edge and the Circularity Network. Spaces I've deliberately designed for those seeking coherence at a personal, professional, or systemic level. These aren't competing paths. They're coordinates on the same frequency. And you'll know which one calls to you. And this isn't the end of a video. It's the continuation of a deeper field. A field that Rachel and I are privileged to co-hold, and which you are now part of. The signal doesn't belong to one of us. It belongs to life itself. And the moment you feel it, you've already returned. Thank you for listening. Thank you for remembering.
Okay, so wow.
So Rachel, you got a chance to see that for the first time a couple of days ago. What was your first instant reaction?
I still want to learn more about the tetrahedron, and I know there's a lot more than the sides and the edges. There's like fractal parts that I'm fascinated to actually join the masterclass that you're going to do next month, I think, you know, around that. So for me, for my geeky side, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I'd go for the masterclass to do that. And then my other part, you know, the more being side of me kind of really loved the intentionality and the responsibility and the kind of coherence that you discuss, because we found that together, right? That was there was a coherence in the messages that we were having, even though mine was slightly more on the regenerative sort of side of things. You know, we linked up in that kind of respect. So yeah,
one of the things we see all the time is we want to just change the words without changing the system. We have to be very cautious and careful that we don't fall into that trap. So regenerative is part of sustainability. It's an important part. It's a critical part. It's part of the return, regenerate, right? It's generating again. So it's absolutely critical, but it doesn't replace sustainability as an overall overarching context. And so that's why I wanted to put this out in this way. Today, really, we're returning to what we've always known. You know, Walter wrote in his book about how this isn't new, right? You know, when things were scarce, we automatically hoarded things and reused things, right? And we've lost some of that in today's world. And so a lot of this is a return to pattern, a return to coherence, a return to something that's always been, because we are one species of many that happen to be on this earth. A very unique species, and one that is has a controlling influence, right? And Walter said that, you know, the earth will look after itself whether we're here or not, right? The planetary body will still be here, and some other species might survive even if we don't. So I think we have to come back to this coherence, to this really the original definition of sustainability. And the tactical tetrahedron, as I've called it, which is a bit of a mouthful, I know. The importance of it is that it moves from 2 dimensions to 3. Right? When you look at all of the old models we've been using for the past 40 years, they're all flat and 2-dimensional, right? We have 3 overlapping circles in a Venn diagram, and we call it people, planet, profit. And it's alliterative, and it's easy to say, and it's easy to remember. And so if you're coming into this space for the first time, that's great. Yeah, it gets you to think about more than just profit, right? There are people, and there's environmental things to think about as well. And for its time, 30, 40, 50 years ago, whenever these thoughts were first emerging, they were really great, because we didn't have any sensibility that we'd lost any sensibility, any connections to this side of the world. And so we had to bring it back in, and particularly in business, which is when, you know, when Tim was talking, which is why I mentioned sustainability isn't the same as sustainability applied to business. We can apply sustainability principles to anything we like. And I think this return to what was is an important thing. But the world is 3-dimensional. Right? When we flatten it, we lose a lot of the data, right? We look at a map of the world, and the one we most often seen is the Mercator projection. And it's flat, and it distorts some countries and continents to be not really the size they are. They look different. And when you flatten the data, it changes the data. And, you know, if you're standing in front of a mountain, and let's say it's Mount Etna and it's erupting, that's very different than looking at a map that shows where Mount Etna is on the globe. And so I think we have to come back to this. And it's another real part of the work. Right? It's really not flat. And when you open up that extra dimension, it's amazing. And we'll do this in the masterclass. We'll go into it in more detail. But the original sustainability, it's really the sustainability of life. We're trying to sustain life into the future. Now, if you happen to be working in a business, you want to sustain your business. And so clearly there's a financial piece, which Tim talked about really in a great way, right? We have to sustain the business economically. But at the same time, whatever you do in your life as a person, or in your life as an employee, or as a business owner, or you know, someone like Sarah starting a new business, right? You have a dual responsibility to sustain the business and to not do it in a way that harms life. And that's why I said there are only 2 meta strategies. One is, for goodness sake, don't harm the conditions that support life on Earth. And the other is, why don't you try and put the other half of the coin in, right, and do things that are positively, beneficially supporting life on Earth? What can you do to make it even better, even more likely to support life on Earth? So at a meta level, you've only got two choices. And so when we look at unsustainability, it's why we say, oh, look, we've got global warming. Or why are we concerned about global warming? Because it's potentially going to harm the conditions that support life on Earth. Why are we worried about toxics in products? Why did Walter talk about nanoparticles coming from tires? because potentially, he talked about it, those nanoparticles can go into the blood-brain barrier, and who knows what it's doing to our brains, right? So it's harming the conditions that support life on Earth. So fundamentally, we've to come back to that truth, the fundamental truth of why we're dealing with all of these individual unsustainable elements. And there are hundreds of them, thousands of them, right? And different people are working on different parts of them. And that's all great. But when we frame it back to life, it gives us the basis for sustainability. And, you know, what we'll go through in the workshop is, you know, this is what we typically see, right? We see a triangle with three things. It's flat, right? It's two-dimensional. And you lose a lot of information when you do that. But as soon as I do this,
it's connected.
It's got form and it's connected, right? Because the yellow piece doesn't really have an edge. The edge is to the green. So the green is sustainability, right? So in my model, the sustainability is always the base. It sits on sustainability. You have to do things that support life on Earth. But
so
then
this framework is kind of like showcasing the silos flats, and then the silos kind of coming together, the silos of the different stages.
The silos exist within the organizations that are operating on the Earth. But the real cycle, it's not EEE, it's not environment, equity, and economics, it's not people, planet, profit. There's no cycle there at all. That's just three topics. You're giving me three names of things. Could be filing cabinets, right? You're saying, well, here's the stuff in the environmental drawer. Think about that. Here's the stuff in the equity drawer. Think about that. But there's no system there. And life works on cyclical systems. All of our bodily systems. If you're a biologist and you've studied the human body, or a medic, you'll know all the Krebs cycle and all of these cycles that, you know, the different parts of our body need to survive. But the real cycle is this. There's a creation moment, and then there's growth, right? So think of a baby. There's a moment of creation, there's fertilization. And then the baby grows for 9 months, right, in the mother. And there's an end to that part of that creation cycle. It's called birth. And now we go to another cycle, and it grows. So there's a movement from creation to growth to maturity. This is the maturity side. And maturity is an important endpoint because as soon as you're mature, you're able to reproduce yourself. That takes you into the potential to create the next generation, the next cycle. You can reproduce as your parents did. And then finally, there's the side that nobody wants to talk about. Oh, sorry, I should have gone here to maturity. And then finally, the side here is D for death, which nobody wants to talk about. It's where most people get stuck. And so in this cycle, the natural cycle is creation, growth to maturity, reproduction, and then aging to death. And then there's rematerialization, right? We go back into the universe, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and all of that. And when we look at our businesses, when we look at everything we've created on this earth, we're not honoring that cycle. Right? Why have we been talking about, textile recycling, or what do we do next, or what's something made from? Because there's a break in that cycle. We're not able to compost some of these fibers. They're man-made and not natural. And when people get stuck, you're stuck in one part of that phase of the cycle. And we're usually so involved in our own space and time, right? And what we do to make a living, that it's hard for us to self-diagnose where we are and where we're stuck. And so I think there's a space opening up now for a personal diagnostic, for a business diagnostic, where we can use these tools not to say this is the only way of looking at things, but more as a mirror. It's a mirror to reflect where you are and what exists, right? When I think about your story, Rachel, several years ago, right? You reached a point where you had a cognitive dissonance between your personal values, as a young mom, and thinking about the next generation and what you're leaving for your children, and ultimately maybe grandchildren, right? There was a disconnect between your work and your values. And that dissonance only grew over time until the point where you had to change something. You couldn't even stand, right, doing what you were doing, right? And you took a very brave and courageous stance to move and find a new way of doing things. But a lot of people are still stuck. And I'm seeing it all the time on LinkedIn, people posting things about this tension that they've got, right? And so I think we need to provide an outlet. And the tools that I've been developing quietly behind the scenes are ways in which we can explore that with people and with businesses, so that you can at least recognize yourself by looking in this mirror, right? That I call the tactical tetrahedron. And then the design like nature system that was quickly introduced on the video, that's just the systematic stepwise thing where you say, okay, now I know where I am. These are the ways I can start moving forward to where I need to go. But you and anybody who's been through our academy will recognize everything that will come out in more detail in the masterclass, because in our trainings, in our teachings that we've been doing these last 3 years, these ideas are embedded in it without giving it a name, right? So all the things that we talk about in the academy can all be explained in the tactical tetrahedron. And then once you've created, I mentioned the fractality, you said it was a fractal. This is the base layer, but what happens when you take it to the next level? You can take one side. In this picture here, I've taken the yellow side, which I had in my original version, and now I fractalize that one side. Right? All the others were all one color. Now I've created the second level of a fractal, and I can do it again, and I can create a third level of a fractal. If I get it the right round. And so now even this yellow corner has now got 3 more parts to it. So everything, then this is where the systems within systems within systems of holistic thinking actually come into play. Because at every question, there's another set of 3 questions around the cycle, or 4. So, and this is how, in a visual sense, how we can see what we talk about when we talk about zooming in and out. You started the session today, right? Talking about the zooming in and out of going to 50,000 feet and being a generalist and then becoming a specialist in a particular topic when you have to. Well, this fractality of this model gives you that facility to ask those deeper questions in a coherent way, right? And this is what I think has been missing, is the coherence. And so that's what I'm trying to bring here with this exploration that we're going to do in the masterclass, is to give a mechanistic way to do something that it just helps us visualize and see where we are and where we need to go.
I think it'll really help some people to visualize that in a mechanistic way. I mean, I kind of can see it anyway in a kind of holistic way, and essentially what you're kind of trying to do is showcase it in a blueprint to have people understand the holistic side of things, if that's what I'm understanding, because I think naturally I kind of do this anyway, right?
Right. Well, that's why you said that when we started this conversation today, that it just so happened that when we met, right, quite by accident in COVID times, there was an immediate alignment in our signals. The things you were saying and how you were expressing yourself were very coherent with my frequency of the things I've been saying. And as a result, we've come together and created the Real Circularity movement to the extent that we have. And it's based 100% on trust, which is an amazing thing. I mean, for anybody who's never been privileged enough to work in a collaboration, this is deep beyond words. We just completely and wholeheartedly trust each other, and there's no more to be said about that, right? But if I put this against my white shirt, this is what that fractality looks like in 3 dimensions. I had a 3D printer model it, and it's amazing. It's completely full of space. It's an amazing thing, and so I don't want to overemphasize the geometry. The geometry is beautiful, right? The mathematical precision is beautiful. Well, so is nature. This is an expression of nature, and the tetrahedron is the first structure that's possible in the universe, right? And I have a book in my library here, one of Buckminster Fuller's books called Synergetics, sorry, and you know, he covers the tetrahedron and its majesty as this first structure, right? You start with one atom and it's a point in space. You have 2, and now you have a linear line. You get 3, and you get the flat triangle. It's only when you add the 4th that you get the point at the top and you actually have structure. And so, you know, it's a beautiful structure in which to use as a mirror. So that's what it is. It's not that it's magical necessarily per se, but it has this quality of being able to express ideas and to mirror the systems that we live in, and that we indeed are. We embody those systems.
And if a person, like an individual or a business, is using this, okay, they can see the holistic system or see more clearly how to start to adapt or to transform, that kind of thing.
Right. Where are you blocked? Where are you blocked? There's part of that cycle that you're stuck in, and you probably can't see it because you've never looked at yourself or your business in this way. And that's why, you know, you started the day brilliantly, right? Using putting on the different glasses. And, you know, I joined in with my 3D glasses because, right, I wanted to talk about the 3D tetrahedron. But that is what we're doing. We're just saying, try on these glasses. Try on the glasses of how Ken is expressing how life works, and see what it illuminates for you as a person. You can do this at an individual level, and you can do it at a business, a brand, or a product level. It's completely scale independent.
Yeah, fascinating.
And
I'm so looking forward to it.
Well, it's just now how my brain works. I first came up with this 3-dimensional leap back in 2017. I was at a conference, and someone was speaking about something. It was about marketing or something completely, you know, non-sustainability related. And I just had one of those aha moments. That, oh my God, it's a 3-dimensional fractal. Now, anybody who knows Cradle to Cradle, right, the original book from Bill McDonough and Michael Brongott, will know that they talk about the original 3 E's, right, the triple bottom line, using this same fractality. But the difference is that the 3 things they chose to apply the fractality to aren't a system. They're the 3 topics: equity, environment, and economy. The difference with what I've done is it is the living system. So,
I love that it's an evolution. You know, that you've gathered the information with working with them directly. They pass the baton, and you're kind of evolving it into the next stage. And maybe when I see your masterclass, you know, I'll get something from it in a different way, maybe.
Absolutely, yeah. And I haven't even talked about what the base is. All I've told you is sustainability is the base that everything sits on, right? And it connects. Once you go into 3 dimensions, each of those other 3 faces has an edge that connects to sustainability. And it's at the edges that the transference and the action, we've talked a lot about moving from, you know, to behavior, to change, that happens at the edges at each part of the cycle. And it happens between the parts of the cycle, and it happens between each part and the base of sustainability. And we have to get into detailing out what does that mean? What does sustainability mean in that context? But it comes back to the conditions that support life on Earth. Absolutely. So it's an interesting exploration. It's nothing more than an exploration, but it's one that I think fits the direction in which, you know, these conversations are going.
I'm looking forward to experimenting with it and to, you know, to see if, you know, it'd help our consultancy to be able to help businesses through with this and then get into action. You know, one of my main points is, okay, let's get over, you know, mapping and things like that and actually get into some physical action on this stuff. And that does take all of the connected spheres that I spoke about earlier on. You know, the business sphere needs to really connect with the physical circularity area. We really need to move this on, you know.
and to start that conversation, whether you do it with an individual, you know, it's not career counseling, right? But it's helping you see where you are and where your heart tells you want to go. You made heart-centered decisions for where you were going to take the rest of your career. Yes. And so it can work on a personal level, but on a business brand or product level, you have to start with a diagnostic. It's no different than feeling ill and going to the doctor. You need to go and have a diagnosis. You've got to say, well, the pain's right here in my left shoulder, right? And then the doctor's going to ask you some more questions, and you're going to do some blood tests and some whatever tests. And, you know, you've got to poke around a bit and find out what's behind the symptom, right? And this is what we're doing. We're dealing with the symptoms. Oh, climate change. We've got to deal with climate change. Oh, waste. Oh, toxicity. Oh, you know, list any of the 500 things that we need to fix, or 5,000 or 5 million, however many it is. Unless you ground yourself in a diagnosis, you can't move to the what do we do next piece. And you won't heal the unsustainability in one iteration, as we've said. So I think these diagnostics, where you have to open up a space where you can, whether you use the tactical tetrahedron or some other model, doesn't really matter. What matters is that you take the time to sit back and look at, well, where are we? What are we doing when we're in business? If I'm a tire manufacturer, and I just heard Walter talking about nanoparticles and the blood-brain barrier, and then I link it to what Tim was saying, is that a materiality risk that a car company should start to think about? Maybe.
Potentially.
Right? So yeah. You put all these pieces together, but until you sit down and have a conversation, a diagnostic conversation, where somebody like you or me or, you know, someone else in the space can sit with you quietly, find out what you do, have you expressed to us, well, this is what I do. Have you thought about this? Have you looked at it from this language? Have you put this pair of lenses on and looked at it this way? Mm-hmm. You do need to carve out some reflective time to mirror. It's a mirror. That's what this is. This is really a mirror. It's a mirror to enable you to see different aspects of your business at different levels. So
that's
that you can
I think some people get sort of blinkers on, you know, when you're particularly in a specialism or in a particular frame of mind to be, well, this is right, this is the way it is. And unless is why I opened up the whole summit, talking about trying on new perspectives and trying new lenses and being open to different ideas, you know, and not dismissing them. You know, it's very easy to go, well, you know, oh, that's rubbish, or, you know, that kind of thing.
Well, but, and there are things that you can change, and there are things that you can't change. And, you know, there's a stoic part of this work, which is work on the things that you can work on. And we'll see how everything shapes up as we do all these multiple things. And new things will open up that we couldn't have foreseen when we first started. I mean, I never expected 2 or 3 of the first speakers to use the word Trump. This wasn't going to be a conversation that, in my mind, that ever used that word, right? But it's a reality that he's the president of the United States, and that there are impacts from somebody doing whatever they're doing. But I can't change the person. I can't change, even the United States populace can't change that for another, 3 years or so. So there are things you can change and there are things you can't change right now. But you can prepare for change. You can say, okay, this is what I'm seeing when I ground myself and I do a diagnostic. What's going to be in my best interest, my business's best interest, right?
Yeah, and even maybe your life transition. You know, I've been really looking at regenerative communities and new ways of living and things like that are away from the city and that kind of thing. So it might sort of open yours up to different ways of living as well.
Well, can you scroll back to the one of the first comments in the comment section? I think there was someone commented something about this. It's in that sort of career transition frame. Can you see it there? I think it's one of the first.
Well, the first comment from Anna.
Yeah, read that out.
And say, good morning, thank you for organising this. My journey started as a head of design and realising the more I climbed the career ladder, the more the design choices were dictated by people focused on aesthetics that didn't understand the impact. So I decided to step down from my fancy job and restart on a lower position in an area in fashion that creates positive change from within, which gives me more fulfillment and impact.
Does that sound familiar to you, Rachel?
Yes, literally the same.
Right. You know, this is the other part of why this summit is so important. And this is why I talk in this language now, and it's a new language for me, even in the last 6 months, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, as you know, Rachel. I've been talking more in this broadcast frequency signal modality because people need to tune in, like the old-fashioned radios where you had to literally turn the dial to get through the static until you found the wavelength. When you find that wavelength, you're tuned in. You found the wavelength for yourself. It sounds like Anna's doing the same. But for other people, they need an event like this to say, oh, there are other people in the world who think like I do.
Yeah, it might be an event or a film. You know, it was a film for me.
Yeah, you know, people who want to leave the world a better place because they've been alive on the planet and done something constructive. So yeah, so these events are gatherings as well.
Yeah, beautiful. So you know, I guess like, what do you want to leave people with as they join in a masterclass or link with us on the summit menu? I have placed that in the chat so you can have a look at all of our different things that are coming up.
You know, I started out asking everybody to just breathe 2 or 3 deep breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth. Just be calm, collect yourself, think a little bit more, mull over some of the things you might have heard today during this event. Some things will resonate with you. Some things will be like, oh my goodness, that's completely off my radar. And that's okay. That's completely okay. But resonate as a human being on the planet, right? And recognizing we're not the only species. And I'm not talking about being a tree hugger in that pejorative sense, right? I'm saying return to who we are. We are the dominant species on the planet. And when we just retune ourselves to the way life actually works, it becomes easier to make the decisions that we've already seen in some of these presentations that people are beginning to make. People are beginning to evolve the way they design things, the way they have communications inside a company, right? Involve more people. We've heard all the little threads appearing in these various conversations, but they're all about returning to signal, returning back to understanding who we are and how life works, and then bringing it into our lives and our work, right? We shouldn't have to be so much in this cognitive dissonance between the need to earn a living, which we all do, and being out of alignment. So try in the work to find this alignment. And it isn't easy, right? If it was easy, we would have all have done it. I mean, I spent 8 years as a person who probably was the first person to put the word sustainable in my job title, way back in the day. And I was fortunate to work in a company that had an owner Someone else earlier in the sessions talked about a family-owned business that was more able to have these conversations, right? Why can a family-owned business have these conversations? Because they think intergenerationally. The next generation of the family is in the wings, ready to take over.
They pass the baton.
They pass the baton, right? The intergenerational part is a natural part of how they live and work. So it's a little easier. It's easier at that level because conceptually they already have bought into the idea of intergenerational responsibility. But if you're in the middle of a $14 or $20 billion corporation, no matter that it's family owned, you're still subject to the rigors of how the market works.
Exactly.
And distribution systems and all the things that every other business that isn't a family business is subject to. So the silos that you reference and that we talk about in our academy are still there, even in that sort of business that you might say is more enlightened and more open. And so, again, the things that Tim talked about, and I mentioned using business speak, not green speak. How do you get on a coherent, consistent message inside the company so that even if you're in 140 different countries around the world operating, everybody still uses the same language and looks at things in the same way? Whether you're in Indiana or India, right? I mean, you've got to get it's an operating system question. Life has its own operating system, right? And life regenerates itself. Life is sustainable by design. And it just happens. We have to relearn that anew. So
Indeed.
Just join the party, come at your own pace, do it at whatever level is right for you right now. Some people will, like you, would be champing at the bit to say, let's have the masterclass, right? And others are saying, I'm not sure I'm even ready to open the book, right? So
that's sometimes quite a lot.
Different people are in different places, and we try to give space for all the people, right, to come in. We've got people in the alumni group who have designed a new business, right? Is it sustainable? No. Is it circular? No. But they're moving along a path.
That's the right thing.
And they know where it is more circular than what went before. And they know what their next iteration is going to be when they bring out the new design next year, right?
I love that this can be applied on an individual level and then go right into the big macro businesses as intentionally. So because we're all about kind of how can we place this into any level of business, and that this is not like if you can afford it, you can do it. You can afford it intention, right?
Yeah. Well, and you do have to have this diagnostic piece, whether it's as an individual or as a business or a brand or a product manager. Because if you don't know where you are, any direction will take you somewhere, right? And I see this all the time on LinkedIn. I've seen Walter many times in his professorial mode, politely chiding or cajoling someone to think about something with a different set of spectacles, right? Different set of lenses. And that's fine. But if you don't know where you are, you don't know which direction to move, right? If I'm in Charlottesville, Virginia, and I want to go to China, it's no point in me going north or south. I'm still never going to get there, right? Mm-hmm. I have to know that Charlottesville requires me to go east or west to get to China. So you have to pinpoint yourself as to where you are on all of these various elements before you can decide, whoa, I need to upweight my movement in this area, and I'm okay on this other area. I understand that well enough to operate and move forward. But you need to find yourself in a way, not in a woo-woo, I need to find myself. But you do need to understand where you are.
Some businesses that I've spoken to, larger ones, are like, well, we're handled. We've ticked all the boxes. There's no processional thought. That kind of thing.
Well,
so
that's the delusion. That's the delusion that they're in. I mean, I have been inside some of those businesses, and the answer I get when I make suggestions is, well, we've got 1,000 PhDs in our R&D unit. We're handled, right? To take your phrase. Sorry, you're not. You haven't even grasped the concept. You're not handled. You're not handled. But you're not looking in the mirror, right? This is why I say this is a reflector. You're not really honestly holding the mirror in front of yourself and seeing how you are.
Mm.
You're deluding yourself into thinking, well, we're operating in business as usual and we'll manage our way through it, because that's what management does, right? Management manages through crises, through issues, through opportunities. But there is a level of delusion in those companies that you're detecting.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to speak to that really, other than just keep doing the do, keep being, you know. So
well, you do, because somewhere along the line it might be one of those PhDs. It may not. It may be a janitor. I don't know. It could be anybody inside an organization. Will suddenly tune into the wavelength, right? And they'll be like you did. I can't do this anymore. For the good of my own personal health, I just can't work in this environment. And now I still have to support my family. I still have to do all the things that everybody else has to do. Okay, so what does that change in direction look like for you as an individual?
And as an entrepreneur, maybe, you know, we always invite our alumni to be entrepreneurial if they're inside of a business. And we have talked, you know, we have worked with quite a lot of people who are inside businesses. And actually,
I was 20 years, Rachel. That's what I was for 20 years, right? I read Rachel Carson's book, Silent Spring, when I was 19 years old, because it appealed to me in the bookstore in one rainy British summer day when, you know, there was nothing better to do than browse the bookshelves. And I bought the book. It had nothing to do. There were no courses on environment or sustainability or circularity. It wasn't even a term that was being used. I just bought a book that I liked, and it seemed to appeal to me on that day. I mean, you know, don't make more of it than it really is. But that planted a seed in my brain, and that seed was a very seminal seed. So it turns out, wow, humans can have an impact on the environment, and toxins can work their way up the food chain. And they've already reached the level of birds, and how much longer before that reaches humans? Now that can ground you pretty quickly if that gets into your psyche. Now, I never made a conscious career. I am going to be a sustainability professional. Of course not. There was no such thing. But everything I did in all of my jobs, I always brought some environmental sensibility to my thinking and how I did my job. It didn't matter what the job title was or what I did. I did many different jobs in R&D, in business. Inside a big multinational company, there are thousands of different job titles and things you can do, right? But I brought that sensibility with me, that we can have an impact on the world. And that, perhaps another thing for everybody to just take away is impact can be positive as well as negative. We almost always in this space talk about impacts and use the word meaning it's a negative impact. There's something bad that we don't want to happen. And that's true. And we do have to deal with those things. But you can also have positive, beneficial outcomes. And that's what we've to strive towards. So don't forget there are two sides to the coin of impact. So let's get more people on the frequency, Rachel, and get more beneficial impacts going.
And we have one of our alumni just joined us. Fatih is in the room. So he's saying, I love it's about the journey and not the destination. I'm glad you guys are next to me on this journey. And thank you for this amazing organization. Kudos. So thank you, Fatih. Always. You
know, for those who don't know, Fatih is working in a section of the fabric world with towels, right, and hospitality and so on, and he's also fulfilling a social need that he's identified. So he's got a social mission as well as his business mission, and so he's ticking some of the boxes and doing things that a regular business wouldn't do. Is it everything to be sustainable or circular? No, of course it's not. But he knows where he is, right? He's gone through our training and he's positioned himself. I'm here now, and now I'm doing this, and I'm moving here, and then I'm moving there. And he knows the direction he's going.
It's iterating.
Iterating, yeah.
Absolutely. So I think it's possibly time for a small pause until we invite Payal and Lucy up for their conversation. Yeah, take a little bit of a comfort break for everyone. It's always a long day. I think we can go in now.
For hanging in there and listening.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some regular watchers here. So we'll pause, have 10 minutes break, and then I'll introduce Payal, and she has a pre-recorded section with Lucy from yesterday. So lovely. Thanks, Ken, for your signal and for your intention. And yeah, anyone in the chat, have a look at our summit menu. It's in there above Fatih's comments there. And yeah, have a look at joining us this year, next year. We'll have a little bit of an announcement later on. But yeah, for now, have a great break.
Welcome back to the Real Circularity Summit.
Will Riddock. Oops, where am I? Welcome back. So I hope you had a good break. We're going to now introduce the next section with Payal and Lucy. They weren't able to join live, so we've got a lovely recording of those guys. Lucy is founder of The Whip, and they focus on micro businesses and helping business startups, seeds, and specifically in the fashion space. And Payal is one of our great alumni who always has the best questions. She is in marketing and really joined our academy to make sure her marketing was on point, honest, humble, open, and most of all, informed about circularity. So without further ado, I'll add their session to the stage and enjoy. Thank you so much.
With Lucy from The Whip, and I'd love to take a minute and let her introduce herself.
Thank you so much, Payal. It's amazing to be here. So yes, my name's Lucy. I'm the founder of The Whip. I started the business about 4 years ago now, and prior to that, I was in fashion, luxury fashion media for about 10 years, and sort of finding out how awful the fashion industry was, I decided to kind of explore sustainability myself. Initially, that was like through content creation, so through styling and writing for print and for online. But then I also started doing some digital marketing for some small businesses. I mean, I say small, one of them was Mother of Pearl, which isn't really that small, but you see what I mean, to really kind of understand the challenges that a business faces when it's either starting as a sustainable business or when it's trying to become a sustainable business. And then sort of throughout lockdown, I was at home feeling a little bit lost and, you know, feeling kind of the weight of everything, and started this sort of little informal community where I was supporting people with their businesses because I truly believed that what they were doing was really valuable, and I wanted to help them through that really, really tough period because we had no idea how long it was going to last and whether a lot of businesses were going to survive. And yeah, that grew through The Whip. It was an area that if you'd have asked me like 10 years ago, do you think maybe you might work in business support and consulting? I would have said absolutely no way. That sounds really dull. But that's exactly what I do. So I support small businesses to be sustainable and successful. So essentially, we help businesses to understand their impact, and then we help them to understand how to fund their impact as well. And that's actually become a big part of what we do, which is exciting.
I feel like every sustainable business needs you at this point, and it's really amazing that you started it during COVID, and we forget that era, but we really were craving IRL quote to quote experiences and connections at that moment. So it's amazing you had that brain idea then. Having had your background in fashion, I wanted to start with something that has been a part of BOF's story and a part of everyone's conversation. What are your thoughts on Chanel's new recycling venture?
Oh yeah. So this is a really interesting one. Niv, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Nivold, is a separate entity to Chanel, but it's essentially their answer to a challenge that they were facing, which is that they couldn't find recycled materials that met their quote unquote luxury standards, whatever that might be, right? So, they have developed I believe it's going to address 3 different areas in terms of creating new materials from old, but there's also going to be a focus on leather as well, which is really interesting. And they're not just going to be supplying Chanel, they're going to be supplying lots of other businesses. And like I said, I think this is a really interesting new thing. I think arguably it's brands like Chanel, less luxury brands like H&M, for example, that have made millions and millions in profit by existing in an industry that has, no minimum or maximum overproduction orders. They are literally free to do whatever they like. They should be investing money in these solutions. I know that sometimes it kind of becomes a little bit of a moral question. If you're a startup and someone like H&M or Chanel is investing money in your innovation, your solution, that money has obviously, we know where that money's come from. That money's come from overproduction, it's come from overusing resources, and it's come from not paying people enough. So is it ethical to use that money for that purpose? I think it really kind of comes down to each different person's kind of moral compass, but the money has to come from somewhere, right? I think that if anyone should be paying for these solutions, it should be them. I'm obviously very interested in, the opportunity to raise money through things like the extended producer responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously through that has to come the assurance that that is actually where the money's going to go, that it is going to be invested in recycling infrastructure and R&D and things like that, and it might not. So yeah, I think it's a very interesting innovation, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens there, and if they do go ahead and support other businesses with their recycling, sourcing of recycled fabrics, etc.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point. I really like the fact that you said that these big businesses are the ones who should be creating solutions, because they did create part of the problem. So if they're now investing in part of the solution, it's great. It's help for everyone as long as they're doing it with longevity and life cycle assessment in line.
Yeah. You also have questions about greenwashing as well, right? We had the conversation when Shein gave all of that money to the Orr Foundation and relinquished their rights to market that as well, which I thought was very, very interesting. They gave full permission and sign off to the Orr Foundation to say whatever they wanted to about that money and how they were going to spend it. But I think if these things are being done completely separately to other parts of the business, so there's no consideration being given to how they're paying people, how people are being treated in the supply chain, where they're sourcing things from, overproduction, and how they destroy stock, it does start to look like greenwashing then. But I think that kind of has to be taken on sort of a case-by-case basis, really, in that instance.
And we're hoping that digital passports will also help solve part of the problem, at least.
Yes, yeah. Shine a light on these incredibly complicated and convoluted supply chains and processes.
Okay, cool, great. And now that we're into this recycling venture, I wanted to also ask you what, from your perspective, are some real impactful changes or innovations that you're seeing happen in the circularity space, and which parts?
Yeah, I think there are some, I mentioned the extended producer responsibility earlier, and that's something that I really would like to see rolled out here. Obviously, we've already got it for packaging here, which is great. We now need it for fashion and textiles as well. Obviously, this is something that was recommended back in 2018 by the Environmental Audit Committee. So we're really far behind on this. We should already really be doing this, but that is something that I'd be very excited to see roll out here. I'm always really interested in, repair, like aftercare tech as well. People like Circulo, who are trying to support businesses to introduce commercially viable after sale care. So any kind of like tech around that, I think, is a really cool new innovation. And I also came across a firm in France that recently got a lot of 4.5 million euros in investment, called Recom. I actually featured them in my Substack that I write, and their particular focus is on reconditioning and remarketing fashion items. And I think that is a really interesting avenue that hasn't really been addressed significantly yet, because you have things like Vinted, etc., ThreadUp. They're kind of making resale, pre-loved more commercially viable, but also, very importantly, in the minds of consumers, they're making it a viable option, right? But I kind of keep coming back to this issue that I have, where generally the stuff that gets sold on these places is stuff that's either new or very nearly new. It's very lightly worn. And yeah, we absolutely need solutions for clothing that gets bought and then barely or never worn. But what about the stuff that does get worn and does still have life left in it, but maybe you've put a patch in your jeans, or maybe you had to replace the zipper, or maybe you had them tailored to fit you, or something like that. And I couldn't put a pair of jeans that I've had repaired on Vinted. They wouldn't sell. So I'm really interested in how, industrial scale reconditioning and things like that can be done, because I think that that could be the next big thing that we solve, right? Or marketplaces for things that have been repaired as well could be interesting. Yeah.
I think you've touched on a really great point, because resale and rental and all of these models are taking fast forwards. And since 2024, I've been seeing all the talks around it. But actually, I have seen the same space in Vinted, where most of the products sold are either new with tags. Nothing that's defective gets sold. There's an interesting business that I've seen in Germany called the Mended that helps you repair clothes easily. And I think it touches upon what you're talking about. And I wonder, is the problem, you think, that it takes the consumer more effort to get something repaired, to sold? They don't know where to go, and that's why these challenges still exist. Whereas what Vinted did was make our consumer effort so low, so we could just buy a product and then wear it for one day and sell it another day, make some profit, feel good about ourselves and the environment, and just have that quick transaction, that quick hit, if you will say.
Yeah, I think that is part of it, absolutely. We live in a world that's so instantaneous. You can buy on Amazon and it can be here this evening. So if you're developing a solution that is commercially scalable and viable, you need to be considerate of how people live their lives now. But I also think there's going to be an education element to it as well, because we've seen a massive shift in recent years in how people view pre-loved or never worn and then resold items, right? I remember when I was in my early teens, sitting on eBay and trawling through eBay to try and find a cute vintage prom dress for myself. But no one else I knew was doing that. Like, I was the girl who shopped in charity shops and people did not appreciate that, right? Whereas now it's like a badge of, not a badge of honor, but it's like a cool thing to do. I mean, you know, people are wearing, they're doing the whole Y2K stuff, and that's the stuff that's still in circulation, right? So now we need this educational piece around mending and repair, and the way in which we connect to things. That kind of still needs to happen, because we're still thinking so commercially about our clothes. We're still thinking in this really sort of like trend driven, very throwaway way, even though we are now renting, reselling. You know, you only have to look at some rental platforms, their commercial partnerships, but also in some ways they're encouraging people to buy things that are trendy in order to rent them and make a bit of money. And whilst it's encouraging renting and reusing, are we kind of chasing the rabbit down the wrong hole again? You know, again, I think it comes back to this question of how easy is it as a circular business to exist in the current business commercial landscape, right?
Yeah, I would love to get some data on that. I have seen that Vestiaire Collective released their report, and it did say that it shifted consumers from buying new to secondhand. I don't remember the percentages and figures yet, but yeah, I can share that report. I have it along if anyone needs to see it, because I got it when they asked for it. But yeah, it would be interesting to understand with data further how it's going. But I would say for mending, repair, community is so important. And I guess that's where some of your work started with the WIP. And I would love to understand a bit more about the WIP, maybe in 3 words or 1 line. How would you?
Sure, yeah. So I would say that the WIP is, we're experimental, we're curious, and we're empowering. Like the messaging is always positive. It's always about solutions. It's always about the fun, that, like I said, the curious kind of side of all of this, because I think it is fun. It is really fun to take a very real challenge. I mean, I'm obviously speaking from a place of privilege here, because it's fun for me to try and solve these problems. For other people, it's very dire and it's very needed to solve these problems. But I think it can be a space where it can feel a bit of a downer sometimes, and it can feel very heavy, because it's not like, you know, having worked in luxury fashion and seeing how seriously people took that, and thinking, but we're not saving lives. We're literally shooting a Dolce & Gabbana look. Does it really matter if the earrings weren't missing? You know, things like that. To, okay, but this outfit was made by a child who doesn't have an education, or, you know, this cotton came from an area where they've experienced huge rates of farmer suicide and things like that. There are some really, really dark areas to it. And so I think we have to kind of work a little bit harder to sort of uplift people. And I think that's really where the community element comes in, because a lot of the businesses that I work with are micro-organizations. So they're sort of like 1 to 4 or 5 people. They're very small. Also, just kind of being a founder is a very isolating experience. So I feel like community sort of accidentally became a really big part of what the WIP does, and creating in-person events, or, you know, we do still sometimes do some virtual events as well, but that has become very, very needed, just to support people in their journey, and know that they're not on their own, that there are lots of other people out there who are trying as well. That always tends to kind of form the introduction of any of my workshops that I do when I'm speaking to organizations who aren't maybe sustainability focused, and I'm trying to get them excited about it, is, you know, it's only one plastic straw, said 1 billion people. And to help people to understand that if you're doing it, please trust that a lot of other people are doing it too. You're not the only one. And if you don't do it, how can you trust that anyone else is doing it, right? So yeah, that's it. Community plays such a big part in all of that.
Yeah, I love what you said about one person does it, all are doing it, trust it. It reminds me of this quote, be the change you want to see in the world. I can't remember who said that. But it's so true for sustainability as well. A lot of times people still say that what's the point of recycling? Just those basic questions, but bringing that in mind that one person does it and if 100 people are doing it, imagine the impact. It's really great. And touching upon community, I've personally seen that since COVID, community, IRL experiences, shifts, collectivity, micro communities, niches, they're growing so big suddenly and so fast, and people are really craving these micro communities. And it's happening in sustainability, it's happening in circularity, it's happening outside of this bubble as well. What, as per you, is the reason that these spaces are so needed in today's space, especially when you look at sustainability founders? How do you think they are different from a regular founder? Is it that they go through so many more mental challenges, having to solve so many deeper issues than, say, a regular entrepreneur that's just scaling an agency?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I do agree. I think that there's kind of an extra degree of heaviness to sometimes what you're doing for, the points I mentioned earlier. And I think, to answer the question about, why is community and in-person experiences so important, I think it's because we reached peak saturation. I think, especially following COVID, when we all kind of became chronically online. And I don't know if you remember, but there were those was it like the House Party app?
Oh yes.
One was on a Zoom pub quiz, and I went to 2 baby showers on Zoom calls, and I was online, and it was there were kind of huge social shifts happening as well with Black Lives Matter and things like that. And it did feel like the weight of the world was literally in the palm of your hand or on your screen. There felt like there was no separation from it. And I think that sort of in recent years, people are tired of being online. I think they're tired of constantly seeing people on screens and not in person. And I'm the same. I started the Whip and we were just going to be a virtual company. We were going to be low impact, i.e. sort of, emissions, etc. By virtue of the fact that we were online, we weren't doing things in person. But then sort of after, people kind of started shaking off lockdown, that's what they were asking for. They were like, well, when can we meet in person? When can we do this? I want to meet you face to face. I want to have these conversations. And I have definitely in the last couple of years pulled back a bit from social media. Like I take social media free weekends. Even on my work Instagram and on LinkedIn, I'm not on there as much as I used to be, because I'm out having meetings, having in-person meetings. I'm networking, I'm going to panel discussions, and I feel like emotionally that fills my cup up a lot more than doom scrolling on Instagram, which is something that I am very, very guilty of. And going back to what you said about like the heaviness sometimes of being an entrepreneur, specifically in this space, you do need to sometimes put your phone down and say, right, I'm going to go out for a walk and I'm going to choose to be happy now, because you have to be. You can't allow all of those things to dull your optimism, because otherwise no one would do the work, right?
Yeah, I think you've touched upon such key points, especially for someone working in sustainability on spaces like Instagram and TikTok. They're only promoting overconsumption. I'm all the time like, I wish there was a delete button for this to never appear in my scroll or feed. And I believe that's also created us wanting to crave more of these spaces where we can feel seen, heard, and also create impact. Because I recently had a friend and she was at an event which was non-sustainability related, and she said, "No what? They thought of it like it was a niche." and not actually as a space to make impact in. And she felt very unseen and she couldn't be in that space. So I realized at that moment the impact of the right community, because how can you make an impact if you're not able to see that the other person understands you? Only through the fact that knowing that, okay, this person, if we share our mindset, will be able to help, solve, understand, will be creative. So communities have grown because we seek those people who understand our beliefs, patterns, and so in sustainability and circularity, because you feel that, okay, there are other people wanting to make an impact, because when most of us started, people weren't interested at all. And then now we're going to spaces, we see that, okay, if we come together, we can make change happen. I so see the value in real life events as well. It's just different body language connection versus just us having a chat online, but also having this comfort of having the chat online rather than flying to another country is also a privilege.
Yeah.
Great. I love the work that you're doing, and I want to go deep dive into it. And something I feel is not talked about a lot is, what are some soft skills a person needs to thrive in a community and collaboration setting? Because a lot of times with small business owners and micro owners, they're so used to leading. Maybe understanding how to be part of community, collab might not come that naturally to them. For some, it does. So what are some skills that could help them thrive?
Yeah, I loved this question because it got me thinking about sort of my journey with it. And I think it's definitely something that these are definitely skills that I've had to teach myself, because I found that they are very, very relevant, especially in this space. But I think empathy and active listening, because you need to be able to understand your community, you need to be able to understand the challenges that they have. And by community, I mean your clients, your customers, the people in your supply chain, the people who work for you, the people who are inadvertently affected by what you do as well. So kind of going back to that example of the Orr Foundation and H&M, you know, technically the Orr Foundation are part of H&M's community. Sorry, not H&M. Apologies, Shein. So they are part of that community because they are at the end of the chain. They're the ones dealing with the considerable waste that is contributed to the planet by people like Shein. So I always encourage people to think of community in those terms as well. You know, who is your neighbor? Who is the person who is affected by the car that you drive, whatever, those kinds of things. And being able to listen to their worries and their challenges, I think it makes you a better solver of problems. Because I'm guilty of this, and I meet a lot of people who are, that we see that there's an issue and we're like, I know how to solve that. And we run off and we try to solve it. And then we realize that actually there was a solution out there all along, or actually that wasn't quite the right solution. So yeah, active listening, definitely. I also think like critical thinking and debating, you know, the older I get, the more I learn, or the more I'm coming to realize that things are not black and white. They're not good and evil. There are lots of shades of grey and nuance in between. And also, just because something is one thing doesn't mean it can't be two things at once. I think that's a personal thing to me. Not everyone will agree with that, especially when it comes to, you know, sort of like ethical and moral questions, like where does financing come from, etc. But I think thinking critically about something and not just you know, reading one Instagram post and thinking that you understand the crux of what's going on, you know, reading across from different sources, getting your information from different places, being willing to listen to people and their point of view, even if it's different to yours. And then lastly, I think creative thinking as well. Like sometimes it's not the most obvious solution. Sometimes it is, but I think you have to be willing to think creatively about the problem that you're solving, and also about how you're empowering and engaging your community as well. I think, like, for instance, our social media output for the WIP for the first few years was very informative. It was very like, let me teach you something, and our engagement was not good. And then I kind of realized that actually, like, I have a sense of humor. I like to, poke fun at things, make light of things, make fun of myself. So I kind of started introducing that content into mostly my Instagram, and my engagement is still multiplying, right? A year and 6 months on, because I decided to think more creatively about how I reached my community, and they preferred that. So
I love 2 points that you touched. One, that community is not just your peers, it's the supply chain, it's the workers, the laborers, artisanal people, everyone that's across it. I feel that this is something that's still missed out a lot, and that's why we get so far behind on circular solutions. And your example was great as well with Shein and what they did. Also, creative thinking is such an important thing that I feel as founders, either they don't have a lot of time, they get stressed and they forget to think creatively. And so solutions are harder to find, or the journey just seems so much more longer. So I really love that you added that and brought that into the space. And continuing to talk about this, I would love to hear your thoughts on, do you think we're going in the right direction when it comes to circularity, or are there any like touch points you've seen or some concerns that you've seen as per your perspective?
I'm an eternal optimist, so I'm going to say yes. I feel like at the moment, with everything that's going on in the world, I think just being able to get up in the morning and put one foot in front of the other, to learn a little bit more than you knew yesterday, I think that's all we can really ask of people at the moment. I think that obviously that kind of falls down when we start thinking about how we need to be hitting net zero goals. We need to be protecting, ecosystems and indigenous people and craft. That's a very, very urgent thing. And sometimes I'm not entirely convinced that we're moving fast enough to rectify the harm that we've done there. But I do meet so many new founders and startups or established businesses every single day. And I'm meeting those at a bigger rate than I'm seeing businesses close. So that's sort of my own personal kind of benchmark of, yes, things are moving in the right direction. I think also when I get in, because a lot of the work I do is to be in rooms of people who don't really do sustainability, like you were saying. To them, it's like a nice to have, it's like an add-on. And, the WIP's mission is to reach the 5.6 million SMEs in the UK and help them align with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, because I honestly believe that collaboration, especially through 99% of businesses in the UK, because only 1% are big businesses, that has a huge potential to do good, if everyone's doing a little bit. So that means I have to get into rooms full of people who know nothing about it, and I have to make the business case for sustainability. And it's slightly nerve-wracking because there will always be people who either aren't interested, they just don't get it, or they feel like the problem is so huge, they can't begin to break it down into the core components of where they sit and what they can do. So yeah, so sometimes that can be hard, but I think sometimes I have to put my blinkers on and just look at the little bit of road in front of me. Just because personally that's how I kind of deal with the world. I just turn Instagram off and I just get to work. So yeah. I don't know if that even really answered your question, but
I have a part two of it that would go deeper into it. So the part two is, what within the WIP have you seen as a collective some changes and impact happen?
I mean, the community's grown. I think that that's probably the main one. I think also the conversations have changed as well. And I think that founders feel more empowered that the work that they're doing is important and it is worth like getting, in particular, financial investment for. So have I seen businesses close? Yes. But I think that we're sort of at a really kind of crucial time where we're throwing ourselves at the problem. And when you do that, a lot of things don't stick. Or they stick it for a little bit, and then you have to figure out, okay, what is the next step? So it's a very interesting period of time because we are very experimental in how we're trying to solve the problem. Take, for example, vegan leather. A few years ago, I was writing about how vegan leather is like amazing. Look how wonderful this is. And then obviously we now know that a lot of it was covered in plastic. And so now we're pushing for plastic-free vegan leathers and what that looks like, right? So, we're having to kind of make all these mistakes, and some businesses will close, some businesses will pivot, some businesses will start off doing something and then realize that actually, no, that's not the thing that we need to do. We need to do something different. So I try to look at it from that kind of perspective in terms of growth for the sector. And I think also kind of destigmatize making mistakes, because we kind of have to.
Yeah, I think that's so important. I love that you touched upon vegan leather, and that to me reminds us of such a pivotal thing. When we look at a problem, we don't look at it from community, all aspects of it, and life cycle.
Yeah.
We're looking at what's the current problem, how to solve it. If we looked at the entire solution and we brought in community, creative thinking, we wouldn't have ended up with the problem of vegan leather and plastics. Probably we will still have, not sure yet, but that's the train of thought that comes to our minds, I guess. Related to that topic, what is your opinion on degrowth in general and funding? What is the scenario in funding and degrowth? Do the investors look at nature as an asset? Should they look at it as an asset, because it's all about profits when it comes to investment, still is what we're seeing?
I would say, so first off, yes, I think degrowth is needed. Second of all, I am seeing movement in terms of how, I wouldn't necessarily say degrowth, but how impact is being viewed by investors, right? So to kind of go to the degrowth question, I feel like sometimes it's a bit of a dirty word, because the media has really kind of spun growth as this thing, right? If you listen to any kind of like regular media channel, you'll probably get updates on like how big the UK economy has grown or has it shrunk, and that's always deemed to be a bad thing, right? We're kind of trained to understand that growth at all costs and just continued growth is what we need, right? But it's only continued growth in certain areas. I was listening to a podcast yesterday that was talking about how the need for food banks has grown a huge amount in the UK in the last 10 years. That's not growth. But that's also not degrowth, right? That's growth in the wrong places. So I think it needs to be more equitable. And I hope that in making it more equitable and balanced, the growth will slow down, because it's only growth for certain people, right? It's only ever putting more money and resources in certain people's pockets at the expense of other people. So for me, I think degrowth really means solving a problem as a business in a way that is very authentic and that isn't necessarily kind of pandering to commercial markets and typical traditional ideas of growth, right? It could look like a business. I'm looking at your shirt and it looks really cute, so I'm going to use the example of shirts, right? It could be a business upcycling old hotel uniform shirts into I don't know, school uniform shirts or something, right? The scale, obviously that's quite a large scale, but it's never going to be at the scale of like your Sheins or your Inditexes or people like that, but it doesn't need to be. We need to get more comfortable with just solving the problem and not needing this like exponential growth and pushing it, really forcing it into artificial areas, because that's how we've landed up in this problem. That's why we're seeing a massive reduction in resources around the world. That's why, going back to the issue of farmer suicides, the loss of indigenous owned land in the rainforest and craft and things like that, because we forced growth and we didn't need to, and we didn't stop to ask whether or not we were happy about it, right? So I think that's kind of part of it. And then in the sort of investment and the kind of funding area, you are seeing a growth in impact investment. So you're seeing a growth in angels and venture capitalists, and it's still kind of, they're not easy to find a lot of the time, but they are out there in that they are interested in growth. They are interested in impact, and they will fund your business in order to make that impact. And businesses can negotiate better term sheets for themselves. So essentially more money, reduced dividend repayments in return for delivering an agreed upon impact. So there was an example I was told about a clinic that started up in Brazil to solve the very real issue that they had in the area of increased rates of diabetes. And they created a digital healthcare solution that was going to support the community and build trust in the healthcare system so that more people could get treatment for their diabetes. And the investors invested on the proviso that they reach X amount of people, that they reduce rates of diabetes by X amount. And that was part of the negotiation, whereas it wouldn't normally have been. You've also got examples of, businesses like Faith in Nature, who have they have what's known as a veto share, or they have, they call it nature on the board. So basically they have a representative from an NGO who represents nature, and that is their sole purpose. That is why they're there. They are in ownership of a veto share, which basically means that if someone were to take over the business, or the people who were on the board, or people who were shareholders with voting shares in that business voted to do something that wasn't in the planet's best interest, obviously all of that is kind of set out and put into articles of association for that business. But they wouldn't be able to do that because nature would veto that decision. So essentially, Faith in Nature they've protected the business from mission drift, so they won't drift away from their core mission, which is isn't that amazing? And you've also got people like Tony's Chocolonely who have something similar. They have what they call a golden share, which is a veto voting share, which means that anything that happens inside the business, whoever gets the majority voting rights in there can always be vetoed if that person and by the way, they have no financial skin in the game because it is literally just given one veto share, is just there to represent the social, environmental, or both values of that business. So these are really exciting things that are happening at scale. They're happening in terms of like big money, investors are involved. And so I feel really positive about things like that. I feel like there are big businesses out there who are taking this really seriously. And they are using things that are set out in business legal structures to protect the mission of the business, to protect the voting rights of the business, etc. Because we've seen previously some businesses, a new majority shareholder comes in and changes what they want, which is generally more dividends for the shareholders, and they can change the entire business practice, the entire structure of the business just to serve that purpose. And that's really scary that can happen.
I love this last conversation that we're just having, and I would love to continue talking about it, but since
I'm a bit of a geek about it, sorry. I was like, in the back of my mind, I was like, is she really bored right now? But that's okay.
No, I loved it. I'm literally going to Google these organizations, and I really think it can be so valuable for people in the circular business space right now and are looking for funding. But since we're in the last 4 minutes, let's hit upon the last question to close it. If someone listening has a really innovative product or service for a circular business model, maybe in terms of funding, or maybe just in terms of what are the first 5 steps they need to take, can you share that with us as per your experience, having built these communities, having built grants, fundings, and of course, for the rest of the steps, they're happy to get in touch with you.
Yeah, sure. So I would say the first step is to really understand the problem. Like I can't remember who said it, but someone once said the best business founders are obsessed with the problem, not with the solution. So be obsessed with the problem that you're trying to solve, because then the solution could look like lots of different things. You're not penned in by your individual vision of what that solution is. The next step, I think, would be to create an MVP, a minimal viable product. And I say to people, you don't have to be a tech business to have an MVP. You can be a product business, you can be a service. Just create something really cheap and scrappy, doesn't have to look perfect, and test it with some people. Testing is super, super important. The next step is listening. So collecting market research, talking to your shareholders again, like thinking about who are your community, who are going to be affected by this, trying to get an equal and intersectional view of everyone who is going to be affected by what you're doing, because I really believe that if you're going to start a business these days, that should be a big consideration, right? We don't need more businesses. We don't need more stuff. We need solutions. And then I would also say communicate, but communicate from the start. Like I meet a lot of businesses who will say to me, oh, I'm really excited. My product's going to arrive next week. And I'll say, great, like, where are you on like socials and marketing channels? And they say, right, well, I've got my Facebook account, my Instagram account, my TikTok account, my YouTube channel. I've started a Substack, but I haven't posted anything yet. And I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah, as a branding and marketing person, I'm just, what is wrong with you? Why haven't you already started posting?
Yeah. And I say to people, like, please just start posting. Just talk about, went to visit my supplier today. This is a sample of what it's going to look like. I'm so excited. Or, start talking about things that you're passionate about, and the community will kind of build itself. And then when you finally say, ta-da, here's my shiny new website with my shiny new product, you have a ready-made values-driven community that are aligned with you and what you're doing. They're fans of you. They've already told their friends about you. They've shared your content. Now they can buy from you. And I think that is something that a lot of people are scared to do because we want to put the perfect article out there, right? But I'm here to tell you, I think that if you're really solving a problem properly, people actually don't care whether you built it in Notion or it's like made from fabric offcuts that you found in the charity shop. It doesn't matter. And then I would say, kind of the last thing is the funding aspect of it. I think is to really think about where are you going to get your money from? Because I didn't think about this enough when I first started. I'm thinking about it now, and I'm trying to encourage other people to think about it. But, where is your money going to come from? When are you going to need it? How much are you going to need? And start building those relationships really early, going back to that point about communicate from the start, because you never know, that first fan of your very, very imperfect product might invest in you in a crowdfunder, or they might be an angel investor in your seed round, or they might introduce you to someone who could maybe partner with you. These things are really important. I know that's quite a lot they're quite big steps. But if anyone does have any questions, I'm always really happy to chat. You can find me on LinkedIn, a bit less so on Instagram these days. And then I've also just started a Substack called Friday Funding Chats, where we talk about how values-driven businesses need to be making money in order to be, at the forefront of solving these problems.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining in this session, Lucy. And it was a really great conversation. I got so much value of it. And thanks everyone for watching.
Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Welcome back to the Real
Thank you so much, Payal, for hosting that conversation. I was like triple tasking, so as ever, and I've just been triple tasking again. Yeah, terrible. I should stop this. But I really loved, like, you know, the parts of the conversation that I caught, you know, about the degrowth part. You know, people don't always want to discuss this, but actually we need to look at new ways of creating business, new ways of creating economics. And that's where our next guest really comes into his own. And, you know, love also what Lucy was saying about iteration. You know, don't be expecting to do it right first time. It's an iteration, especially in the product space. You have to try again, tinker it, move it into the next stage. But to be fair, that's the same in a sort of creative version of economics. So degrowth doesn't have to be about just like stopping everything and, you know, stopping flow. It's actually more about increasing flow. And so I've done a lot of research and depth into, you know, looking at steward ownership, cooperative models, our own collaborative models that we've been using, and the new economics sort of side of things, looking at donut economics and thinking, how can we reinvent the business models, reinvent the system? So without further ado, I'm going to place up the amazing Will Ruddock, who had a conversation with me for the session during the week. So it will look a little bit different to my setup now. I found Will through one of our old speakers last December, Stuart Cowan, who works on the Buckminster Fuller Institute. And he was speaking at an event, and I joined sort of online because it was in America. So I was like, yeah, brilliant. And I saw Will speak about his new economic system and cryptocurrency and relocalized economics. And I was massively inspired by it. I feel like it's some of the missing parts that were difficult in my collaborative model. So for me, I've taken away so much from reading his book and from this conversation, and I really hope that you guys do too. So journals at the ready, because there's so much deep, wonderful thoughts and actually applied economics in this video. So thank you. I will be now a twin on here, and here we go. Thank you. Oops. To our Real Circularity Summit. I'm so excited for you to join us today. Really looking forward to the conversation because your work really speaks to the work that I've been doing in parallel with what I'd call new economics, living systems thinking, thinking about reweaving sort of ancient practices and, you know, these future resilient economies into your system. So for those who are not familiar with your work, there are going to be quite a few out there who aren't. Could you share some of your journey, like why you started and your focus?
Yeah. Well, I grew up in Santa Cruz, California, and super very like new agey background, and focused a lot on, you know, what is energy and frequency. And my kind of early teen years, I started reading some physics books, and I wanted to understand what that stuff meant, like the word energy, you know, and everyone's using it, and so I went into physics, and that was kind of to me a way of sort of somehow an escape from that new age upbringing into something that felt like tangible. I was like, okay, I can account for things now, right? The consistent frames that's, you know, of view. And I was always, you know, very devoted to activism and the, you know, system change, and, you know, I grew up around a lot of protest movements and all this stuff. And the economic system was always kind of just this big black box of like this, you know, somehow like as if, you know, like if you're very good at music and you sort of have perfect pitch, you can hear, you know, a really good song. But even if you're not perfect pitch, you can sort of hear when something's off. And it was just that feeling of just, you know, like our economic system's dissident and creating problems. And the first, it was a part of like a master's thesis where I got into what was called econophysics, and that was looking at agent-based modeling around groups in economics and just trying to model what are they doing. And I thought it was extremely interesting. So I could use a lot of, I was doing high energy physics and particle physics, and so I could use a lot of the same kind of like thinking around just trying to pull apart like what is going on, like how, what is the interaction of a woman who buys tomatoes this week, and her economic interactions, like what's actually happening there, where's the circularity to it, um, so that was really beautiful to me. And then someone gave me this book called The Future of Money by Bernard Leotar. And that was the first time I saw that people were thinking about money in a sort of design space. I never even heard of that before, right? And so I was like, oh wow, that's a thing. And here's all these problems with people with money, and yet maybe they can just create their own. And that was kind of, like this sort of like teenage, thing of me just being like, oh, okay, yeah, like people can all just create their own money, right? Like this is the whole community currency movement was just like, wow, okay, what if that was possible? And I studied a lot of groups that had did stuff like that. So Berkshires in Massachusetts, and I did a lot of study of like Curitiba in Brazil. And I ended up deciding to go into the Peace Corps and came to Africa, and and because I just wanted to somehow get out of the space that I was in the US, and economically and whatnot. And I thought, well, I could maybe learn something by coming out here. And so I came out here as a physics teacher, but then I studied indigenous economic systems and just how things were working when there was no money and what was the history of that. And so 16 years or so later now, maybe 17 now, the I did a lot of experiments where I would like bring in people, or like videos of how people were doing this in Brazil. I said, work with local communities, say, could you do what these Brazilians are doing? Would you want to? Like, let's try, experiments. And so we did lots of different kinds of experiments. We created little paper bills that were like vouchers for, in community groups. We did digital versions of that until we finally, we have a long history of this. I mean, we went to jail doing this at one point, and the government, released us saying, we
Wow.
got cleared that it wasn't illegal, and had to go into a lot of like legalese to sort of like get the local governments to sort of understand that it was okay to make commitments in various ways like this. And we had in one of the court cases, a woman was explained that she was just trying to exchange her tomatoes for school fees, and she didn't have any money.
Got it.
And so it was just, it was very embarrassing for the government at some point to say that this was illegal, and it wasn't technically illegal either, because it's very, a lot of the legal system is actually made in a way to protect credit systems among businesses, actually, which is interesting. And so like a lot of the mutual credit or mutual aid space is actually more protected legally than you would realize, because like Coca-Cola does not use dollars to track its bottles going from factory to factory, right? There's all kinds of credit systems involved in between businesses and among businesses that, actually make things function quite well. It's just that a lot of that technology, those systems are now sort of missing from the working class, which has to use money. And then you get a lot of like the more elite and business class that are using credit for all kinds of stuff with each other, creating all kinds of agreements and stuff like that. So anyways, yeah, that's a good short.
I love it. I love you saying, that this was an experimental phase, that it's not like you had all of the things written down or in your head. It's like you actually went out, studied, met people. And I'm really like inside of your book, you do talk a lot about the kind of indigenous stories from the past, right? Like the indigenous stories that have sort of been woven into your practice. So I was really struck by your grounding in reciprocity and ancient practices, and the story of the calabash, which was super powerful, like how these and particularly the distinction of how losing these resources leads to like a breakdown or a lack of thrivability for people when they sort of emptied it. So really, really interesting.
Yeah.
I really like want people to read this. But the quote that I'll put is like, those who lose the abundance of their common resources become dependent on those that would exploit them. I think that's such a vital distinction. For me, it was really profound, especially in the West, where this is sort of commonly been forgotten. Why do you think that's kind of true for you?
Yeah, the phrase in Swahili is mwacha mila ukua mtumwa, which is basically those who lose these traditions become slaves.
Wow,
And it's even you're sent off. Like the word for slave is those who were sent with the Arabs, back in the day. Ukua mtumwa, you're sent. And like there's this whole thing around like so a lot of the language groups here, it's Bantu language groups for the most part throughout Kenya that go all the way down to South Africa. And there's two words here in Swahili, they use the word Utu, and in South Africa they would use the word Ubuntu.
Ubuntu, yeah.
And it can be broken up into two words, Ubuntu, which is basically to be a person. And to be a person, to be in Ubuntu, you're in personhood, which is the same as in Swahili, humanity, utu. You are in relationship with everybody around you. So you have access to all kinds of resources, like the calabash in the story was like this pooled resource of the community. You have access to that. And you are therefore in relationship to everyone around you because you have to give back to it for it to sustain itself. So like the living system of humans, like of people being together to be a person is to be in relationship with other people. And as soon as you're isolated, as soon as you're not a person anymore, you're just a human, you're of the species, well, that's when you are a tool, a slave. You're not of a people anymore. You're vulnerable. And this is, like the colonial systems and whatnot, you sort of isolate people.
Yeah.
Right. So they couldn't pool their resources anymore together. They had to go, the hut taxes, they're forced to go and get money to pay this new tax. And the only way they could get the money is by working for the British in plantations. And actually, that's the same tradition as the Romans used. I mean, it's a really ancient tradition. And actually, the name for that tradition is the word money, which is interesting. So the word money comes from Juno moneta. Moneta was where they put the mint. So the Romans said, we need to make sure that everyone, we don't want to use the Greek coins anymore. And we'll go out to these towns and villages and we'll protect them from the Gauls and these other guys, as long as they pay us in money. That was their thing. They call it Juno moneta, the moneta part. She was it was sort of a capture of the goddess, like it was the goddess of protection. So we'll protect you with money. So you pay with money to get the protection. And that was the tradition of money. So it was a protection racket. And you could only get this money, right, by working for the Romans. So if you work for the Romans, you're protected from the Romans, and that's the mafia, right? And so that's, so that tradition was passed into the feudal system and into the British and into the colonies and into the nation states. And then we still use the same word. It's money. Yeah.
That's so fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tradition. It's interesting to think about money more as a tradition because everyone always thinks of it as what is money? And there's this blah, 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 like there's a million ways to define it. And it's like, well, actually, there's a term called money that's actually an ancient tradition that looks just like what we use, right? We live in a tradition,
Yeah. And that's been passed down. And I suppose has created what we would call the business as usual system that we have today. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's the best way for our future as humanity, but and that we can create, and this is what I really love, is that we could be creative and create anything that we wanted. In the money is kind of just an exchange, right? Which is kind of what you were saying before, that if you formulate some games and rules around that, you're like, you can create a new game. Why not?
Right. So the aha for me after many years here was that like it wasn't about the money so much. So like the money, if we think about the money of the Romans, like it was some sort of commitment of the, the Roman state for protection at some point. Okay.
Mm.
And we could say maybe that's what the dollar is too. There's some commitment for protection of, the US government, for instance. Like we can look at that as a lot of nation states promise. They're going to provide infrastructure, they're going to provide protection and safety for you. Well, those aren't horrible commitments. There's great. If they could honor those commitments in a very transparent way, we could say, great, this is a token of that commitment, and I'm willing to be part of that. So, the community currency realm is a lot like the Romans. They said, oh, well, we didn't want to use the Greek coins anymore. We want to make our own commitments, right? And so you could say maybe those commitments were not so good of the Romans. Maybe they were being mafia-like and extorting people into forcing them to use those commitments.
Sure.
But let's say it wasn't that. Let's say it was just straight up. They wanted to protect people. They needed a way to pay the armies to do the protection. They used money. Okay, fine. And we say, okay, well, great. A community can go and say, well, we're going to make our commitment together for various goods and services, and we're going to use that. That's our now money, right? And they start trying to use that all around. And that's basically the idea of community currencies, right? You're going to create a localized commitment for some type of space. Often in community currency world, it's not really articulated very well sometimes, and that's a lot of our work to say, well, what's under that? What are the actual commitments? What are the goods and services and products? Like, what is really being committed to? What can we see there? And when we go into a village, we find that, doing these ancient traditions, we find that everyone's making their own commitments. It's not one for the whole group. We don't generalize one commitment. We say, oh yes, commitments, they're good things. We want to make commitments. That's a one way we build trust with each other. So everyone's committing. They say, oh, we're creating a pool of commitments. That's what the calabash was, right? And that's in the story. And then we say, oh, okay, well, I can borrow from that group of commitments. I can say, I want everyone to come and help me with my house, right? And I'm going to put my commitment back into the pool to refill that calabash, right? And so that's, it's just going from this world of like, oh, there's only one commitment and that's the state's commitment. We all have to use that one commitment to like, oh, what's the plurality of commitments that can be offered and how do we pool those together? To me, it's very like yin and yang, where like the yang is, I can express my value, It's like, okay, great. Everyone express your value. Please do.
Yeah.
How do we pool that? What's the yin? What holds those values, right? And what makes, what gives them relation, like you were saying, like what are the rules? What is the vessel that holds all of those commitments and enables them to flow and be in balance? And so that's a lot of the last few years for me has just been pulling out those protocols of that yin side, right? What is the holding side of it? Yeah.
Yeah, and that this isn't held in, and what sort of struck me, that this isn't held in kind of like a transactional way. It's not like I give you apples and someone else gives you some carrots, although that might work, right? That there's a longer sort of period of exchange. You're placing it in, and then able to go, okay, that's okay. I've placed it in. I don't expect anything straight away back again, right? Which is difficult from a Western perspective to understand, right? Because you're like, I do some work and I get some money and then I can have a house, and things like that. But I think, how do you kind of cultivate this way of being, this sort of ontology in Western societies to think sort of more on a longer term, I call us like kind of an infinite game. I read a book recently about
that's a good term
finite
for it.
and infinite games,
I think so. If you take let's say I have a debt with you and I say, I'd like to borrow $1,000, Rachel. And you say, okay, fine. I trust you. I've got the $1,000 now. You're holding this debt, right? In a way, right? Like we've got a debt with each other. Well, if there's some collateral that I can give you and I can say, Rachel, I can offer chess lessons. And you're like, okay, well, that's great, but I don't need them. You're already a chess champion or whatever, you don't want chess lessons, but you could sell that collateral to someone else. You could say, you can buy Will's chess lessons off of me to pay off his debt, right?
Okay,
well, then what we're doing is we're creating a triangle between what used to be a bilateral, just me and you like a silo of debt. And now we've opened up that debt to be tradable with somebody else. And that's created a connection between us. And so that infinite game, like between you and me, it was very finite. But as soon as you start opening up other actors to it, once you start acting a little bit like a mycorrhizal fungi, you're connecting across all of these systems, that's where it becomes more and more and more infinite, right? In the sense that I could have credit among an entire network of connected pools and ecosystems and commons, rather than just you and me being in debt with each other, right?
For sure.
And that's the same with the banks, right? Like if you are in debt to a bank, you're basically their servant now. You can't get out of that debt, right? How do you, other than finding money from somebody else to pay it? But if your debt represented some actual value that you could actually use within an entire network, then that debt can move around a lot faster. And that's in business, that's called multilateral offsetting or credit clearing, right? There's also invoice factoring. There's a whole bunch of terms for this in finance. So it's there. It's just we're not used to dealing with that as normal people, right?
Yeah, like no one, I'm from up north in the UK, and no one up north would have ever heard of, in my class system, would have never heard of anything like that, or even thought that that was a thing, So so it was fascinating. It's just opening it up to a community that particularly wouldn't know that existed.
Exactly. And that looks a lot like these super, super ancient practices, like pre-lingual practices. They're so old, right? Like really, where a community has a pool of resources, commitments for resources, you can pull from that, right? Everyone can come and help you, and you're going to come and help them later, right? And if you don't, well, then there's going to be sanctions. They're going to come talk to you. If you really, refuse to help the rest of the village, they're going to put a stick on your land and say, you're not invited to the next sessions. You no longer have access to the commons until you bring a goat and a chicken and have a party, right? Like all kinds of, and it's really actually super fun to get into the dispute resolution and the mechanisms here, because in some ways it's like you're seeing all the complication of multilateral credit offsetting of these big businesses, but you see people like naturally doing the stuff that have been doing it for generations. Like literally, it's almost like sometimes I found, like for years I would ask people about, economics and trying to phrase the question, and they'd be just like, "What are you talking about?" And when I finally, would talk to them about these specific traditions and found the names from like the word mueria in the coast here, they were like, oh, well, yeah, that's how we brush our teeth kind of thing. It's just so natural and normal, right? That would be just how we all lived before the, colonialism and stuff like that. And so it was just, trying to pull out something that's almost like a lot of the book is about just putting language to that.
Yeah.
Right? Like how do we articulate that so we can see it in board meetings, we can see different types of you could see cooperation happening in military platoons, right? How do you identify what it is they're doing, and then also identify how they're being maybe siloed and not connecting across, all those networks.
Yeah, I think that's a huge thing that we see in business, particularly on applying circularity and sustainability, is the siloed systems, not speaking to each other, even inside of a business, teams, not particularly like connecting all the dots and things like that. So I think these kind of systems, or mueria, I'm saying it correctly, mueria groups could be a beautiful thing to add to any system, right? This is not just something that you can do as a community. You could add it into any business system if you so wanted to.
Yeah, any resource coordination network, and likely they're already doing it to some degree, and so it's just to identify how they're doing it. And so a lot of what I play around with is just kind of 4 kind of fundamental functions, kind of in environments that sort of bring out that as a protocol. And maybe I just go into this real quick.
Yeah, go into that. Yeah, that'll be really interesting.
So one is just value curation, right? So it's like you as a community or even as an individual, whatever the agent is, there is identifying what's valuable to them. So those are services. Those could be certificates as well, right? You could be valuing something in the past or something in the future. Like, what is it that you value? And a lot of, what we do is also tokenization of that. So like, how do you actually, so we use blockchain quite a bit for this. We don't use any sort of speculation in it. We just use it as a recording, as a memory system for what has been articulated as a past value or a future value, like a gift card, for instance, or bus tickets, right? Or a dollar, right? Like there's all forms of commitments, you could say, commitments for the past or commitments for the future. Right? A certificate, like a carbon credit, is a commitment that something has happened, right? That carbon has been sequestered, right? A gift certificate is a promise for or commitment for dollars worth of product, right? You can schemize commitments in a lot of ways, right? These like forms of intention and promises. So you're curating those, right? As a community, like what's valuable to us. Rachel's commitment for sewing, for instance. It's different than Rachel. It's not Rachel herself, right? It's something that she creates as an expression of her intent and promises, and that's based on past trust and who you are as a community and relationship. And then you have a valuation of that, and generally it's a relative value. So think of this as like a price index or a price list. It could be, an hour of Jim's time is worth an hour of Sally's time. They're one-to-one to each other. But it could be that 5 apples is worth 2 hours of Sally's time or something like that. Right? So this ability to create relative value, just think of it as like a price list, right?
Yeah.
Super important. I mean, super ancient as well. Like you can find all kinds of like units of account, like measurements in the size of gourds, for instance, compared to like gourds of grains compared to a day's labor and stuff like this. There was all kinds of communities and changing that over seasons, right? It can change, right? So that's kind of like creating your market rates, if you will, right?
For sure.
And then you have limits. So you've got curation, valuation, and limitation. Well, how much of Rachel's services can go into this pool before she needs to reciprocate, right? In other words, like if Rachel wants to pull from the commons, right, pull from the resources available, well, for how long can she do that, right? And then, which basically means as you're pulling from a commons, you're putting some commitment in to replace that. It's more like an endowment, right? The endowment space, it's not, you don't just keep pulling from it forever because it's gone at that point. It's not a living system at that point. So if you're putting Rachel in, how much Rachel's can go in the pool? What's the balance of that network? So limitations super important. And then you have these exchange functions, like how do you actually do those exchanges with each other? Are you swapping? Are you doing that sequentially? Like a lot of in the village will have an actual circle of like from neighbor to neighbor to neighbor. Like everyone goes and helps that neighbor, and then it's the next neighbor, next neighbor. Or are you doing that in a market like asynchronously? We do all kinds of versions of that. But that's basically it. I mean, if you can imagine it as like a mutual credit or a credit union where everyone's putting in something to the credit union. They are the bank is the collection of all of those valuable things that has been put into the credit union, and everyone gets a credit line of something like 2 to 3 times what they put in. Okay. And instead of just money, you can have all kinds of assets, and you can have money in there as well, right? So this is really just expanding that notion back to kind of what our ancestors did.
No, that's really interesting, and I really liked the kind of thing that you were saying on pools, that there needs to be a biodiversity of offerings. It's not just like putting loads of apples in there and having an abundance of apples when no one might not want, not everyone might need apples, or you'd have too much of it, right? Is there a hierarchy to this as well? Like, like in terms of the jobs, for the want of a better word, the commitments that people are putting in, like, would it be that someone who would be classed as like a rubbish collector or bin man or something like that would be different to someone who would have accountancy skills or something like that? Or is it more flat?
Well, it's up to the agent or the group that's doing that curation work, right? So like if it's we were working with a group called Cooperation Jackson, Mississippi, and they're looking at offerings of tools, for instance, local mechanics hours, usage of buildings, usage of local farms, foods, all that stuff, and generally what they're doing to start, which I recommend as an easy way to begin in this, is they're just valuing things in the current market rate in dollars, right? So you're starting from where you are, in other words. We're not trying to get people to change unit of account or do some math every time they make a transaction. They're just saying, what's the dollar value of this service right now?
Sure.
How many, so like if we're doing mechanic hours, we say, okay, this is worth $1 of those mechanic hours, and you're going to need 50 of those to do this oil change, like just the normal market rates. And you say, okay, great. He gets a credit line of $100 based on his connection with the community, and start small and can grow over time, and based on what the mechanic is putting in. And now, so basically he put in, let's say, $100 of worth of his services as a mechanic, and he's getting something like $200 worth of other assets he can borrow. So in the end, he ends up he can put in up to, let's say, $300 of his services to swap for other services.
Yeah.
Right. So the pool ends up with more of his stuff in there up to a limit. That's his cap, right? So he's used his credit line. His vouchers are essentially his collateral.
Yeah.
That's left pool. That's his debt, represents his debt. And now anyone else can borrow those. Those become part of the credit union, And so that's essentially what's happening in all of these groups. There's some level of just pooling common pooled resources together. In this case, it's commitments for resources, right? This is an intangible commons, right? It's not there can be a physical place as well, but this is really like, I was just off the phone with a group in Belgium that does a maker space, and they've got a physical space with all kinds of tools, but then they also have commitments, right? And it's been really challenging for them to articulate the difference between a physical commons and the volunteer efforts and all the work that goes into it. And so this articulation around pooling commitments and understanding that as like you would a physical commons has been really helpful for them, just to account and articulate and get less burnout from volunteers and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. This is kind of like the piece that was missing for me in building and growing an ecosystem. There's a lot of what I'd call sweat equity being placed in, and nothing to account for it, other than kind of an agreement, right? Like, and it worked in some respects when everyone's like really getting into it, but there is a lack of being able to understand how to account for these kind of things. So I was really happy to find your work, so thank you for it.
Yeah. Me too. I feel the same about finding this stuff out and being like, oh yeah, okay, that makes more sense. And a lot of it's just listening and being, the pleasure of spending years and years with local communities here.
Yeah. I mean, there's a realism, that especially, that there's the other system that we have going on, and we have to physically pay rent or mortgage or, live in some respects. So do you see this as a kind of complementary parallel sort of system, or something that could eventually be a decentralized model, or maybe it's a bit of both?
Yeah, a bit of both. I mean, I think that like the employment contracts that we have or rent agreements we have, like they're a little bit like these bilateral one-on-one debts that we have with individuals. And if you can articulate it from that, if you see it from that perspective, you can say, okay, well, how would I branch that out into a larger group, right? Like, how could I have credit with an entire network? Like the debt I have with my landlord actually, in some ways, should be usable across an entire network. What would that network look like? That could make that into a more. There's a project that was it was called Tetris in Slovenia, and they had businesses just register invoices, unpaid invoices in a nationwide system. And so every business would say, he owes me $50 of tomatoes or whatever it was.
Sure.
Or he owes me $50. The tomatoes were already delivered. He hasn't paid for them yet, stuff like that. And they had like 60,000 businesses do this. And what the system did was just track, can they find a place where it's like Bob owes Sally, Sally owes Carla, and Carla owes Bob, right? There's like a triangle. Could they find any triangles? And if so, could they clear those debts, right? Because they all owe each other. So technically, if everyone owes each other $10, in a circle, well, then nobody should owe each other anything, actually. They should all clear that, right? That's just, and that's what's happening in these village systems too. So they would clear that, and increase something like GDP by 20%. There's a famous paper on it. If you look up
Oh, I
Tetris
look for that.
multilateral offsetting, it's a beautiful paper. And there's a group called Mutual Credit Services doing that in Lancaster right now. So there's a lot of really good, like, so if you can express commitments and obligations in a network, well, there's all kinds of ways we can use that as a credit system, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, if I've got credit within a pool within a network here, and that pool is connected to another pool, and that pool's good, well, then I could actually have credit across the whole world, right? Potentially, if these networks all become connected. And that's what we're seeing happening across Kenya and starting to be around the globe.
Yeah, fascinating. I mean, when I was looking at it, I called it like ecosystems of ecosystems, things that could be like connected up. And I saw it as something that could be enabled by, and this is where we get into the last part of the conversation, could be enabled by AI, which is on the tip of everyone's tongue at the moment. Like it's obviously something that's going to exponentially grow, and we've got to embrace it. So I was really happy to see that you'd actually used blockchain, crypto, and sort of common-based tech to bring this in. It's fascinating to see it recording not just transactions in terms of physical items, but this sweat, the common pooling that you've placed in. Could you share your experience with these decentralized systems, and why you started to use blockchain?
Well, so when we first started doing this in Kenya, we had some major court cases, and the government accused us of secessionism and stuff. So us being central to the system as an organization, as a foundation, was a bad idea. Like, it was obvious from the beginning, like that, like if it was us, then we were going to be taken out at some point, either by force or by whatever. Or new forms of regulation or something like this. And so, being able to have a database, right, that would have memory, remember commitments, that would be able to have authentication, like whose commitment was it, right? Right. So cryptography provides that, right? So you can have a way of knowing, like, this is my account and whatnot. It's not centralized. There's no, you have access to your own account without any middleman on most blockchains. And then you have an execution layer in that as well, which means that you can create agreements like a contract, right? Like and you can have that fulfilled, mathematically. So you can say, like, this contract says that if Rachel puts in 5 of her commitments into this pool, she gets back 6 of Will's commitments, depending on what she asked for. And mathematically, +5 into the group of Rachel, -6 Will's, and that was based on a chosen exchange ratio that the community decides. So you can create very simple little commitments, and that's what we've done on Sarafu.network. We've made a very, very simple contract deployer, which basically just publishes onto a public blockchain what your agreement is.
Sure.
Right. And so you can curate what value goes in there. You can choose dollars if you want. You can have time credits, whatever it is. It's totally agnostic. And then you can determine how can those things exchange with each other. You create a little pool, and there's, those 4 simple rules. So you curate, you value those things, and you create limits on them, and you allow exchange. Real simple. And so that was really useful. And so that's, what we've gone into. And now, the tooling is there. This is a lot around, like, language or protocol expansion. Like, so once you can articulate what you're doing, even a business contract in that framework, well, you can create that with transparency, with accountability at any point between anyone in the world. You can create agreements now. It's pretty cool, and it's there's a lot in terms of, like, business law and contract law and stuff like that. There's a lot that upholds this kind of thing. In fact, it's kind of just an extension of, like, ancient community organizational agreements, contract law, like, and go back into, like, British contract law and stuff like this, like Magna Carta type elements, right? Where you can create those any type of agreement that you want. And then infrastructure wise, like, who's maintaining the database? We run some servers ourselves, and that was part of, or that maintained that blockchain. So when you're doing a transaction through that network, we're one of those groups that's validating it, and we're independence, fully from any sort of corporation or anything. And you have a whole bunch of actors that are independently monitoring and executing those contracts, right?
Yeah.
So you have a decentralized network of actors. It's not like the banking network. It's totally decentralized, where they are executing those contracts. So when someone comes in and says, I want to do X, I want to interact with this pool, well, then you have a network around the world that says, whether or not that passes. And in our case, it's only about 60 different organizations around the world that are part of that blockchain. It's a very small blockchain. It's called Celo. And it's all, very
yes, I've seen this one.
very
I thought
small, and
yeah.
it's kind of a cool blockchain.
Yeah. No, exciting. And in your book, you say this system has to be easy for the users. Like that's one of the key points is this can't be complicated, because the users have to get into it as much as easy as going down to a bank, right?
Yeah, and we're definitely not there yet, but we're working on it. I mean, in Kenya, what's been nice is the way we started was without any website or anything. It was all just through SMSs and what they call USSD. So you could send it and send a credit to someone across, your bioregion or the country. They would get a little SMS on their phone. They could send it to somebody else. It was, and they still use that system for the most part. Now, when we get into like Europe and the US, and they want to have apps and websites, that's where we are right now. So there's the Software.network website. It's still a little bit, let's say, work in progress, very beta somehow, but turning that into something where you just say, I want to use my Rachel credit. It's worth $5 across this network. Boom, I want to order something or end up at a shop. The bells and whistles, like the infrastructure is there for that. So that's a big part of this next year, is just working with different groups and building out interfaces for this stuff, and there's a lot of organizations around the world that are wanting this type of infrastructure, and us as a small nonprofit in Kenya with really 2 developers, we're doing our best. We've been doing this for 15 or so years, and it's somehow building up. But I think we're at the point in terms of the protocols that they can be implemented by all kinds of groups now. So I'm looking forward to that.
No, that's really exciting. Are you making this open source, or is it more like that they would come and sort of use your consultancy? So I suppose they'd need your brain.
No, it's all open source, and that's the hope, and it's a little bit like language, right? It becomes more valuable as people speak the language, right? And so it's, it doesn't really make sense to have these types of stuff closed source. And we, as Grassroots Economics Foundation, we pay for all of our programmers and our operations, and we work with about 100 groups around Kenya, and that's all through offering services. Like we offer services to the Red Cross when they want to make custom versions of this stuff. And then we do trainings with different groups, and then we offer tech on the Celo blockchain as well. And so we've been sustainable like that for years now. And so it's just nice. So, we're offering services. We're in a lot of the pools, for instance, like we can get credit on those pools as well. And that's been really functional.
Yeah. So that's really great here, and when I read your book, I was like really excited talking to my peer, and he's very much like, okay, so how's that going to tackle the problems of the world? How is this going to tackle centralization? How are we going to stop a lot of the greed and the unintended consequences that we've seen, physical unintended consequences we've seen of centralization, waste, carbon emissions, we could go on for ages, we could go into David Attenborough about this. But do you really think that this has the power to sort of bridge? And I'm not going to say tackle, because I don't think centralization is bad and wrong. It's just
right.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lot in the analogy, like, if the solution is always like, how do you tackle or stop or control? It's like, well,
it's a similar sort of thing.
Maybe that's sort of the problem, in some ways. But I just see this as kind of like the language of bridging and connection. Like, how do we bridge value and communicate that value across networks? And how do we learn from mycorrhizal fungal systems, or indigenous resource exchange, or corporate credit agreements and stuff like that between 5 different corporations or countries. Like, how do we learn? How does Walmart so efficient, right? Like, how do we learn what is the language and protocols of that stuff, and how do we apply it? And because, you know, like, there must be win-win scenarios, right? There must be a way to bridge across and find win-win scenarios. And to me, it's just, well, I think that we need to experiment with that language and understand how to identify those. And a lot, like, if you look at like a universal joint, or like what connects the axles in an automated transmission in a car, like, if you were just given a bunch of gears and said build that, you would have no idea what to do. But if you look back at the history of like people using gears and whatnot, like building watches and all this kind, like you have this huge history of basic components able to build all kinds of infrastructure. And that's what I really want to just kind of go back to. Like, what are those components? What are those basis sets that we can actually re-articulate and rebuild what we call economics? Economic, even the term was the stewardship of the commons. That's what the word means. And even, like the nomos, or the eco part of economics, ecos, it's same as ecosystem, right? That was the home. And it's actually the same word as like these indigenous cultures. The word home, kaya, was the whole part of economics, was how do we manage resources together, right? And we weren't under this box of monetary systems or anything like that. It's just like there's so many kinds of resources. How do we actually exchange those together? What is that language to do that? So the book is an attempt of saying, okay, well, here's some components here. Let's start, let's rip those apart, test them. Maybe they don't fit. Maybe it's not a good basis set. Maybe there's something else missing there. But let's start testing that type of rebuilding our language and understanding of economics so that we can connect. And then, the blockchain is really amazing, because you can take those functions of commitment pooling and put those into very simple little smart contracts that anyone can now operate instantly, right?
I love that.
And that's super cool. Yeah.
For me, this is what I was looking for, because I wanted to make this tangible since I found living systems thinking. And how you're saying about taking inspiration from the mycelium networks and creating forest, all of that kind of stuff is in my language, right? But for me, I was like, but I want to actualize it. I want to see how we can actually create like collaboration in real life, how we can create this as a tangible thing, which is, really lovely to see that you've actually created, got the startings of, experiments that show that this is possible, 100% tangible and 100% possible, right? Not just going, okay, this is what we used to do in the past, let's try and recreate it, but actually let's use our advantage of technology to be able to create that in real life. So beautiful to see. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks, Rachel. Yeah, good.
Thank you for coming on Real Circularity Summit, and we will place down all of your links in the chat so that everyone can come read your book for themselves. And is there anything that you want to share, like that's coming up for you? Then we can place that in as well.
No, just lovely to be here, and just somehow it's just kind of like putting a die in the water of cooperation and living systems, and just pulling out what are those patterns that we see, and then how do we apply those, and how are they being applied, and not to I don't think I've invented anything. It's just a matter of seeing what's there.
It's all there. Exactly. Thank you so much, Will. Thanks.
Yes, Rachel. All right, bye.
Welcome. So there we are. The ways to build and grow a whole new economic system with Will Ruddock. And there are many practitioners in this space as well. So I feel like there's a startings of something that could aid decentralization overall, and potentially, aid inside of businesses to work in different ways. So yes, we have now a break coming up. Ken, did you want to come up and say anything, or you? Yeah, here we go. I can. No, it's a long day for you.
Yeah, I did. I have to admit I had a little nap partly. I think what Will said right at the end there really resonated to me about it's the same feeling I have about the tactical tetrahedron we talked about earlier. It's pattern recognition. That's what he's doing. He's recognizing patterns in nature and then applying them in a different context. And that's what I was talking about with the mirror and the reflector. So there's a lot of similarity. Seeing what's there, right? We talked about using the tactical tetrahedron to see where you are, see where the business is. So very, very similar metaphor.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe it's the way, to add AI into your space to be able to enable people to use the distinctions and use the functions effectively into their business easily, right? Because this is the issue. Like, everyone needs it to be applicable, actionable, real to place it into their businesses. So yeah, I'm all into it. I think as we go forward, I'm going to be looking at placing some of these ideas and blockchains and things into the work specifically we do in collaboration, because I feel like,
interesting too, Rachel, that in our Real Circularity Academy we talk about the roots of the word economy.
Yes, we do. Exactly. I thought of you when he said that. Yeah.
Well, it's we call it the foundational course, and that's what it is. These foundations keep coming up because that's what they are. They're the foundations that hold everything together.
Absolutely. And I think one of our newest members was saying that she found the new economics session particularly inspiring, because you get a sense of how to start to apply this work, especially in the sense of, we were talking earlier on to Sam about the short-termism, actually, could we enable a longer term cathedral thinking by applying these kind of new economic systems? Because if you're pooling these resources, it's not like I need this right now and be transactional. It is far more, a lot more reciprocity. And, that I'm really fascinated by. So,
it's so contrary to what we're experiencing here in the USA, right? Where it's all transactional all the time. That's all there is. There's none of this reciprocity that Will was talking about. In the book, he says, if there's enough abundance in the initial resources, more than enough surplus labor and grain, say, then the community can simply be patient and wait for reciprocity.
Yeah.
That's not happening. It's the opposite that's happening, right?
There's
no USAID anymore. The USAID, the grain that was surplus that was distributed to starving people doesn't exist. That reciprocity is gone.
Exactly.
For now at least.
But it can be regrown, I think, So
hopefully it can be.
Yes.
We have to have faith that these things can be repaired.
Absolutely. And with technology taking over, who knows, with the best intentions, let's see what happens. So I think we're waiting on Todd and Shruti to come to stage, but they're due at about 5:30 UK time. So I think we'll take this time to have a comfort break and to wait for that. But Todd and Shruti are in AI as well, but in the education space. So really great to try on some new lenses of technology next. So look forward to it.
Very good.
Cool. Thank you. And we'll see you after the break. Okay. Wow, so welcome back from the break. It was much needed. We have been going for how many hours now? 8.5, almost 8.5 hours, which seems intense, but we absolutely love it. We just keep pushing on. It's great. Our next guests are from something called Spaceship Academy, and they are in the AI space. Obviously, AI is on the tip of everyone's tongue at the moment, and leads in straight in from what Will was just discussing around cryptocurrency and new economics and how we can place the the old into the new and everything like that. But these guys really focus on training models for education inside businesses, I think, and also inside institutions. So we're a little bit early, but I'm going to invite Shruti and Todd to the stage, and they can introduce their business way better than me. So good afternoon and good morning, is it, Todd?
It is good morning from Los Angeles, yes.
Perfect. So I'd love for you to introduce both yourselves and your different backgrounds in terms of, I know Shruti is like woman in AI. It's amazing. It's like, yes. And you've been doing great guns. I've been seeing you sort of getting awards and things like that. So, fantastic. And your experience, Todd, in a sort of ESG and the more corporate space, and then sort of introduce your business. That would be fabulous.
Great. Well, I will start because Shruti's got a way better current resume than me, and my cat decided to start making some noise in the background here. She wants to be on TV too, but it's great to be here with you. I'm Todd Gimbel. I'm one of the co-founders of the Spaceship along with Shruti, And we know you, Rachel, because you have been associated with us as well. And we're thrilled to have you as part of our collective, as we are to be part of your collective. I have a corporate background. I'm a lawyer by training, but was in the corporate world for many decades, doing public affairs and government relations and sustainability more recently, maybe the last 4 or 5 years of my corporate career. And when I left the corporate world, after having basically built an ESG program for a big Fortune 600 company from scratch and kind of really learned the ins and outs of sustainability from the corporate perspective, I wanted to get into an area where I was able to give more back and be more engaged in the way that I wanted to be engaged, as opposed to the way big corporations generally want to be engaged. And I found at that time, the spaceship with a couple of co-founders before Shruti came on board. One is an educator who has been long in the education field. He was dean of the American School in Paris for over a decade. And then our other co-founder is a French guy who built a collective called Jumanji that fosters and incubates social impact startups. And I thought, wow, I really want to be involved in this. And I have kind of the corporate background, which I think helps kind of piece things together as far as, especially in the education space, because one of the things that really struck me as I was building an ESG program for a big company was how much time I spent educating internal people on, you know, what is sustainability? Why are we doing an ESG program? What is ESG? And what I found is that while I was doing this hand-to-hand, person-to-person, face-to-face, I was probably spending 80% of my time educating. And I also found that once I got people to understand what we were doing and why we were doing it as a company, they started to understand how to kind of personalize it and make it important to them, that what we're doing for the planet, what we're doing to try to collectively rejigger our big corporate organizations to have a smaller footprint and impact. So I thought, wow, we need to figure out a way to get to people, to educate them, because the more people understand personally why they want to do these types of things, the more they get involved, and then the more they can actually add to their big enterprises that they're working for, so that they as a whole can do more in this space. So we started out as kind of more face-to-face educators at the spaceship. And then we found Shruti and said, you know what? She's got this amazing AI, which she will talk to you about and us about. But is there a way that we can scale what we're trying to do beyond just being able to put on seminars and live sessions? And that's where Shruti came into it. And for the last year or so, we've really kind of taken off, as a bad metaphor for the spaceship. And by the way, listening earlier to Ken, the name the spaceship comes from Buckminster Fuller. And that was kind of our co-founder, Craig Vizina's kind of vision as to why he wanted to call this the spaceship, because we're all passengers on the spaceship. There is no manual, and you know, it's up to us to keep the Earth spinning. So I'll turn it over to Shruti. That was a bit of a long introduction, but she can tell us more about that.
I love the Buckminster Fuller, you know, connection. It's one of the reasons I kind of got connected with you. Was like, oh, that's an amazing title, because it really resonated. Shruti.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Rachel, for inviting us here. Yes, it's been such an amazing day learning about real circularity. And I'm so, I think after today, I'm like more invigorated to spread the word. But to start with a bit of background about me, I'm Shruti Viswanathan. I'm an Indian computer scientist. So I'm finishing my DPhil in the University of Oxford, computer science in human algorithmic interactions. Sounds fancy, but all I do is disrupt the space where we as real world as end users interact with AI. And I'm creating a framework where everyone who develops anything in AI space has to answer, how can all the other stakeholders except the developers understand, control, and improve the AI. So that's been like my push as the women in AI to, like democratize and demystify AI. And I have like a 10 years of background in software engineering, did everything from front end to user experience to interaction design and machine learning for user experience and all of that stuff. So it's been a humbling journey for the past year, after working in everything from mental health to robotics, to be in the sustainability space and to learn from people like Todd, who have like done and disrupted like so much in really big corporate worlds, and also with you guys, our fellows. So today I learn about real circularity, everything about that. But tomorrow, like, I'll learn about circular finance, and there is things about like energy, water, and all the other things, travel, tourism, and the dimensions are like endless. Like, I think we are in a place where everything we do in our work and our daily lives needs like an aspect of sustainability to sustain. So I think like it's been an everyday learning for the past year, and we are like moving towards building AI trainers for sustainability, like you introduced, and we'll talk more about that today.
Absolutely. So what is spaceship? It might be people here just go, why have we got a spaceship? What are we doing? What does it make available to people?
All right. I think I'll go first. Anton, you can add all the things I missed. So I think for us, sustainability starts with education. So it's everything like, we hear about, we were like discussing a Lancet paper that said like 90% of the Generation Z have climate anxiety, and they don't know what actions to take about climate. And we were talking about it like, who are these 10 people who said like, no, I'm not worried about climate? That's more worrying. And like that's why education is important in schools. And even every kid growing up in India knew things about global warming and the hole in the ozone layer. And we used to talk about it to our parents, and to stop chlorofluorocarbons and all of that stuff. And that's a big success story, and that happened only because of education. Like it started from the scratch. But as Todd was saying, like education doesn't stop once you're out of school or university. It like moves into the corporates and boardrooms and the sustainability practices and stuff. But unfortunately, today sustainability is all talks, and there is no actions for the billions right now. So it's not going to be actionable if it's unimpactful, if it's confined to the boardrooms, and if it's confined to net zero and compliance and carbon tunnel vision and all of this stuff. It needs to be everywhere. It needs to disrupt like billions of people into thinking in a sustainability aligned way, so that like we can save this spaceship Earth. So like that's the idea we are building the spaceship towards. We want to use AI to leverage what we want to use AI as like the key to reach billions, bring this talk out of the boardrooms, out of boardrooms, classrooms, and maybe into some classrooms where it's not there right now, and disrupt with AI. Now we have experts like you who can write this thing into a book, but probably we don't have millions of billions of people who can reach to where your book is present. But with pushing a button, we can deploy this AI to everyone's phones, and billions across the world, and meet real make them meet real circularity in their phone. So that's the idea, to create these little AI trainers for concepts of sustainability. It doesn't matter if you're a student, if you are a CSO, or like if you're an end consumer. Like take this from boardrooms to classrooms to real lives.
And I would add, thanks, Ruthie. I would add that, you know, we started out thinking, how can we reach hundreds of thousands, millions, billions of people with just basic knowledge of these complicated things that maybe they have a super basic knowledge of, but they're not, you know, the masses are not going to spend 10 hours listening to this great summit. Okay. The people who are listening, the people who are tuned in are people who already know that they want to know more, or they have something to add. And that's great. We're the people who are like the influencers. Okay. And then the next ring out are people who maybe aren't going to spend time on a seminar, but they know enough that it somehow sustainability is part of their life or their job or their work. And what we thought is, hey, how can we reach more people and get them educated and up to a certain level where they personally want to inquire more and they want to learn more and they want some of these complex things laid out to them in a way where they can understand it personally, and that their personal journey can be such that they go from knowing nothing to being, you know, really involved and engaged and making a difference. And we started out by doing like live training. We had a couple years ago, a client, and we trained like 400 people at a large bank on green spaces and green buildings and things like that. And we brought in a couple experts and we had live 4-hour sessions, and it was great. The polling showed that all these people who knew something, or they at least worked in a place where they should know something, went from one place to down the road of being very personally engaged and wanting to do more in their jobs. And we thought, great. But we also thought, we can't just do live training like this. We can't scale it. It's really hard to scale. We'd need a lot of people. We were training people all around the world. I was up at 3 a.m. You know, there were people in India, there were people in Indonesia, there were people in the UK. And that's when we met Shruti and said, what if we build customized, bespoke AI models that people can tune into at their leisure or when directed or when they have a chance? And then that AI, which will be humanly trained and also have an amazing interactive layer, which Shruti can talk to you about, it'll take you on a personal journey when you want, on your time. The questions you ask, the prompts it gives you will help you personally. So Rachel and Shruti and Todd could each tune into one of our same rover and come back with a little bit different information that works for you to get you to the next level of engagement and enlightenment, hopefully. And Shruti, maybe you can add a little more to the tech on that, but go ahead, Rachel.
I was going to ask you, like, who is this for? Because, you know, obviously it's great for business, it's great for academic institutions or, you know, universities, that kind of thing. But it sounds like you're saying this could go to this could go, you know, to the whole public, you know, to the citizens at large. Okay.
Well, and by the way, so far we've been at it for a couple of years, but we've really started honing it in, and we're a startup and we're relatively early days. But these rovers, and we use the word rover because it fits in with the spaceship motif, these rovers that Shruti has developed, we have a couple different models. We've sold them. We've got one coming on board in the travel space with a big travel company, where if you purchase a trip to Bali on this particular site, you get access to the Bali rover, which will take you as the customer, as the person who's going to be a tourist, on a journey of how can I have a more sustainable trip to Bali? And you could say, hey, I'm a foodie. Okay, great. Here's some restaurants that have farm to table. Here's some that have these amazing recycling programs. I want to go on a sustainable tour. Here are some tours of the rice paddies on bicycles. Here's some beach cleanup. So everybody who accesses this rover can kind of go on their own journey to make their trip to Bali more sustainable and to learn along the way. And we brought in, as part of our fellows, which we can talk more about, people like you, but we have people in the tourism space, PhDs, professors, people who have lived and been environmental activists in Bali, and we had them add to the building of this rover so that it's got a very human aspect to it, not just pulling stuff out of out of the internet.
I was going to say, this is not just scraping a whole bunch of stuff from the internet and then having it kind of, you know, be very nice to you about, your own personal choices and things like that. This is actually real people training it, right? But are you going to take my job? That is the question. Are you taking my job? Right? Because that's the question most people are asking AI is like, okay, how does this work, right? If I train it, what happens, right? Where, that's my, understanding. That's, the baton that Ken has passed to me as well. That's his understanding. It's the collective intelligence. So how does that work for, fellows like myself who are willing to come and give their time to train it? Am I going to constantly train it, I suppose?
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm the one to take that. All right. All the hard questions to me. Let's go.
So, computer scientist.
So, like earlier today, Walter gave like amazing talk, was talking about how it took 50 years to create awareness for real circularity, and all the effort and like all the activism, effort, work, and pain and power that went into it. It was a very moving talk, and I think it shouldn't take 50 years anymore to get things out. While that was really moving, now is the time to, now is the time to gather people like Rachel and Walter and leverage their knowledge and make it reach millions of people. Of course, it's AI is kind of overhyped, I would say. So, but at the same time, like deep learning and large language models is one of them. Is not one of the. It's the best innovation ever since I was born. Like hands down, there is no denying that. There's never been a time since I was born that my grandma was able to use AI, and today she can, and that's changing everything, right? So, but even if you ask Geoffrey Hinton, who recently won the Nobel Prize for deep learning, what is artificial general intelligence? Are humans going to be replaced? He'll say, like, give it 5-10 years, let's see where we are going. Also, like, you can't talk about AI without talking about AI for sustainability, without talking about sustainability of AI. So we are talking about like big data centers, really good use of cloud computing, good design, and nuclear energy development, and all of that for AI. We don't have the infrastructure to do anything, and it takes humans to make this infrastructure. And I'm sorry. And I would say that you need kind of the you need kind of people to think about AI responsibly. If you start saying that you're adhering something, the AI said that to me, the AI made me do it, it's kind of like taking the responsibility out. No, the AI does only the things that you train it to do. You are responsible as the creators of AI for everything. Like you can't, and also like users of AI, you can't be taking financial advice and medical advice from AI, right? Like it's just the same thing. Why would you take sustainability advice from AI if it's not like vetted by the people who created specifically for that, and vetted by you as the user about like what you want to use it for? So Rachel, like you do both like teaching in the universities and also creating beautiful garments and then like pushing it out to the market and stuff like that. So you are an outlier, one in a million that bridges both these efforts. But as Todd was saying, like we have professors, but we also have people who are community builders in our fellowship, and the balance is like bringing them together. One half is half of the teacher, like the Todds and Rachels and people who have a really deep knowledge of circularity, sustainability, and you each know your own domain like nobody else, because you have been doing this for decades. And like AI is not going to have that depth of knowledge. But what we do is when you come in and tell us like how to design it, how to what knowledge should be passed on, how like you put all the knowledge and things that you have gathered in this. What AI is really good in doing is disseminating it to the end users. You can't go and have a conversation in Bahasa with someone in Indonesia about digital product passports, but you can train an AI rover about like how to have that conversation, what is digital product passport, who it applies to, and how this is gonna make the world better, circular fashion better. And then we can use AI to go and teach it to someone, a manufacturer in Indonesia, in their own language, in their own pace, like break it down for them. That's all it's gonna do. Like, so as creators, it's up to us if we create it for greenwashing or if we create it for anti-greenwashing, right? So it's up to us to create really secure, safe, responsible AI, and then hold this responsibility in us and share this responsibility with the users to use it well as well. So that's the two half of it. And yeah, I mean, I think the short answer is like you're not going to be replaced by AI.
Great.
Well,
okay.
And I think I'll just add that our model is you're not going to be replaced AI, you're going to be amplified by AI. And our belief is if, Rachel, for example, you participate with us on a project to build a rover, you'll get compensated for it. You will get a piece of the action, as they say, as to how we roll it out. So we will be renting your brain, and you will be compensated for that rental. You won't have to literally fly to Indonesia to talk to these folks, but you will be basically talking to them. And our model is to share the wealth of that with our collaborators, not to steal, not to zap out of your brain and then say thank you very much. It was nice knowing you.
Well, that's fascinating, and I think Ken as well has a big network in South America, and he's always said he has trouble to speak the language. And also, if you were translating what we're trying to say to a different language, it might not translate anyway. So maybe AI can be the sort of this translator as well, if it's so easy just to place it into another language. That's fascinating. Yeah. I'm really struck by the intentionality as well that you've placed into it. That it's AI with intention. It's not AI for disruption. And I think intentionality has been a big part of the summit so far, so really fascinating to see. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the intentionality part, the thing that I love about it is the way that we can pivot in a lot of different directions. So I talked about the Bali rover. Shruti briefly mentioned we're doing one for digital product passport. That's the law that's coming on board that most people listening to this, if they're in that industry, you know what that is. But it's a complicated thing. And a lot of manufacturers don't even know necessarily that it's going to affect them. And we're building a rover to help to educate people, probably in industry, to say, oh my God, this is going to affect me and I better start planning on how I'm going to deal with this. So this AI that we're building is a great way to get people from zero to somewhat of a good level of knowledge on very complicated subjects. And then once they get to that level, then they talk to the Rachels and they talk to people who can take them that last mile on whatever the topic or issue is. And it's kind of, I wouldn't say time saving, but it's a way to scale getting people from zero to a certain level of knowledge before they then actually interact with humans on a face-to-face basis to kind of get them that last mile to whatever that last mile is, whether it's greenwashing or DPP or their trip to Bali or other things that we've been working on with our rovers.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that you know, that humans come in and then look at the very fine nuances, because I mean, inside of sustainability, inside of what we do, even in our domain of product and fashion, there are like nuances per location, per fiber, per component, per system, you know. So there's, I don't know, can you capture all of these nuances, you know, like, or would it be that a human would then come and help the companies to adapt?
I would say with the depth of data right now, like data engineering and what AI can analyze and tabulate in seconds, if you train it to capture that nuance, it can definitely capture that nuance, and it can translate that nuance to the level that an everyday person who is, you know, just starting their company in India can understand. It can translate it to that depth. So that's the beauty of AI. But it's also that it takes a lot of, this is very similar to a kind of grassroots effort what we are doing with the spaceship AI. So it's kind of, it's all these tiny droplets that make the mighty ocean. So we have had a talk before, Rachel, where we talked about how sustainability is really tough. It's not that easy. All the concepts, all these nuances are like really, really tough. That's why it takes immense expertise to go from talking the talk to walking the walk in sustainability, to be actionable and impactful. And that's our aim as well today, to take this really, really complicated stuff and, you know, like to take these really immensely talented sustainability experts and get their help to translate this into a way where they can empower everyday people to make an impact in sustainability.
And I think I'm always kind of like the, how do you dumb it down for someone like me? It's like if I go on ChatGPT and say, write me a paper on something, it'll do it, right? But I better read that and edit it and look for the flaws. You know, like some of these situations where some lawyers turned in a brief written by ChatGPT that involved a bunch of mysteriously fake cases. You know, they got caught, okay?
Yeah, sure.
So that's what the state of the art is if you use the AI that's out there. What we're trying to do is get it to that next level. It will probably never be and should never be as good as talking to you on the areas that you have of your expertise, but we're trying to get it close enough so that we can get people up to a certain level of knowledge and of just understanding, again, to where they can then go ask other questions to real people if they want to.
No, I could see that it's got real scope for, you know, especially in our industry. There's the brand level and the business level, but then there's multiple businesses that are attached to that brand and business that needs that education. And maybe that business would take so many years to be able to actually roll out a physical education piece. Do you see it working like that, that it could go into the external supply chain market and train them?
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, we are working on one right now that, because back to my experience, you know, I worked for a big company. We've manufactured a product and products that had a global supply chain. And once we started getting our arms around our own footprint, then we had to start getting our arms around our suppliers' footprint. And you have suppliers in South America and Africa and here and there. And, you know, yes, maybe people speak English at the top levels, but the people who are actually running the factories and turning on the lights and running the systems don't probably speak English, or if they do, they certainly have no knowledge of what they're being asked to do and why, because they were never being asked to do this type of stuff before. So, so we're already working on building a model for companies to be able to shoot out to their suppliers where they can engage with it, understand what their responsibilities are and why, and all of that. So what you just mentioned is totally in our plans, and we're already a little bit down the road on some of those things.
That's fascinating. And would this be designed per company, per their kind of focus or particular ESG sort of parts, or is it more generic?
Well, I mean, our focus is sustainability, ESG, and what's cool about Sruthi's tech that she's been working on is that she can put guardrails around it. Okay, so for the Bali rover that we're working on, there are certain things that we don't want it to answer certain questions, and we don't want it to go in certain directions. And she's been able to build guardrails in a nice way around that. So if you offer this to your supply chain, for example, and about how they can more comply with their, giving you the information for their scope 3 carbon, for example, if you go to ChatGPT, you can say, great, where should I go to dinner next week in Bangalore? And it'll tell you. That's not what we're trying to do here. So we can focus this in on specific topics, issues, areas, still be really informative, but not all consuming, trying to answer every possible question that anyone asks. So it focuses you in. It takes you on a journey that's more curated than others.
That's really positive. Like the curation part will be really valuable, because people might say, well, I could just train ChatGPT to do this, right? But it isn't just that, is it? Shruti, it's like, there's more to it than training a ChatGPT or creating your own custom, right?
Yeah, basically it's making people talk to Rachel GPT instead of ChatGPT.
Aha! Here we go.
Well, and Shruti could get into the total details of it, and it's taken me a year just to learn from her to be somewhat literate in talking about this. But the beauty for me is what it looks like at the end. What the product looks like, what the journey can look like for people, regardless of which of our rovers they use. If it's something that's relevant to them, it's going to be curated, it's going to be focused, and it's going to get them from point A to point Z in an area that makes sense for them, makes sense for maybe their organization or for someone. And hopefully, our overarching goal is that it's going to have a sustainability element to it that allows people to contribute more. And then we can get more people contributing to the betterment of things.
Oh, absolutely love it. And, just want to switch into the education piece for universities. How does that differ to the sort of business application? Of course, like universities have, we have learning outcomes. There's particular specific things that need to be added in. I mean, is that accounted for when you're working with a university or an institution?
You would think that it's completely two different things, but the formula is personalization in both universities. And if you're talking with a bank or a school or a fashion mogul, like, I think we have cracked the formula, obviously with research and user testing, as personalization. Like, we did this planetary boundaries rover for engineering students because it's not in our curriculum. Like, me and my engineers and interns, my team, we were like, we don't even know about planetary boundaries. Like, what have we been learning is probably the most important as like builders to understand limits and like what's happening on all this stuff. But we don't know this, so let's do a planetary boundaries rover. And we tested it, and what came out was that it was only successful if it was able to adapt planetary boundaries to the context of the domain. Like, if the engineer is an architect or a computer scientist, and even down that, the current project they are working on, like, how does planetary boundaries apply to I'm planning the design of a bridge versus I'm planning a generative AI application. So it watered down to there, and it's the same formula for corporates as well. They have like very specific focus. I think consumers too. Like you would go searching for it only if you are thinking about buying a, a washing machine or even a toothpaste, I guess, like these days. So it comes to the area of personalization. They want to hear about Rachel talk about circularity, but they also want to know, like I think everyone in this call want to know how circularity applies to my project right now, like what I'm doing right now, and how can I make a difference? How can I make the right choice, make an impact? So it's been like that kind of a journey, but also like, which is good for me. Like the model always like looks to personalize it. It's great for building, but yeah, universities have a more broader focus than industries. So Craig's out in New York right now teaching future leaders of AI and sustainability on like building this from ground up, giving them an idea about like the possibilities in there. I think like you can always be as broad as you can with the universities, which is not obviously like the Planetary Boundaries rover is much broader than the DPP rover. But at the end of the day, everyone wants to learn, well, what can I do about this?
And how to attach to the domain, the particular domain or the particular specialism. Okay, fascinating.
Yeah, and I was going to add that, you know, we are, like I said, we're still early days, but we've already got some, you know, proof of concept, and we're beyond, I think, the MVP space. But we're looking not just at corporates, we're looking at universities, we're looking at NGOs, and we've developed kind of several different models where people or organizations can engage with us. You know, there's the outright like pay us to do one for you. That's like on one end of the spectrum. The other is we will partner with a group to do one for them, and then when we monetize it, there's a sharing agreement.
That's a win-win. Yeah.
There's a whole spectrum of how we can get, because we want to get these things out there, and we don't want to be married to one particular way to do it, because then we kind of alienate a whole bunch of potential users that could benefit from this. So we've got several models. We're still honing them in, but all of them involve equity and fairness, and hopefully, you know, can allow us to grow in a way that's sustainable for us, but also that gets us that access and getting many people on a large scale the ability to engage.
I love it. I mean, I can almost see it all as well on sort of a governmental sort of base as well. You know, there's still education to be had everywhere. We always say it's a continuous learning journey. Even Ken, you know, has been doing this for many years. We still learn from each other every day and from other places, like 100%. So I really think it's such a valuable piece that you've got here. So massively exciting. So like, what would be the next steps for you guys? And also, I also want to ask personally, you know, growing a business, as we spoke about earlier on with many of the speakers, is difficult. And then you're trying to do something completely different. How do you find it in yourselves as entrepreneurs or tech-trepreneurs, whatever you want to call yourselves? How do you find sort of the get up and go to keep doing this work?
I think one word answer is community. It's humans in the group and AI in the loop. Like when we see people like you and like, you know, all the amazing experts who are carrying the heavy burden of, you know, evangelizing for sustainability, going out there trying to change the world, we are like, let's share the burden, come on, like we got you. Like that's been it basically, the wholesomeness of doing this, like the satisfaction of being able to get an expert's voice from Europe to the other side of the world, to Australia and Indonesia. Like it's been amazing to do that. I think like yeah, sticking together with the community, building a community, like Todd's the spaceship community builder. I don't know, like I don't know how I would have found the purpose and strength and, you know, basically also inspiration to innovate without the community. It's everything.
And for me, I had a very long career in the corporate world. I have no regrets. I loved it. I was working for companies all the time, but in the space I was in, I was able to freelance a lot because I was a communications and public affairs guy. And
Sure.
now in kind of my post-corporate career, it's just been amazing to be able to give back, to kind of share some of the things I picked up along the way, and to work with like amazing people like Shruti, and then Craig Vizina and Val, who's our other co-founder. Just for me, it's like rejuvenating. It's like a late career rejuvenation, and to then build this group of fellows, which includes you, has even been and I encourage people to take a look at the list of fellows we have on our website. And we, by the way, are always looking to add folks. And as Rachel can tell you, it's not a big commitment. It's a, hey, if we find something that works that you can be involved in, we give you the option, you get involved. If you don't want to, fine. Pretty much everyone in that group is someone everyone's got something else going on, or has their own startup, or has their own niche or area. And we're trying to grow that group, because I really think that the more we integrate expertise of innovators into this AI, the better it's going to be, and the more people we can inspire and educate.
Absolutely love it. So yeah, how can people kind of get involved with it? Either from from becoming a fellow, or from looking at how they can implement this into their institution, business. Who knows? Maybe someone from government is watching, or one of my people. I know Divya's put the link in the chat as well. But you're pretty accessible. You're on LinkedIn.
We're very accessible. You can see kind of on our website isn't perfect yet, but there's a lot of good information there. You can see the folks we're already working with. We're trying to bring more and more people in as fellows. We're global. I lived in Asia for over a decade, so we spend a lot of time in Singapore and Southeast Asia. Sruthi's and the others are in Europe. We've got people here in the US where I am. We're kind of growing here. Reach out to us. We've got a podcast. We've got some really interesting folks, and Rachel's going to be on it very soon. We are just, working really hard to get to the next level. And we're at, if we're trying to get to level 10, we're probably at level 2 right now. And so we got a long way to go, but getting to level 2 has been really fun and exciting. And I can't wait for the other 8 levels.
Oh yeah, and this is cathedral thinking. This is something, you're creating something, building it and growing it, knowing that it will come into fruition, and AI can only take it in extra heights. So really love what you're doing, and honored to be a part of it. Yeah, glad that you're not going to take my job.
We do not want your job. We want you to be able to talk to more people. That's what we're trying to do.
It's brilliant. So thank you for being you or yourselves, and we'll be in touch as usual. I'll put you backstage, but if you can stay around until Simon says it's okay to go, and then we're all good. Thank you guys, and thanks for coming on the Real Circularity Summit. See you soon. Bye. Wow, so there we are from AI again. Absolutely love the space of education. For me, education has always been a balance. That's something that I've done alongside my consultancy, because it's really helped to have, for the students to have someone who's actually practicing and making businesses and working with circularity day in, day out. I'm certainly not, a typical academic or anything like that. I just bring my wealth of experience to the table. So Absolutely love lecturing. It's one of my passions. So yes, brilliant. So next up, we are going to be placing up our recording of Charlotte Morley. And Charlotte Morley probably doesn't need too much introduction to a lot of people, especially in the fashion space. She was of Dragon's Den fame, so she actually went into the Den and got investment, which is amazing for her sharing economy business. Yeah, I'm going to play that now and see you in 45. Yeah, a really great conversation. She's super real, super honest. And again, it will be very much like this is the journey of business. Yeah, lovely. So I'm going to put that in the presentation area and then we'll go from there. So here's Charlotte. So hey, welcome back to the Real Circularity Summit. Now we're joined by someone who probably doesn't need an introduction to most people here. Charlotte Morley of the Little Loop, of Dragon's Den fame. So, you know, I feel like really honoured and a bit apprehensive, to be honest. But it's like super amazing to have you here, Charlotte. Welcome.
Thanks, Rachel. It's great to be here. Infamy doesn't sit well, I have to say, with me, but hopefully it's all like positive. Thank you for having me.
No, it's lovely, lovely to have you. And just for people who haven't seen the full part of your journey, and also sometimes it's missed, right? When, you know, when you start on something being so famous, what got you into this? How did you start? What made you think, well, I want to get into, you know, into the renew area. I want to sort of do the sharing economy, all that kind of stuff. What had you sort of start?
I mean, probably a little bit of insanity, to be honest. I think. So it started because I was working in tech. I was head of digital product and not on the high street, and enjoyed that, but wanted to use the skill set that I'd learned to actually change the way that we consume, rather than just to keep kind of sticking within the same old mold and kind of reinforcing that same old mindset. And I had children, and it made me, well, I had my first child before that job, so I had kind of an infant when I was working there, and was very, very conscious suddenly of the kind of the practical application of sustainability and how hard it was, because I'd always been eco-minded. I did a geography degree, my background is in that, but I'd never really lived it. And when I had a child, I suddenly wanted to live it, because it seemed to matter so much more, and because they're growing and you're buying lots of new things and you're changing your habits, but it was very hard to do it. So it kind of felt a bit serendipitous that I was in that role. I knew how to use tech to influence people's behavior. And I was like, well, here's an opportunity to apply that in a way that I know something about, but I can also see a real need. So that's where, I guess that's where it originated, and that's 6 years ago now.
Wow, 6 year journey already.
It's almost 6. It's 5.5. Which, yeah, that just seems kind of, I don't know where those years have gone, if I'm honest. But in some ways, you know, we've had 2 businesses in that time. So we started off with children's clothing rental, because I'm quite purist, and I think when I started the business, I was like, what is the best way to make it very easy to get the maximum impact? So it's like, obviously it's borrowing. We need to not buy things. We need to, you know, access them over ownership. But the reality of that business and the reality of growing that business was, it was very costly, very expensive to educate the consumer in a new way of consuming. So it wasn't just a case of, I can use technology to kind of subtly nudge people to do something else. What we realized quite quickly was there was a really big re-education piece, and a really very hard task to kind of break extremely established habits of buying and owning, particularly here in the UK. Slightly easier in Europe, where people are more used to renting houses and other things. Sure. So it just got to a point where, if we wanted to scale it like we did, we didn't want to just sit kind of trotting along. We were going to have to inject huge quantities of cash into it to be able to acquire enough customers to really get ourselves into a place of momentum, and it wasn't feasible. So So we pivoted the business about 18 months ago, probably launching it about a year ago into resale. And that has been so much easier, so much more successful, just because that's where people's minds are at now. You know, everybody wants to buy pre-loved clothing, and we're offering something that no one else offers because we make it very, very easy. We partner with brands to run their pre-loved programs. So we basically have a tech circularity platform that brands can use to offer take back and resell schemes on their own websites. We've kind of hit a bit of a sweet spot of something that's different, something that makes it easy for parents, easy for brands, and it's finally kind of starting to pick up and take off, which is great.
It's amazing. And actually your why for doing this is very similar to my why, you know, like looking at my children and going, well, you know, I've got to make a stand in this space, you know, if I don't do it now, I can't look them in the eye, you know, 20, 30 years later and say I didn't do anything, you know, so.
I think it's quite a common juncture for many reasons. That particularly, you know, that really drove me. Like, I need to be able to say to my children, this is what I at least tried to do. You know, I didn't just sit back and go, yeah, climate change, but I'm just going to carry on shopping the way I always did. You know, I couldn't do that. But also when you have, there are only there's a kind of a psychology around it that there are certain times in your life where you will break habits and change them and do something. You can do something quite dramatic. And one of them is when you move house. One of them is like when you're transitioning from university into the real world. It's every way you have a forced change in your life, and having a child is another one of those. It's easier for you to make other changes. So for me, having children, because I was rethinking everything about how I was going to live, that made it much easier for me to adopt sustainable habits, and therefore it made it much easier for me to do this as well, actually, because I was thinking in a different way already. And that's another reason actually for targeting for you know, for that being our target market, because when you become a parent, you are more likely to be looking at better or newer ways of doing things.
No, absolutely. I love that you've got like those real values baked in at the start, and I think a lot of us will really resonate with that, you know, of why we start on this journey. And I think, you know, you've answered some of the questions going into the next piece anyway, but actually, like, you said, you know, talked about your journey of like this being a business. You know, this is not just about values. It's now, okay, how can we make those values into a viable business? And how do you pivot? So a lot of the questions on people's lips is really, how do you do this? You know, how do you get involved? Obviously, Dragon's Den was a big part of that, but that wasn't just what happened, right? Like that's there, and then there's another journey after that, right?
Absolutely. And to be honest, Dragon's Den was really a bit of a drop in the ocean. It was helpful. But obviously that was advertising our old business. So in some ways now, like sometimes when we do a survey, what do you think the Little Loop is? They're like, oh, you're the ones that were on Dragon's Den, you're a rental business. And you're like, no, we're not. So not anymore. But it was very helpful, but it was only a tiny part of it. And you've absolutely hit the nail on the head. It has to be a business, and it has to be a business for one reason only, and that is scale and impact. So for me, there are lots of people running fantastic reuse businesses, which will always be small scale and should be small scale, small vintage businesses, reselling businesses. That's perfect. You know, that's fine. That if that is what you as an individual want, and you can make a really lovely business, which is still helping to spread that message and still doing something super valuable, that's amazing. For me to make the change from what I was doing previously and to throw everything into doing this, I needed to know that it was going to have a significant impact. This business is not just about me having a little business on the side that does something nice. I'm driven by the need to change the way people think and behave. So I had to build something that was going to be viable at scale, and that I was going to be able to grow to be something that genuinely shifted the bar. And that's why, even like, you know, we could just be a business where we just buy and resell kids' clothes, but the brand partnership thing is a massive part of me needing to, or wanting to achieve a scale that's going to have an impact, and that's going to make people really rethink the way that we shop for kids' clothes, and that we can resell and reuse them. And that's how you make it. It's difficult. It's really hard to make a business in this space viable, really, really hard.
Yeah.
And we're not yet fully viable. We're still on the journey to the scale that we need to get to for it to be viable. There's this very difficult mid place that you can have a viable small business where it's probably just you, because staffing costs are probably one of the most, it's just you're buying and selling clothes, you can actually make a nice living from it. And then you can get a business to several million pounds in turnover and you can make that viable too. Anywhere in the middle, actually, it's not going to be viable. You're going to have to fundraise. It's a pretty difficult journey. So how, you have to get to scale. You have to make the unit economics work. So our unit economics do work. It's just that our costs of team and tech and stuff at this point are higher than, the profit that we're making.
Awesome.
Making the unit economics work in this space is very difficult. But it's possible, and we are absolutely laser focused on our ownership of the end-to-end. So we own our tech, we own our operations, and we're very, very focused on margin and making sure that we're making enough money to make this a viable business, make it an investable business as well. There's so much to think about, and I think a lot of people move into this space thinking, well, other people are doing it, I must be able to do it, and not realizing that other people are doing it, but only just, or they're not actually, they are relying on fundraising or whatever. And it's only when they get to a certain scale that they will be doing it technically, and it's sad because I see a lot of people kind of thinking, great, and they throw everything into it and they put their life savings into it. And then they're like, oh, well, we actually can't grow this business because, so that's a really tough, and it was a tough lesson to learn that it would take to get to a certain scale to be able to make it viable. And thinking through that business model and the viability of it from day one is hard to do, but we were quite, we landed quite lucky with some of the things that we chose to do in terms of how we access our stock and things like that. But I've seen a lot of people try to launch a peer-to-peer business, for example, realizing that if you're running a peer-to-peer business, you're going to take a 10% slice max, so your gross profit margin is 10%. That's not a business. That's why it's taken Vintage so long to become viable and to get to profit. So there's so many things to think about, and we've had a little sprinkling of luck. There's been a hell of a lot of hard work and perseverance, which is not to blow our own trumpet. It's more just to be honest, actually, open.
I love, well, this is called, Real Circularity. This is a place to be honest, and I'm really loving that you're giving us that honesty. A lot of people might come on and go, oh, it's all,
it's all roses.
It's all roses,
it's not,
and light. And it's like, no, actually, no, this really takes something to create a whole new way of doing business, which is essentially what any of us in this space are doing, whether it's myself on consultancy side and strategy, or whether it's yourself, or whether someone's creating something new in innovation. We have to create and reinvent the whole business system, and some
strategy in a super lean way. I think, again, there is this temptation to be like, but it's a startup, so we're going to spend money on this and that, and it's going to be sexy, and we're going to have, I always say this, like the neon sign challenge, that everyone who has a startup thinks they need a neon sign and they need their offices to be cool. This is not a business. Circularity is not a business sector where you have spare money to spend. You've got to do everything as lean as possible. So, my developers work in Serbia. They're absolutely incredible. I love them to death, and I'm delighted to have them on my team. But I couldn't afford London-based developers. I've chosen those Serbian developers actually because they're so amazing, but they are also hugely cost effective, and there's no way that I could be building a tech platform in the UK on the margins that we've got. It's very deliberate choices like that which help to make this kind of business viable. It's willingness to roll up your sleeves and say, you know what, we're going to do the operations ourselves, because if I outsource my operation, I'll be paying someone else's margin as well. And there are not two margins in this business, not in kids wear. It's different. If you're in the luxury space, there's a lot more slack to play with, actually, because you're selling items for a much higher quantity, and the margin is just much more sensible. But if you're trying to make it work in the mass market or with something like children's wear, you've got to be obsessive about lean and cost management and all of that, which is not for everybody, I'll be honest, you know. And then lots of people who say, I really want to run a business in this space, but I don't want to touch operations. I've got no interest in operations. I'm like, well, good luck then. Because that's what it is. It's an ops business, you know, which I love operations. It's great. But not everybody does, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure you've brought your old skills into this space as well, you know. So and
a little bit, yeah. The ability to juggle a lot of things, definitely. I think that's probably parenting skills as much as anything else.
Well, those are excellent skills, I've got to say. So, just going into sort of the brand partnerships, how did that come about? And that's been the last 18 months, right?
Yeah. Well, so when we were a rental business, again, like, you know, I was talking about the business model and making very deliberate choices. As a rental business, we never wanted to buy and own stock, because that is what a lot of rental businesses, because you've got to come up with, you know, the cash up front to buy the clothing, and then it takes a long time for that to pay back. So we knew as a rental business that was not viable, and we see businesses struggling to do that, you know, all the time. So we always had brand partnerships, and it became a really important part of the business to me, the ability to empower brands to be circular and to do it in a way that kind of was a no-brainer for them, that they didn't need to think about, so that we could start to rethink the narrative around buying and selling clothes. And so when we were considering, you know, what rental wasn't going to work, when we were thinking about, do we shut the whole business down or do we pivot, I couldn't let go of this idea that vintage was taking off, the clothes are selling secondhand online, but the brands that make them, and especially the brands which invest in quality and make things ethically and sustainably, were losing out. And it is a real fear for brands that, you know, it's not going to be long before 25% to 40% of all sales are secondhand. And that is cannibalizing, you know, primary sales, which from a very purist circularity perspective is like, great, that's fantastic, we're reducing the amount that's selling. But unfortunately, it's not cannibalizing fast fashion brands, the ones who are generating the majority of sales, because they're still selling cheap. It's cannibalizing the brands who are doing things well, and it's them that are going to suffer. So for me, when we pivoted, there was a real opportunity there, I felt, to help to give back to those brands, to make sure that they didn't lose out because of this rising tide of circularity, and that actually they could benefit from it. And also it felt like if we planted the seed of resale at the point of purchase to the customer, then we kind of reduced the risk that it didn't get recirculated, you know, like, so we have a little widget that sits on our brand's product pages, which says you can sell this item when it's done. It tells you how simple it is. In my maybe naive mind, that is a great way to make someone think, hang on a second, reselling my clothes, yeah, I'm going to do that. You know, you're constantly being reminded, you're not just buying this for one use, you're buying this to keep it going. All right, I'll look after it, I know I can get money back for it, I know it's going to be easy. So I think it's a little bit about helping the brands, a big bit about helping the brands who are doing things well, because they should be rewarded for the quality that they're baking into their clothing, for the brilliant practices that they are undertaking, and a lot about changing behavior. I mean, it felt like trying to do that in a silo, trying to build a resale business which is completely detached from the fashion industry, that's broken. You know, that's not the right way to go about it. We've got to help the industry move as well, but do it in a viable way that, again, isn't tokenistic. Like, there are quite a lot of resale take back schemes that kind of sit there on brand websites, and they're a good marketing ploy, but no one's using them because they're not very easy, they're not very intuitive. So that's pointless as well, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, is that balance constantly is what we're what we're obsessed about, like making sure that we're creating something which is viable and easy for consumers and for brands.
It's operations and systems again, you know, like that, it's at the heart of this. So you need, and this is one of the first things when I did my first research, when I was starting that out, was to sit with people and ask them what would help them make the shift. Like citizens, I would sit there and interview them, and most of them said it needs to be easy. If it was easy, and if it was just like something of a click of a switch to change, and it may, even if it cost me 30% more, I'd do that, right? So like, it has to involve the customer as a part of the journey of bringing them into this new way of living. It is living differently, isn't it? So
it's living differently, and it's joining those dots. So you're joining the consumer to the brand and are sitting in the middle. And as I say, like so many circular businesses do only one or the other. So there are lots that cater just to the customer, and they leave the brand out of it. And there are lots that cater just to the brand, but they don't think about the customer aspect. And they're like, we'll build a resale program that works for brands. Well, great, but if a customer won't use it because you've not thought about their journey, what the hell is the point? So that, we're lucky in that, doing 4 years of rental meant we were constantly doing what you do, Rachel, and talking to the customer and saying, well, what is working, what isn't working? And I think we had to take a long, hard look at ourselves with rental, in that we were building a business. We did become the biggest kids wear rental business in the UK. We did have 20 brand partners. It wasn't insignificant, and it was working for those customers that used it. It was viable financially. But were we doing what we wanted to do, which was to change the way people behaved? No, not really, if I'm honest, because what people kept telling us was we rent additionally. So we're still buying clothes, but rental, not everybody. There were some people who replaced their wardrobe with rental and, really did stop shopping. But most people were buying still and then using rental as like a guilt-free way of topping up the wardrobe. And we're like, that's not what we're here for. We're here to change for the better, not just allow people to consume more guilt-free. So that was it's things like that when you actually talk to your customer what they're actually doing, that really informs strategic direction massively. We try to do that, not always as well as we should, but we do try to do that as much as we possibly can.
And I suppose through the brand partnerships now, you have like a little bit of a better access to those different markets as well, to be able to gather data on, adoption and things like that. So over time, obviously, that might actually become sort of feedback loop for new information and data that you can bring into your business as well. So
yeah, we had all our brands, not all of our brands, a significant proportion of our brands came down to visitors on Wednesday, actually, down here to our warehouse. And we had a really open conversation about what are your customers telling you? What data are you seeing? Like what is working, what isn't working? And they don't all have the answers because they're doing a lot. And a lot of the businesses we work with are quite small with not massive teams, but they've gone away saying, well, we need to work on this to find those answers, to make sure that we're doing the same thing, because this is important to us. We care about it. We want to make it work. And like you say, that network effect of gathering information, of speaking to people, and of educating, it's very hard to do it on your own. It's very costly to do it on your own. Customer acquisition is one of the things that make businesses non-viable, one of the main things actually in this space, because it's generally quite expensive. Meta and Meta and Google used to be quite cheap for acquiring customers. There's so many businesses out there now selling predominantly through those channels that it's quite expensive now. So if you've got brands who are also flying the flag and helping you to spread the message, suddenly you're reducing your acquisition costs. Again, it all feeds into the viability of the business.
100%. So we call this sort of processional living. So like when you're creating an ecosystem and partnerships, you constantly create these processional benefits of coming together. And similarly with actually creating a real circular item and things like that. So we do a lot of work in this sort of space of trying to find win-win-win situations and bringing businesses together, because we don't operate in isolation. It just doesn't work, right?
You don't shop in isolation.
No.
Very often, right? So the biggest USP, to coin an overused kind of term, of what we do is that when we run take-back programs for brands, we don't run them in silos. So when we say someone comes to, let's say, Little Green Radicals, who's one of our partners, and says, yeah, all right, I'll send back my Little Green Radicals clothes, we say, and we'll take all your other clothes too. And you can come into our digital closet and you can import your purchases into this one place from all of our partner brands. So we're not putting them in artificial silos and expecting the customer, because this is what people do, you can come to all these different brands and use their take back schemes in isolation. No one's going to do that. Why would you? It's ridiculous, because you can go to Vinted and put in a tiny bit more effort, but in one place once, you're going to do that. So it is absolutely that bringing businesses together, bringing solutions together into one place that makes it viable for the customer. And our brands have been so open to that, to the point where one of them suggests the other day, like she's like, on my pre-love page, I'm happy to put the logos of all the other brands that are on this scheme. I was like, what, really?
Oh, wow.
Because that's the benefit. That's what's going to make customers use it. Why wouldn't I? So that's revolutionary thinking for a brand to be, sorry, just microphone, for a brand to be prepared to, they're not advertising other brands, but they're talking about other brands on their own website, because together we're having an impact and together we're doing this thing, and actually it is going to benefit her brand. But for people to start thinking that way is a very circular way of thinking, and that's when we start to see things really working. That's the power of collaboration.
Well, that's one of my most used words. One of my friends said to me the other day, how many times do you use the word collaboration? I'm like, probably like a million times a week, you know.
I use it a lot this week, I'll tell you.
It really is, you know, because in the business as usual landscape, very much, especially back in the day, it was like, this is my business and that is your business, and we're in competition, and you know, you would never even dream of like putting anyone else's logos or talking about anyone else on your website. So that in itself is a massive breakthrough that, you know, you've just shared.
And it's just an acknowledgement of actually what people really do. You know, I think it's stupid to live in a world where you think, oh, people, they're only going to shop from my brand. That's not how.
It's not how it works.
95% of people shop for their kids. You know, they will either shop around lots of different websites, or they'll go to, you know, a reseller that, like, you know, that sells a multi-brand site and buy lots of different brands. You know, that no one's a brand loyalist anymore, or very few people are brand loyalists, because there's too much out there. But what we hope that we can do is at least create a group of brands that have got the edge over a different group of brands, because they offer this, you know, and we'll only work with brands that we believe, to say deserve sounds a bit grandiose. It makes me sound like a kingmaker. That's not what I want to be. But the brands that put the effort in, you know, the brands that work sustainably and ethically and make quality clothes that last, they're the ones that deserve to run a program like this. It's a fallacy, actually, in some ways, to say that every brand can run circularity, because if they're not baking it into the design process, you can't just slap a resale scheme on the end.
I love that you said that, because it's like, you can't just say, I'm going to bend this linear thing into a circle. It just doesn't work. Like, we can't say,
you've got this line, and then you're just putting a little loop in it. And sorry, I'm going to design a little line, put a loop in it, and then carry on. It's still a line. And actually, you know, in most cases, if it's a cheap or not particularly well designed item, it won't have ever been worn, and it's being resold, but it was being resold brand new with tags, and it might still never be worn. So it's still waste. It's just waste that's going on a journey around the country, adding a bit more carbon into the mix, you know. So it's that's greenwashing. You know, at the end of the day, that's greenwashing, and we pride ourselves on working with brands that are at least trying, even if they're not being ultimately successful, even if they're not doing everything right, at least they're trying to be better than, you know, then they've got a chance of being circular.
It has to have some value, but baked in, aside from a brand name value, but, you know, an actual value of durability, of repairability, of maybe some kind of, you know, like modular parts that you could repair easily, that kind of thing, because then that makes your business more viable, right? There's no point.
Well, that too, yeah.
There's no point in you trying to reloop, you know, fast fashion, or, you know, really a cheap value fashion. It's just not worth you touching it.
It's not worth us touching it, and it's also not who we want to be. I think, you know, ultimately there is a place for that. If people want to sell their fast fashion on Vinted and they want to bundle it to make the pricing viable or whatever, great. Some fast fashion, as much as I hate to say it, is quite good quality. Some of it has lovely design in terms of appealability, you know, emotional durability, and we absolutely don't want to see it being thrown in the bin. If it can be reworn, that's great. What I rail against is those businesses shouting about their circularity. For
Yeah.
individuals to try to be more sustainable by recirculating those fast fashion items, that's fantastic. But for those businesses to be able to stand up and say we're circular, it's like, no, you're not, mate. You're producing way too much clothing. You're not baking quality into it. You're not trying to be circular. You've just, you're kind of paying lip service to it, and that's not okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where my question goes next. When we've created something of durability, it's done its loops, it's maybe come to you, 10, 20 times. Are you kind of working with the brands then to think about what's next? Because eventually there's going to be no way that you can continue sharing it, right?
Absolutely no. And at the moment, we don't go back to the brands on that because we are providing them with a service ultimately. So for the brands, we offer an end-to-end solution. We take the garments back, we keep recirculating them, we share the revenue with the brands, and at the end of its life, we'll recycle it. So we currently just work with a UK-based recycling business. We would love to be able to add in as an additional service the ability for it to be then fiber to fiber recycled. For the brands that have produced something that's kind of monofiber and easily deconstructed. It is an ambition. It is where we'd like to get to. We're not there now. We're just, we're too small. We don't have enough bandwidth to be able to do that right now. But there is a partner in Spain who can do that we have links into. So if a brand really wants that, then we can layer it on as an extra service, but it's a bit costly at this point, and for a lot of kids wear brands, it's kind of out of reach, I would say.
And it would have to be designed in at the start, like you say, monofiber, but also sort of the design for deconstruction, all the things that we sort of work on. So you never know, like it's these partnerships on the downstream that will then happen and start to click into what you're doing. You don't have to personally do it all because that's insane.
No. So that's a bit that but it's okay because I think we don't need to make money from that part of the process. We just need to not lose money from that part of the process. So it's okay for us to be able to then find a partner we can kind of hand it off to as long as they can extract value from it. That's fine. We're just not quite, that's what our recycling partners do currently. But it would be great to be able to offer as a bolt-on that we can connect them brands to a fiber to fiber recycler. And I think, also that technology is still not quite there. It's on its way, and there's a lot of focus on it. But until it becomes more commercially viable and more cost effective, it's not something that most of our brands can or want, can do or want to do yet. But I think, within 5 to 10 years we'll be there.
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to that and being part of that journey. So there we go. Going back to your customer, how do you keep this experience of the experience of them reusing joyful? How do you kind of get them interested in it? Because it's not a thing that everyone's used to. So
and we've been and I'm very happy to say this, we've been really helped by the rise of Vinted. It has, and particularly parents, we've been used to hand-me-downs. Most people have like a charity shop near them that they'll pop into every so often and pick up a few things for the kids. So people in the kids space tend to be quite open-minded to secondhand because a lot of clothes end up hardly being worn by kids before they've grown out of them. So there's a lot of good quality stuff around. And B, if you're sending your kid to nursery, you don't necessarily want them to send them in brand new togs. So in one way, we're pushing against a bit of an open door. The rise of Vintage really helped. I mean, there's not a person that I know that hasn't used it or at least heard of it or, so that's helped to normalize it, which has been incredibly valuable for smaller players like ourselves. But then for us, I think once you've got them, because people are looking for pre-loved, so finding them is they're out there, but kind of getting them from Vinted or whatever is not the easiest, but that's how we're using our brands as well. Like using the brands to spread the message. Again, it's normalizing it. It's saying, well, hang on, if the brand is talking about this must be kosher. It helps to build trust. We've got a pop-up in John Lewis in Oxford Street, which again is a real big trust builder. It's like John Lewis is a respected, well-known name. People can go into store, they can get their hands on these pre-loved items, see what quality they are, what condition they're in. It's all these little bricks which kind of build up to make a wall of acquisition, I suppose. And then once we've captured them, I think what we get feedback on, and we just had a load of customer reviews which have said just exactly this, is how delighted people are with the quality and the condition. Because we pride ourselves on, I have an incredible team of very dedicated professionals working in our operation, and they are inspecting every garment and making sure that it lives up to our quality control. And so if you buy from us, you're not going to have that experience that you sometimes get on Vinted, where it's not quite what you hoped it would be.
Yeah.
So, you know, and just little things like the bag's fun that you get it in, and it says the clothes in the bag go round and round. So, you know, you feel like you're having not quite a premium shopping experience, but a more premium shopping experience than just, you know, again, getting something in a, have you seen those jokey ones about you get your Vinted order in a crisp packet? But, you know, it does make it feel as much like shopping new without being wasteful. We're not going to start using tissue paper and stuff like this, just not necessary. But just trying to give that really great experience, brilliant customer service. You know, we have a great customer service team, and we get fantastic feedback on how helpful they are. So it's all of those little things, you know, treating this like it's just any other type of commerce. You know, it doesn't, just because it's secondhand doesn't mean that you have to some way damage the customer experience.
I love that you're kind of like adding more value into it at that stage, like brand value of your own, which is that's really like key for me, that you're keeping and retaining the value, that it's not like seen as something horrible or dirty or, you know, that kind of thing. You're actually sort of even raising it up from its first.
Yeah, that we definitely try to do that in lots of ways, even from the experience of reselling to us, and actually especially in that experience, by making it so easy, it does delight you, because you're like, oh, that was easy, you know. It's like, and it's unexpectedly easy, in the same way that receiving a parcel from us, I think people get unexpected joy, which elevates that joy further, right? Because you're like, oh, well, it's just my second-hand order, but you open it, you're like, oh, but it's beautiful, and it only cost me, you know, a lot less than so I think in some ways we benefit from the fact that people don't necessarily have high expectations. So it's quite easy to, you know, overachieve and give people a really lovely experience, you know, because it's surprising. And we absolutely strive for that, not least because we are passionate about pre-loved. We're passionate about resale. And so we want other people to love it. You know, we don't want them to have a bad experience, because then they won't do it again. And we're all about amplifying and keeping people looped in and keeping people coming back. And they do, you know, our return customer rate's massive. People keep coming back. And also because you can very easily return the things you bought from us, and then you get instant credit to spend on new things. So the loop is very much baked into the business model. And so people come back and back and back and back and back, and it works really well.
Yeah, and it works really well with the kids wear sector, because the kids are growing up, and you are going to have to find somewhere to send the items when they've grown a foot in 2 weeks, and you're like, what the hell?
No, just after you've bought them a whole new wardrobe, that's always what happens.
Absolutely. We'll let him go half-mast trousers for a little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly. Those school shoes are okay. Yeah, you're right. I mean, kids wear, it's an easier sell, right? And it's also easier, I guess, to not be accused of selling stuff unnecessarily. I guess with kids have got to get new clothes periodically. They have to. So the service we run is just replicating what people actually have to do. You have to get rid of your old clothes. You have to get new clothes. And so we've never for 1 second questioned the environmental benefit of what we do, since we found out that people were renting as a top up, but not with resale. With adult clothing, there is that fear that by making something too easy, you might actually encourage overconsumption. because you're kind of encouraging them to buy something, not wear it very much, send it back. And what we all know, that the greenest thing in your closet is the thing you already own, you know. So it's a harder balance when it comes to adult clothing. But you know, we are who we are, and we all like to have, you know, a refresh. We like to have newness. Our clothes are our identity. So again, I suppose it's working with what people are doing anyway. If they're going to pop down to Zara and get themselves a new dress every month, better that they do it pre-loved than that they go and do it new, I suppose. So that's we are looking at expanding into the adult market.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, it's a natural next step for us as a business. There are far more brands in the adult space as well, so it makes a lot of sense. But it is wrestling with things like that when you've been very focused on one sector and you know absolutely why you do it. Thinking about the reasons why we do it for adult is it is a different business case.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, massive luck with that. You know, expanding is one of the things, being diversified in your business, you know, that you don't have to stay in one specialism. And one of our things that we work with businesses on is adding different revenue models to that one business, because you can't always make a fully viable business on especially reducing the stock that they've got and the possibilities. So
you have to capture a lot of market share. You're going to be in quite a narrow market. Now, I mean, the kids' industry is a 10 billion
massive
in the UK. It is massive. So we don't have to do it. But we also, I mean, we get a lot of people saying, when are you going to do this for adults as well? You know, because people want that seamless trade-in process, and so it also kind of makes sense to us.
Yeah, and I suppose it would make sense to bunch it together. If you've got a mother-baby, father-baby situation, it makes sense to send it all in one thing rather than
they're shopping anyway. They're already a customer, so it does make sense. And also some of the brands that we partner with or that we're talking about partnering with, they at least do maternity wear. If they don't, some of them have got a full adult range, so it would be weird to only offer the service for kids wear when we can offer it for everything.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to go back on the business. I mean, we're running out of time, but I mean, I could talk to you for hours and days. So going back to the business part of things, you know, we like to keep it real here. Like, growing a business is not for the faint-hearted. I love it myself, like, but it's not for everyone. What keeps you going as a entrepreneur in the toughest of times?
A very healthy dose of stubbornness, I think. Genuinely, I think there is, like, I set out to achieve something and I want to achieve it. You know, and I genuinely believe it. I think I would have given up 5 times before now if I didn't genuinely believe there's a need for what we do, that we're doing something significantly different and in a way that is genuinely good. And an unexpected motivator has been my team, actually. I have, as I mentioned, so I've got I'm pointing in that direction because they're just down there. Not there in the warehouse. How many are there in my team now? I think we've got 6 or 7 people working in our warehouse who are all mums who work around their kids. They work whatever hours works for them. You know, some of them come in at 7 in the morning and finish at 1. Some of them come in at 9 in the morning and finish at 3. Some of them work from home. We found things that they can do from home when they've got to be at home with a sick kid or whatever, because I believe very passionately in the fact that it's not just women, but I do believe women are an incredible resource who are much underused because they have no choice, particularly, you know, with the current childcare situation. They're not able to work and they want to, and they can bring so much value. So we've gone out of our way to make this somewhere where we can give that opportunity. And my God, do they repay me in, like, the energy and the passion that they bring, because they love this job. And that, for me, like, you know, when I've been on the edge of thinking, oh God, I can't bother, I just need to give it all up, I'm like, no, because they are not giving up and they believe in it. And the fact that they believe in it as well not just because it pays their wages, but because they're like, no, they all shop with a bit like some of their baskets are a bit huge. Like, girls, stop spending your wages. But you know, they love it. They think it works for them. I don't know. It's something that I never expected, but it's one of my favorite things about what I do is the ability to work with those people, to have become friends with them, to have created a new way of working that works for them, but also to see the feedback come from them about how great they think the business is and that it's needed. So that's been a big, particularly recently, a big motivator and kept me going. Yeah, I guess that's it. You know, it's not about money for me, if I'm honest. Money is important because it's an enabler.
Yeah.
It's what will help us to scale. It's what will help us to achieve impact. It's what will, you know, reward the investors who were brave enough to had enough belief to back us. They do need to be rewarded for that. They didn't do it for fun. And that's what will allow us to scale and to achieve impact. But for me, money is not the primary motivator. If it was, I would not still be here. Because it's taken too long to get to a point where, you know, I can even pay myself. So yeah.
No, the original meaning of economics is like about housekeeping. It's about enabling. It's about bringing people together, and you know, that people are your business. You know, without your partnerships, without the people working inside of your business, it would just be you being very, very stressed and not achieving anything, right? So
absolutely, and that's quite scary. I think I am one of those people. I would say, I guess I'm an introvert, extrovert, in that when I know people, I love to spend time with people, but I don't love to go into a room and make small talk. I hate networking. I find it quite terrifying, actually, quite crippling. So something like this, where I feel like you've asked me to come and talk to you, and I know therefore you're interested in what I've got to say, that's fine. But okay. I just, you know, I hate the idea of walking to a room of strangers. So actually asking people for help, relying on other people, whether it be brands or staff, for me is quite a big leap of faith. And actually for it to pay off is incredibly, therefore, reward, you know, is much more rewarding than it might be for someone who's much more comfortable with it, I think.
Love it. And finally, because we've got only like a few minutes left, I think, if someone was going into this kind of business right now, unseen, new kind of thing, what advice would you have for them? There'll be lots of people joining this summit that are in their very early stages. So what would you like to impart on them?
I won't sugarcoat this.
Go for it.
Is incredibly hard. The circular economy at the moment is massively underfunded. I've spoken to lots of VCs in the last 6 months who are simply not even looking at pitch decks from businesses in the circular economy because they just don't think it's a safe enough bet. And I get it. I understand that, you know, margins aren't massive. They are good enough. And if you make it work, they absolutely, but there've been quite a lot of businesses which have unfortunately struggled and shut down. And I think investors are just a bit wary. So don't come into it thinking people will throw themselves at your feet, be that customers or investors or brands. Yeah. You've got to have something that differentiates you. You've got to have a really well thought through business model. It's not good enough to be sustainable, right? Customers don't come and shop with you because you're sustainable. No. They come shop with you because you give them something that they're looking for. So whether that's it's easy, it's cheap, it's delightful, in reality, it's a combination of all of those things. So no one is going to come looking for your solution. That is a startup myth. You're going to have to work harder than you've ever thought you'd have to work. You probably won't take a salary for years. I'm not trying to put people off, but I also it would be a dereliction of duty for me to say that this is an easy ride, right? I love it. I absolutely love it. And it fires me up and it gives me so much passion, but my God, I'm exhausted. And I think if someone said, would you do it again? I probably would say no, because it's taken everything. You know, it's made it hard to be with my husband because bless him, he has to put up with so much and so much stress. You know, it is not easy, but it's very rewarding. And I think do your research, make sure you've trialed it with customers. Don't just think, oh, well, I'm going to make a nice business. It's not going to be a nice business, and that's not going to win you anything. You need to be offering something different. It needs to be defensible. It needs to be differentiated, defensible, viable, scalable, or you need to know that you don't want it to be a big business. You want it to be something for you. So I would, if you're happy, if you want to run a fabulous, and there's some incredible ones out there, like little vintage business that can actually make you a decent living, to be honest, if you do it well, brilliant. Just, go ahead and do it for you. But if you want to make a business that can scale and become quite big, you've got to know how you're going to get there. And you're going to have to probably plow quite a bit of money into it as well. So you've got to know how you're going to get that. So I don't want to sound negative, but I do feel that this is the real circularity.
It's real,
it's harder now. Honestly, it's harder now than it's been ever. I think it's got harder and harder over the last 3 years. The circularity was sexy 5 years ago. Investors were looking for it. Having said that, so it's harder to fundraise. It's harder to hit scale because you kind of do need, some businesses are making it work without funds, but it's hard.
Yeah.
Having said that, consumers are now looking for it more. They're looking for new and different ways of doing things. Vinted is great, but more people are getting a little bit disillusioned with it. It's lost a little bit of its shine. So customers are more open to it, and brands have really just hit a point of momentum in terms of wanting to offer circularity. So if you're providing to brands, whatever the service is, now is a very good time to be doing that. But you're also going to need to be able to build trust before you're not going to be able to walk straight out there and start selling into brands. You've got to build some trust. You've got to have some proof points and stuff like that. So be prepared for it to take twice as long, 3 times as long as you think it will, to be able to, get to a viable business point as well. I sound like a real miserable old bag, don't I?
Oh, I love it. No, because you have to be real with people, that this is not fluffy. This is a business. As we started in this conversation, it is a business. It has to be viable, and you have to treat it like that.
Yeah.
Not just for yourself, but for all of the people that are around you in the business. And
you have to know why you're doing it, and why you're doing exactly what you're doing as well. We've had a few people copy us. And I don't say that from a point of arrogance. I have, proof points on it in terms of timing and things. And all that happens is they're always a year behind us.
Yeah.
And they don't know why we've done what we've done. So sometimes they don't also copy it right. And then you see them scrabbling around trying to work out what to do next. And you're like, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be, not because it's immoral to copy someone, but because it's a stupid business idea. Because you don't know what your customers wants, and you're constantly trying to follow someone else, but you don't know. You also don't know that I'm doing it right. So if I make a mistake, you're going to make the same mistake too. So you need to be talking to customers, whether that be brands or consumers. You need to know exactly why you're building, what you're building, who it's for, what it's going to solve. And that way, when it stops working, you know why, and you can change it, and you can pivot it, and you can move. And even then, we might not succeed. We could fail tomorrow if we run out of money, or, it doesn't grow quite as quickly as we forecasted and we run out of money. You're always on the edge of running out of money. So we've done a lot, we've learned a lot, we've spoken to huge numbers of customers. It doesn't guarantee us success. It doesn't, you have to be prepared for that. But at least if you've done the work, you'll know why, and you'll see that failure coming, and you'll be able to maybe at least kind of do some damage limitation. So yeah, it's a hard road. It's a very rewarding road. I think if we do make it work, because I still don't consider that we're making it work. Which is
I think you're on the road more than
on a journey,
people,
yeah.
So
definitely. But if we do feel like we've got to a point where we've made it work, it will be the most incredible feeling. It just will, for all of us. Everyone that's been involved in it, and has blood, sweat, and tears been poured into it. Yeah, it will be incredible. So it will be worth it. And then I'll say, of course I'd do it again.
Then you'll be like, Just forget what I said at Real Circularity.
Yeah, exactly.
No. I'm afraid it's recorded for perpetuity. But thank you, Charlotte, so much for joining us. I just love how candid you are. This is the Real Circularity Summit, where you can find out what really happens in the application of circularity. So thank you for your generous sharing, and it was brilliant to have you on. Thank you, Charlotte.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Thank So there we have it, the real face of applied reuse. That's the first time you've seen that yet.
I'm just completely blown away by that great conversation, Rachel. Another terrific conversation, very real, passion, business, results, stubbornness. Wow, what a combination.
Absolutely. I absolutely loved it. So it was
the only one thing I can't take from what Charlotte said, I can't believe that circularity isn't sexy anymore. You know, I mean,
I know. We've got to make it.
Keep believing in the sexiness of circularity.
We have to make it sexy again.
Yeah, we'll make it sexy again, Rachel. You got it.
No, well, absolutely. And we're going on to our last conversation now. So, you know, you did this last conversation with Gil, so I'd love for you to introduce that.
Well, you know, that was such a great conversation. It's time to end. This is our last session of the day. It's time to end on another high note, and I'd like to introduce Gil Friend. Gil is the founder, chair, and CEO of Natural Logic Inc. and Critical Path Capital. He advises leading companies, communities, and investors on value-driving sustainability strategies. He's been a sustainability pioneer for nearly 50 years and is widely considered one of the founders of the sustainable business movement. Gil and I sat down to talk a few days ago. In a previous life, before he did his consulting work, he served as the first chief sustainability officer for the city of Palo Alto in California. And there he led the development of one of the most aggressive climate action plans in the United States. They had a goal of 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. And I think they got almost 60% of the way by the time he left to go back to his work in Natural Logic. So with that said, Rachel, let's play the video. There are a few of us original sustainability thought leaders and practitioners still around. And it's now my pleasure to bring one of them to the Real Circularity Summit stage. Gil Friend has earned his rightful place as the Sustainability OG. Welcome, Gil, to the summit.
Hi, Ken. Glad to be here with you.
Oh, you're welcome. We've both seen and experienced a lot since those early corporate sustainability days.
Yeah.
As you reflect on the body of work you've spearheaded, what stands out to you as you see new practitioners entering the sustainability arena?
It's a big question spanning a few decades, Ken. I think, let me say a few things. Sustainability has moved from an interesting idea and a nice thing to do, and wouldn't it be good if, and wouldn't it look nice if, to something increasingly understood as core to business. This has, been the heart of my work over the past 30 years or so, is to say sustainability, which we'll unpack in a moment, properly understood as a strategic driver of business performance, of innovation, of profit, of resilience and stability, of the ability to attract and retain good employees, the ability to anticipate and be ahead of regulations instead of scrambling to respond to them, a whole host of ways, visible and not visible, that it adds business value. That's sort of one side of the story. The other side of the story is that this is the right thing to do. As living beings on a living world, we have a responsibility to care for the world and each other and for the source of all the value that we actually measure in our economic lives. So that has become increasingly, not sufficiently, but increasingly the perspective of more and more businesses, policy people, regulators, and so forth, thanks to the work of you and your colleagues and me and my colleagues and many others who have been in this work. At the same time, we clearly have not made enough progress. We see the growth of renewable energy at a scale more than we ever anticipated 30 years ago. We see the growth of circularity, our topic here today, sustainability programs, climate goals, and so forth. But the external measures, global temperature, CO2 concentrations, loss of biodiversity, ocean acidification, et cetera, all of those are trending in the wrong direction. So we've got a bit of a mess on our hands. The other new dimension that I see, relatively new, is a growing sense from practitioners, activists, communities around the world that sustainability is not good enough. You and Bill McDonough and Michael Braungart were very clear on this decades ago when you said sustainability, how boring, maintaining things as they are, not interesting. And so we see the rise of the regenerative movement of how do we have not just maintain what is, but build the regenerative capacity of the Earth's living systems, as Bucky Fuller called it 60 years ago. It's not a new idea. None of the stuff we're doing is new ideas. It's tricky in a world that is really oriented to the new, that a lot of this stuff is very old. Bob Rodale was talking about regenerative agriculture in the early 1970s, Bucky, regenerative capacity in the 60s. The regenerative agriculture movement goes back at least 150 years at this point. But we also have tens of thousands of years of indigenous practice of humans who have learned to live within and in harmony with processes of the living world. And of course, as Janine Benyus and others point out, we have 3.8 billion years of open source R&D available free at our fingertips if we would only take advantage of what this living world has evolved.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head on a really important topic, and I'm glad we got to it early. I'm talking more and more these days about a remembrance. We've got to remember who we are and where we come from, and what you just said about life itself. It's not that we need to fix nature. We are nature, and nature, because of all that R&D over the millennia, knows what to do. It's just that we have to remember.
We have to remember, and I would say it a little differently. It's popular these days to say we are nature, but that's a tinge of human arrogance in it. And so I would rather say is that we belong to nature. We belong to the living world. And so the question I'm increasingly, I used to ask this question about how can your business be more successful by paying attention to these things. Great. What I'm asking now is what might it be like if we did business and did everything else as though we actually belonged to the living world,
right?
And to each other, because we actually do. So what if we did things as though that were so, not what we do now?
One of the things that sort of I think leads from that is it goes back to what we've learned along the way. You style yourself as the OG, and rightfully so. And
let me just correct that. I didn't style myself as that. I wouldn't think to give myself that sort of name. But people started saying that. People started saying you're one of the grandfathers of the sustainable business movement. I thought, okay,
it's okay. That's fine. I feel the same way. I mean, age becomes you. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
One of the things that happens over time, obviously with experience, is that you move on from things that you thought were right in the past and seemed right, but your wisdom changes you and your perspective. What mistakes have you learned a long time ago that some people are still making today? And so how would you help newcomers avoid relearning these lessons over again?
Golly, how much time do we have, Ken?
Well, we're okay for now.
Yeah. No,
pick one or two that really stick out to you.
Well, I think, what comes first to mind is I thought going in that if we could show companies the business case, if we could present the business logic of these decisions, present both the logic and the business logic, that would be persuasive. And I realized quickly and slowly and over again that that's not, that's necessary but not sufficient, as the mathematicians like to say. Humans aren't purely logical. Businesses are not purely logical. The logic isn't enough to move people from habits, embedded ways of thinking, deep assumptions about what matters and how the world works, and the reality of the actual structural incentives that businesses live within and that policymakers live within. And so, for an executive could see the opportunity, but if his or her compensation depends on producing, maximizing short-term quarterly returns, it's hard, even for a compassionate, caring human being, to drive against that. So we have, there's the business logic, there's the personal dimension, the policy environment, and the investment market environment that we're living within. A few companies have broken out of that. JLL, Jones Lang LaSalle, the real estate giant, established some years ago. Their CFO at the time, Laura Lee Martin, told me that they've stopped participating in quarterly analyst calls on Wall Street. Kind of stunning. Well, why?
Yeah, pretty radical, really.
She said, because none of our leadership is on short-term compensation. Everyone's on long-term compensation. It's pointless for us to discuss the short-term because we're not managing to the short-term. Now, they did that. Apple did that at a certain point. A few others. It's challenging for a public company to go against the pressure of the street. But some people start to recognize that, and then you have, so back to your question, what did I miss? I think I was not as clear as I am now about the importance of courage. Leadership that will not just do the analytics and understand the business case and be able to prove out that the ROI is there for doing these things, but who are prepared to say, this is the right thing to do, and we're going to do it, and we'll figure out how to do it. Well, we know this needs to be done. It may not be profitable yet. Our job is to figure out how to make it profitable to do that.
One of the things that you've highlighted along the way is how deeply distorted the market signals are that those businesses are operating in, particularly with the trillions in explicit and hidden subsidies that keep fossil fuels artificially viable. So if a goal would be to get the prices right, where do we start untangling these perverse incentives? And how does extended producer responsibility play in rebalancing that equation?
Okay, it's a lot of questions, so help me if I lose my way going through them. Getting the prices right is one of the keys to the kingdom. This became clear to me 50 plus years ago when I spent a month with Buckminster Fuller and his crew at the World Game Workshop. We did a month-long design charrette looking at, what's the state of the world today, what's the preferred state of where we want to be, and how do we reverse engineer the mission, not to get from here to there, but how did we get there from where we are now? And in every domain that we looked at, energy, food and agriculture, transportation, built environment, culture, recreation, education, and so forth, it was really clear that there's no necessary barrier to human success on this planet and human well-being. It's not a matter of not enough resources. It's a matter of how we organize ourselves to do what we want to do. And it became clear that the market distortions were one of the big things in the way. Adam Smith said approximately 250 years ago that perfect markets depend on perfect information. And we have markets that lie. The cost of gasoline is not the real cost of gasoline. Rocky Mountain Institute did an estimate 20, 30 years ago now, at a time when the street price was about $2-3 a gallon, as it is now in most of the U.S. I'm in California, so it's closer to $5. But they estimated that if you look at the environmental costs, the health costs, the cost to eroding infrastructure from acid rain and so forth, and the military costs of protecting the sea lions, you're looking at more like $20 a gallon, not $2. And so the question became, if you had to pay $20 a gallon per gallon of gasoline, would you be driving the car you're driving today? Of course you wouldn't be. Would anybody be making that car? Probably not. And in fact, now, decades later, we see that happening in the rapid shift to electrification in vehicles. So if the market gives the wrong price signals, the legendary rational person of the economists can't make a rational decision, because you're looking at choice A and B, and it looks like the chemically grown apple is cheaper than the organically grown apple. But in fact, somebody is paying for the cost of polluted water and depleted soils and poorer health and so forth, but it's not there in the market decision. So the question is, how do we get it there?
The old externalities question, right? How do you get them?
How do you measure externalities? Maybe you do that with things like carbon taxes. Maybe you do that with things like extended producer responsibility legislation that pushes the costs back on the person who generates the problem. You know, I live in Berkeley, California. Our recycling station doesn't accept styrofoam. I buy stuff that comes with styrofoam packaging. I have to bear the cost or the problem of proper disposal or improper disposal of that because the producer hasn't produced a solution that works in the cyclical entirety of the economy. So it's a combination of regulation, taxes and fees, initiatives by companies, and I think most interesting, and you know, policy, of course, we can talk about that. And I think most interesting is the companies that are looking to find ways to do circularity and be profitable doing it. How to be more profitable with extended producer responsibility than with ducking responsibility. How to be more profitable with circular business processes than with take, make, waste business processes. How to turn take back into a profit center that not just reduces the cost of materials because you're owning the entire material cycle, but embeds the customer in a long-term relationship with your company of mutual care.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that California got right is the idea of allowing for innovative product exemptions. I had an example back in my corporate days where we were allowed to effectively break the law. It was written into the regulation because of an innovation that gave a better solution than the prescriptive one that was written into the regulations. Obviously, all regulations end up being prescriptive, and you can, again, perversely block yourself from some even better solutions than the ones the law is prescribing.
I'm so glad you raised that because, you know, here in the era of massive technical and business innovation, it's time for policy innovation too. And moving from prescriptive regulations that say this is what you must do to performance-based regulations that says these are the results that you must achieve, be creative in how you get there.
Exactly.
Is a powerful approach, very challenging for regulators.
It
Psychologically,
is.
institutionally.
I actually had to appear before the California regulators and explain why I was wanting to break the rules and just getting that very idea across that the outcome would be better than the one that they were prescribing. It was like, it's a challenge to the mind to take that in when, as a regulator, you're used to that, you know, prescriptive route.
There are reasons that regulations work that way. They've evolved that way for a reason. I encountered it in a very direct and simple way when I was Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of Palo Alto. And we were building what the council wanted to be the most aggressive climate action plan in the country. We built the RFP to get contractors to build the plan with us, and I knew that it had to be innovative, and so I put that into the RFP. And the procurement department, doing what they always do, said, no, the rules are that you have to be able to specify the results that you want. And that came out of a long history of corrupt business practices and trying to stabilize the procurement process in local government. I said, well, I can't specify what we want. We don't know what we want because we don't know what the answers are yet. And we're looking for innovative solutions, which by definition, no one has ever done yet.
Yeah, for sure.
So how do we specify that? And we went back and forth for weeks. These were well-intentioned people who shared the aspiration but had their ways of working that kind of locked them in. What we finally wound up with was, you know, RFPs often have a scoring system. You get 30 points for this and 10 points for this and 15 points for that. We finally carved out that 15% of the score was going to be for innovation not defined.
Yeah.
And that was the compromise that we came up with, and it actually worked. But it took some serious arm wrestling and listening deeply to what each other's concerns were so we could mutually solve each other's concerns.
Wow, there's a wonderful thing, isn't it? Getting getting together and getting onto the same wavelength. Where, if only we could do a lot more of that.
Well, it's the key. It's what I now see as the key is really listening. Folks like us have spent a lot of our time figuring out how to say the right thing that's inspiring and persuasive, and so forth. But it starts with listening to what somebody really cares about, not what they say, not what their policies are, not what their political positions are, not what their habitual behaviors are, but what really moves them. And at that point, I have found that most people, most of the time, have a lot in common about what they care about, and that opens the possibility for creativity.
You mentioned Bucky Fuller earlier, and I'm a big fan of his work too. And you've used his example of a trim tab on a ship's rudder before.
Yeah.
A lot of people may not have heard that. And you said that being a trim tab is about influence that seems small, but it turns the whole ship. What's some inner practice that's helped you keep your inner trim tab in alignment and operating?
Well, just to clarify for people who may not recognize the metaphor, if you think about a large supertanker, a couple of football fields long, at the back of that supertanker, there's a huge rudder to steer the ship. The rudder is so large that the pressure of the water against the rudder, if you try to move it, is so large that hydraulic systems can't do that directly. There's too much force required. So at the back of the rudder is a little tiny rudder called a trim tab. And that can be turned by the control systems of the ship. The trim tab moves, and that moves the rudder. And the rudder moves the ship. So it's a place where a small effort can have a large impact. That's the metaphor, and that was what he took him, on his gravestone, it says, "Call me trim tab," because that was the leverage strategy he had used throughout his life. And I think that's what all of us do. We don't have the power, actually in this country, nobody has the power to wave a magic wand and make things happen. It has to be through persuasion and engagement and looking for where the small points of leverage are. For me, it was, as I said, the starting point was to say, hey, you're leaving money on the table. You got a business that's concerned with money. You're not really an environmentalist, but look at what the impact of this waste is on the quality of your products, the relationship with your customers, and your operating margins. That's where I started. For me personally, it's learning to develop a kind of emotional fortitude in the midst of the turmoil. It's really easy to get whipsawed by the news every day.
Yeah, for sure.
Good and bad. And so a personal practice, and some would call this a spiritual practice, is meditation and calm and being grounded and recognizing that I can't predict the future. I'm a futurist who's given up predicting the future. It's a fool's game at this point. I'm curious about the future. I'm oriented to how what I do affects things. I'm not, obviously have not, stepped back and said, nothing matters, I can't do anything. My zone of control is limited, and it mostly is in my communication. The conversations I have with people, the writing that I do that moves ideas into the world. I'm increasingly finding that my real leverage is working one-on-one with leaders and emerging leaders. I call it helping world changers change worlds. So after a career focused mostly on corporate strategy, mostly with large corporations, some small, but mostly large, with a really long and complex process, as you well know, of changing the practices of a large company, I'm finding the real leverage for me right now is working one-on-one with people who are themselves in positions of authority, leadership, power. They may be corporate executives, they might be founders of new companies, they might be investors in companies, they might be policymakers. To work as a thought partner with them, to help them see more clearly, see their opportunities, build their strategies, find their own calm and center in the midst of the turmoil.
So if you had to pass one lesson along to that next generation of sustainability leaders, what would it be? I mean, I know the one thing is a tough thing to come up with, but what strikes you as perhaps the place where you start most often when you have that conversation?
Where it starts depends on the person and conversation we're in, so I don't think I have a general answer for that. But two things that we've spoken about already. One is looking to our experience, both the 3.8 billion years experience of the Earth's living systems, on the tens of thousands of years experience of human cultures, to look at what we've done that's worked, and how can we draw from what's worked into what we're doing now. That's number one. Number two is to, and these are not in order, number two is to unravel both the market distortions and the mental distortions of the last 500 years or so of mechanistic, extractive global economy into something that's regenerative and cyclical and nurturing. And third is to learn to really listen, even across the most profound apparent differences. It's really easy to say to somebody you disagree with, hey, you're an idiot. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. Or, how could you be so stupid? Or all these reactions that probably all of us have one time or another. And it's more challenging, but it's also way more interesting to say, wow, that's really different than how I see things. Tell me more about why you think that way. To be really curious about our differences and find the commonalities in the differences and find the opportunities in the differences to create something that works better for all of us.
What do you hope people who are listening and watching either live or on the recordings, what do you hope that people feel or do differently after seeing you and hearing your voice and the things you've been saying in this session at the summit?
Well, you know, the change comes down to all of us, you know, who we are, what we do, what we care about, what actions we take. So I would hope that everybody would look at the opportunities around them in their business, if they're a business person, in their home, if they're a person living in a home, a house with a family, if they're a policymaker, to look at how does what I do touch these concerns? Where might there be opportunities for me to do something in my personal practices, in the ideas that I put forward, in the policies I shape, in the business initiatives I take, where I might be able to shift something a little bit. You know, not everybody has the power to make direct change. All of us have the indirect power. And let me go back to Palo Alto for another case in point. As with many cities, staff submits a proposal to city council. It's got an idea and an analysis and cost benefit and so forth. And there's always a final paragraph that says, in summary, these are the financial implications of this proposal. Great. I suggested that we add another paragraph at the end of every memorandum to City Council that says these are the ecological or regenerative or sustainability implications of this proposal. And staff said, we don't even know how to do that. We don't know what those are. In some cases we do. In some cases it's fairly clear and direct. In a lot of cases it's not clear at all. And my thought was, that's fine. Let's put it there and say, we don't know. Let's put it there and say, council, please consider this question as part of this thing, and it's going to be imperfect, and it's not going to be precise and analytical and quantitative like some of the other things are. But think about this, talk about this, have that become a factor in the deliberation. All of us can do that.
At least you've opened the door to the conversation.
At least you've opened the door. And what I have found, Ken, back to your question about where have I found my change in effectiveness and influence? For me, I've paid a lot of attention to metrics over the years, but I found that for me, the most significant metric is when somebody says to me, wow, Gil, I never thought of it that way before. And I think, bingo, okay, now the conversation is on.
The paradigm shift has happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I work closely, as you know, with Rachel, who is facilitating this event with me.
Yeah.
And Rachel, is very upfront about the fact that she had a cognitive dissonance between her personal values, including sustainability and all the things around that, as a young mum at the time, and the unsustainability of her work.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing a lot more people feeling that way, feeling that tension.
Yeah.
Are you seeing that too with the people you talk to?
Hugely. I mean, I see it all over the web. I see it from people who contact me and say, I'm starting my career. I'm in a career transition. I'm wondering what to do. How do I do this? Yes, it's live. It's certainly, there's a new dimension on it now with the mass of scientists and professionals who've been thrown out of the federal government. A lot of people looking for how do they deploy themselves in a way that's meaningful. Yeah, it's a very live question. Around the world, I think this is a common thing, is that people want work with meaning. They want to do things with their lives, not just making money, but just making a difference.
Yeah, I think this is a theme that I'm picking up more and more and trying to build into my work. Yeah. Because it's gone from a quiet whisper, I think, to now it's a megaphone,
Yeah.
And there's definitely work to be done there. So as you move forward, where can people best connect with you? On LinkedIn and your Natural Logic website?
LinkedIn is probably the easiest way. I'm very active there. just put in my name and you'll find me there. I post actively and offer links to various resources and services. The Natural Logic website at pages.natlogic.com/home. We'll get them there. The website, like most websites, is woefully out of date. It hasn't kept up with what's going on in the world. At the same URL, but /coach instead of /home. So pages.natlogic.com/coach. People get an introduction to my one-on-one work helping world changers change worlds. And then, I show up in various other social places. I speak actively. I'm actually, in addition to following the Circularity event next week, I'll be at the Sun Valley Forum talking about how do we put nature on the board of directors. And I just love to talk with people about this work and help them move it forward.
As a final reflection, as we close out our session, what feels more urgent to you now than ever before? What feels less urgent?
We did an analysis recently that said that there is no correlation between public opinion and the legislation that comes out of Congress.
Interesting.
In a democracy, stunning.
Yeah.
So that fixing that is urgent. What do people do? We do what we can where we live. You have, if you're a homemaker or if you're an executive at a company, the choices are different. We're nested. So we do what we can where we are. You weatherize your home, shift your diet, recycle your stuff, drive an EV or walk or whatever is permissible, whatever's workable in your life.
Think about where you spend your money, right? I mean,
think about where you spend your money, where you invest your money, and so forth. Next is to be an active citizen wherever you are. That means, if policy happens at local level, building codes live there. A lot of with the biggest carbon impacts that we deal with, and that's leveraged by direct interaction of citizens with local government. Be active in your larger governmental systems, right? It sounds old hat, but writing to your electeds and even better, calling them up. That means vote. You look at the margins of electoral victories that have affected massive policy swings in the United States, and that says to me nobody should be sitting home, even in the face of imperfect choices. Like, make the best choices you can and then push them to go better. And then for those people who are in business, whether established companies or starting new companies, think about what business you're really in. What's your offer in the world? What can you do that can generate new possibilities for other people in building and selling a better mousetrap, in shifting policy, in moving your capital investments, and asking the questions at your board of directors of what would nature do in this case? How is what we're doing aligned with the long-term well-being of living systems on the planet? And if we're a business, also asking the question of how do we do that in a way that's profitable and responsible to our shareholders? Because that's part of the deal too. But we need to.
No, I think that's a great summation, because, as you say, if you're in business, you've got to be acting like a business, and that requires you making a return for your shareholders.
But here's the trick, Ken. People think that the purpose of business is to make a return for your shareholders. And I would say that that's a result of the business. The purpose of the business is to do what the business is there to do. Do it well and make a profit and pay for capital to your shareholders, just like you pay for electricity to your utility company or pay for raw materials to your suppliers. You don't ever think that the purpose of your business is to pay the power bill. It's the cost of doing business, paying for capital, paying business, but the purpose is key. What are you really here to do?
Very, very wise words there from Gil. I know we lost a little bit of the video in translation when it came over, but I really enjoyed my time with Gil. A lot of deep experience and a lot of resonance, Rachel, with everything we've heard from everybody else throughout the whole day. I mean, Gil talked about having emotional fortitude, right, to keep doing the work. Very resonant with what Charlotte was saying, right, just beforehand.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about, you know, I love the fact that Bucky always comes up in all of our conversations, whether we mean it to or not. But we talked about the trim tab, right, on the rudder. You know, you and I, in our training in the academy, we talk about leverage points, and you call them acupuncture points, right? It's the same idea. Where can you use the least amount of effort to get the most amount of impact? So, so much resonance, I think, throughout the whole day.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been writing down the words, you know, that have come up for me over and over. It's like intention, intentionality, community, and, you know, really, a lot of people really love working with their teams and their collaborators, like we do, right? So, embracing technology, you know, making it easy for the citizens to get involved with. And one big thing.
Another thing that Charlotte said, Rachel, that stuck with me was, you know, they've done the work, right? And the wannabes who are just trying to copy haven't done the work, and it shows, right? And you do have to do the work. That's why people come to the academy, right? It's part of doing the work. And until you do the work, and I think it came through with Gil's conversation too, it's clear that the people he works with are doing the work, and it's not easy. Otherwise, it would have already been done.
Yeah.
But it's very rewarding. That was the other thing that Charlotte ended with, right? Despite all the things that she said, whether I would or wouldn't do it again, it's incredibly rewarding.
It is. She loves it. I mean, and I've said the same thing about what we do. Is, you know, I love building this stuff. I love teaching it. I love sharing it. I love learning about it. You know, and it has to be in there. But then the other thing that sort of really ran through many people was this courage. I mean, Charlotte called it a stubbornness, but you know, but a courage to do something different and to work on these iterations, to work on experiments. You know, and one thing that Gil said was like he's giving up being a futurist because he can't predict the future anymore, right? And it is just living in this moment of experiment after experiment and iteration after iteration, but keeping that intentionality going.
Yeah, and you know there's somewhere better we have to get to,
Absolutely. And we're all here to, and you know, in Simon's words too, make a difference, you know, and this is essentially how these communities and people come together to work on the bigger picture. So
big congratulations to you, Rachel, for shepherding such an amazing collection of people. I don't know. I have managed to keep awake for probably 97% of it, but I did nap for about 3% of one session.
No, and thank you for joining like so early. Honestly, I did not expect you to join at 4 in the morning. Bless you. Hopefully you can have a good rest now. We always need a good rest after summits. I'm going to place also our summit menu in the chat, which tells us how you can get to work with us. We make it accessible to anyone, so you can join us in the academy. You can join us on a free summit on the live stream, right? You can join us for our consultancy and our innovator circle. You know, there's different levels of ways you can access this. So do have a look on the summit menu. If nothing else, we've written a book, right? So, you know, they're there in the background. You can always pick up a book, and it's super accessible, super easy to read, you know, and very much written for busy people that don't have time to sit through, you know, multitudes of dry books, right? Like we love doing that, but it's not for everyone, right?
No, it was a very organic process too, right? We just said, we're going to write a book, okay? And all right. You sent me a blank page to start on, and so I started writing, and then you read what I wrote, and you wrote some more on top of what I'd written. And I don't know, it was a very short space of time, really, for writing a book that it came together. And you know, it's not intended to be an academic introduction to the topic. It is meant to be an entry level to begin to shape your mind and have that paradigm change, right? That came up in the conversation there with Gil.
Yeah, absolutely, and be applied, right? So continue to sort of think, okay, how can I start to apply this? What are the roadmaps for this? And we hope that our tools are there to help shape other people into practitioners of real circularity. that's what we do.
Well, I think, Rachel, the other thing that I really like about the work we do with our alumni and people who've gone through the foundations course in the Real Circularity Academy is that becomes an alumni group, right? And we meet every month, right? And we catch up with each other and we see what's new and what they've applied since the last time we taught them. And they come and bring questions to us for where they're stuck, right? Well, I did this, but now what do I do next? And so it's more than just a one-off course. It's the beginnings of a joining our wider circle.
Absolutely. And talking of the wider circle, I'd like to acknowledge Simon Headley, who's been obviously our third musketeer in our work. He's not always visual, but he's there in the background. And
yeah, we couldn't do it without him.
We couldn't do it without him. And if you do want to say hi, Simon, cool. But if not, that's also good. He's here. He's like, yes, I'll say hi. So Simon, thank you. Oh, that's it. That's the extent of his.
No, I can say a bit more. Like, it's great to be here. These conversations are worthwhile. As you've heard, some people worked with people like Buckminster Fuller back in the day, and there's been a focus on these kind of concepts in a very long time and across different industries. What's present is the actual application of it, not the stories, the spinning of it, right? So part of what brings us this conversation is actually doing the right thing, even if nobody knows, doing it for the right reasons. And this dance of entrepreneurship, taking care of things, doing the right things, and building something that actually going to last, I think is a really profound conversation and worth focusing on. And thank you, Rachel and Ken, for doing what you've done today. Thank you for listening and interacting with today's summit.
No, thank you so much.
One last thought, Rachel, is, I found there was joy in every single conversation that was had with every single participant. That was just a natural part of the work. And I think that's a joy in and of itself.
Yeah, absolutely. This work is highly complex. It really takes something to apply. So to bring joy into it is such an important part. I think everyone does, really love what they do. I'd also like to thank Divya and Bo, who have been helping us with marketing and promoting and writing everything. Bo's there. Hey, thank you so much. Bo's actually been with us for a year. Putting up with me, asking him to do lots of stuff.
Anybody who likes origami, I will show you how to make a tetrahedron from a circle. I made that from a circle. How do you make a tetrahedron from a circle? We'll
leave that for the masterclass series. So yeah, anyone interested in our work can go on our summit menu, have a look at our academy, the upcoming masterclass series, which can be bundled up along with the academy and the alumni, and we're going to run those live on our in our virtual space. The other thing to mention is a little bit of a teaser, I guess, for next year in 2026. I have built up the courage, and actually this summit has given me a little bit more courage to do this, to create a live event. Now I am standing for bringing Ken over for that live event and to run it in London. So you can join on the summit menu and have a look at the early bird prices on that, the pre-orders, and be the first to jump on in and support that mission of creating a real life event. So yes,
that also builds, Rachel, on one of the conversations earlier, right, where Payal was talking there with Lucy about in real life, right, more than just doing virtual events like this. There is something different. When we do it, we will have a live workshop. We will design something together in groups, and we'll have fun doing it. And hopefully, we'll get more into the applied side of what we do.
Absolutely, and we want to run also a series of live events and workshops for businesses as well. around that time. So we'll be going on tour for our sins. You know?
Get the old band together again, Rachel.
Yes. So yes, I think that it's after almost 11 hours. It's probably time to call it a day and to let us rest, recuperate, and ready ourselves for the next part of our work. So
breathe it in, Rachel. Breathe it in, right? Just calm breaths. Take it in. Let it resonate. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, thank you, last but not least, to Ken, you, Ken, for actually being on the journey with me. Like a lot of the speakers have said, it is about team, and it is about coming together. And
it's my pleasure. Couldn't work with a better person. So thank you too, Rachel.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much for joining us on the Real Circularity Summit number 3. Yeah, keep following us, connecting, and we'll connect through our email lists and via social media as usual, as well as actually IRL. So if anyone is going to
December 21st, right? The next.
Absolutely, there'll be the virtual summit on December the 21st, whatever day that is. You know, and we will, yeah, continue on the journey. Thank you so much, everyone. And
thanks everybody for joining us.
Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.